Dreamscape presents Unraveler by Marty Mayberry. Narrated by Nicole Parnell. Acknowledgements. For Mom, Elizabeth, Jesse, and Laura, awesome people who were taken too soon. Miss you. For my children. Huge thanks to Jess, Laura, and Stephanie, who helped me make these books awesome. And Alex, Becky, Katrina, Lana, Lee, and Renee, my fantastic critique partners. Lastly, for my husband, thanks for sticking with me through this journey. My first winter at Crystal Wing Academy brings frigid weather, intense magical classes, and a hunter. After defeating the night lace vine, eager to kill every outling on campus, I'm feeling cocky. But nothing ever goes smoothly for me, does it? The good news first. I've not only figured out how to ride an albacore, I've convinced the naiad living in the moat I can be trusted. You might say I've gotten in with magical creatures. And I found a new best friend who's awesome, even if she's keeping secrets. The bad news? Donovan's bespelled. If I don't break his curse, we're doomed. And in my class Magical Horticulture of the Night, adding the D to deadly, I accidentally freed a Beatly Carn, unleashing the deadliest prankster known to the Fey world. Need to catch that baby and lock it up fast before the academy collapses around me. It seems like I'm fighting one crisis after another. Then someone unexpected emerges from my past. And the person responsible for the Nightlace murders, she wasn't working alone. And the wizard isn't finished with me yet. With the Beatly Carn wreaking havoc on my life, Donovan bespelled, and someone determined to kill me, I need to harness every strand of power I can find. Because a battle's coming, and only one wizard will emerge the victor. Chapter 1. Winter. I was about to dig up an entombed Beatly Carn, a slimy, squishy plant-slug combo that, per our class syllabus, released a substance vital to seekers. Nobody could beat Professor Grimm for spicing up an evening. I'd initially signed up for this class to learn more about Nightlace, a vine that had been stalking and killing outlings like me. Born of non-magical parents, outlings were despised by many at the academy. Until recently, we'd been safe, almost accepted. No one had hunted us for years. I could have dropped the class after I'd exposed the true murderer, but I'd decided to stick with it. Most of the time, it was fun. Tonight's excursion was still up for debate.
Beatly Carns are a root goblin hybrid,
Professor Grimm shrieked.
Exceedingly rare. They're one of our more stealthy and devious plants.
I'd even gotten used to our professor screaming. He couldn't help how he spoke. It was part of his former Grim Reaper persona. While he traded in his job harvesting souls to teach Magical Horticulture of the Night, adding the D to deadly, at the academy, he'd held on to some of the trappings of his former profession, like his sickle and his shredded robe. Only reaping souls had been set aside. Cupid had been enlisted to collect them instead. No idea who'd taken over shooting love arrows, but it wasn't going to be me. Achieving a level 5, which meant I'd be a master in my Unraveler scapty, was enough to keep me busy.
Beatly Carns, the cliffs of Navarine,
he said.
And tonight we shall exhume them.
Exhume, huh? Moira whispered behind me. Sounds delightful. Walking beside me, my roommate Patty snorted. 5 of us strode north behind Professor Grimm on a wooded path weaving through the Eastern Academy forest. Our breaths created white puffs that dissipated in the chilly night air. Bryce, Patty's boyfriend, hustled beside the professor, debating the merits of catching Traunas with butterfly nets versus our bare hands. After capturing them for our last assignment, we'd taken them to the greenhouse lab and descaled them. I shuddered and blocked out the memory of that. In my nightmares, blue Trana gook still coated the underside of my fingernails. There used to be 8 students in our class. Drea had been murdered by Alice, who'd been bespelled to shift into a nightlace cluster and kill every outling on campus. The Seekers had flitted her to the council for trial, and we hadn't heard a thing about her since, which left me, Patty, Bryce, Moira, Eben, and he who really shouldn't be named.
"No D tonight,"
Patty said forlornly. So much for not naming him. Probably just as well he's not here, I said. Whenever I ran into my boyfriend, a part of my soul died. Or was I supposed to call him my ex-boyfriend now, since he'd been bespelled by his older brother, King Niles, to forget I'd ever existed?
"I know it hurts to be around him,"
she said. How could it not? I'd moved forward into the future, while Donovan remained frozen in my past. I'm going to fix it. Break the spell, I said.
"With your Unraveler, Scapty."
I loved the confidence shining her voice. She believed in me when I was having a hard time believing in myself. Yup. I stiffened my spine. Somehow, I'd find a way.
"After we exhume beetly carns, we shall extract their lardlets,"
Professor Grimm yelled, making Patty jump. Lardlet. The name itself was enough to creep me out, even though I was excited to learn more about magical creatures. Eben rushed around me and Patty, trampling leafless raspberry stalks spearing out from the sides of the path. He caught up to Bryce and the professor. "Actually," he said in a snooty voice, "spears work even better than nets for capturing Tranas." By the Fae, he was so conceited. I rolled my eyes at Patty, who shook her head. "But," Bryce frowned, "Tranas are easier to descale when they're alive. If you kill them, their skin solidifies into a substance resembling concrete. Correct, Professor?" Patty grinned. Her boyfriend was so smart.
"Excellent point,"
Professor Grimm said, tapping his sickle on Bryce's shoulder.
"I'm pleased to see you paid attention in class."
Beams from the full moon lanced through bare branches overhead, lighting our way and glistening on the dead, ice-encrusted leaves crunching underneath our boots. Soon, we'd reach the cliffs, where we'd use our newly purchased gold-plated trowels to unearth beetly carns. I snuggled deeper into my down coat, with my mitten-clad fingers knotted inside my pockets. The braided ties of my hat bounced on my chest as I half-jogged beside Patty. Cloven said I'm close to learning how to draw on the right colored threads. When I could consistently do that, I'd achieve a level 2 Unraveler Scapty. Only 3 more levels to go after that. With each tiny step forward, my desperation grew. It was common for wizards to take a lifetime to reach level 5, if they ever got there. Most were satisfied working magic at a level 3. Not me. A bespelling like Donovan's could only be permanently broken by a level 5 Unraveler. "It's cool that you're getting closer," Patty said. "After you draw on the right threads, you send them toward Donovan and shout unravel, and his bespelling breaks?" My sigh chugged out of me. "Unfortunately, no." "But you unraveled the nightlace bespelling." I still had no clue how I'd done it. Cloven said levels are fluid, meaning I might be able to somehow send out a level 3 spell one day, then struggle to use a level 2 the next. He thinks I was able to tap level 4 power when I faced the nightlace, that my emotions drove the unraveling.
"It was a fluke?"
Yup. I tried with Alice right after unraveling the vines, but it didn't work. Cloven told me plant bespellings are temporary and easier to break. With people, they lasted forever. Once I figure out how to draw black threads in, I have to learn how to load them correctly in my moonstone. My fingers slid along the knife I wore strapped to my thigh. I'd connected to a moonstone, the stone at the top of the pack during stone selection. The Academy jeweler had set it in a rune-scripted blade. Other stones had been mounted in pendants, bracelets, or in Patty's case, a ruby, and the bronze ring she wore on her right middle finger. Stepping ahead of me, Patty pushed back a branch and waited for me and Moira to pass before catching up to stride beside me again. Storing Unraveler power isn't as simple as other Scapties then. Bummer. White for Bespellers, black for Unravelers. That was the magical rule. Other wizards could pull in whatever color they wanted, though cooler colors like blue and green were more difficult to draw in than hot. We stored thread power in our stones, then fed the magic back out with a command that would enhance our Scapty. But Unravelers couldn't use white, and Bespellers couldn't use black. I have to braid multiple black strands into one thread to store them, I said. And that was the only guidance Cloven could offer. Braiding threads meant I'd reached level 3, and he didn't know how to get me to that level because the braids were unique to Unravelers. If only the last master Unraveler hadn't died long ago, taking any chance of my reaching level 5 to the grave with them. I'm going to do it, somehow. No denying the sag of my shoulders, however. I'm sorry. Patty rubbed my arm.
This way, students!
Professor Grimm yelled, his harsh voice jolting me out of my slump. While our boots stomped on the ground, he drifted above the path. Sticks and brittle leaves caught on the ends of his shredded gray robe, skittering behind him like autumn-colored mice. Goosebumps peppered my skin. But we were safe in the forest now that Alice had been arrested. With luck, the Seekers had sent her to Demon's Gate Penitentiary, a prison located in the Feyworld, where underage wizards rotted for the rest of their days. A fitting punishment for someone who'd killed 2 outlings, and almost me before she'd been captured. We emerged from the path and stopped at the base of the forbidding cliffs of Navarine. They stretched above us into the darkness, a mass of jagged granite peppered with scraggly bushes. The path we needed to take to reach the cave switchbacked across the face, seeking the top. Professor Grimm set a mean pace, worthy of the gym classes I remembered from when I was a kid, living with my mom and going to human school. As I caught my breath, I stomped my feet, hoping to warm them up and bring back sensation. I took our bag of tools from Patty, my turn to carry. We'd purchased our supplies at the Academy's hardware store, and they included a sack knitted from yarn, spun from Sketar witch hair, the trowel, and the best part of all, a glass jar blown by a half-turned werewolf, outside, during a hurricane. One of these days, I wanted to watch that werewolf in action. As for the Sketar hair sack, I'd have to ask Esther how they obtained witch hair, because I couldn't imagine anyone challenging my half-troll guardian to obtain some. She'd let me live with her after Mom dumped me on the front steps of Crystal Wing Academy when I was 10. I'd returned to the academy at 17. She'd run a tight house.
Beatley Khan Lardlets have special magical properties,
Professor Grimm screamed in lecture mode. Yeah, slime, I whispered to Patty, and she giggled. I stepped in behind her on the hard-packed dirt trail snaking up the cliff, our tool bag clunked against my leg, my breath coming in short pants already. You're going to love this creature, Patty tossed in a sing-song voice over her shoulder. After we extract the Lardlets, we'll return the Beedley Carns to their original home in the cave. No hauling them back to the greenhouse lab where they'll go hungry. She grinned. Which means no rescue attempts in the night. Our first-class project had been to capture dandy bucklions and milk their antivenom. Professor Grimm had planned to confine them in the lab indefinitely after that, starving them to keep them compliant while he conducted further experiments. Like I'd allow that to happen? Patty, Bryce, and I had freed the bucklions, and thanks, they'd helped me defeat the Nightlace.
As you've learned, by studying your textbooks prior to class,
Professor Grimm shouted,
Lardlets can only be harvested in December, when the full moon is in eclipse. We won't have this chance again for years.
We reached the level stone platform and crossed it, stopping outside a 10-foot-tall oval cave entrance. Arctic wind barreled down the cliffside, stealing our heat and making us cluster together like sheep in a storm. Behind us, the moon shone brightly. Soon, a slice of gray would creep across it, engulfing the light.
Before we enter the cave,
Professor Grimm said,
you'll need to place your jars in a circle. Please do so, and remove the lids.
After, we gathered around our teacher again, and he waved his sickle toward the cave opening.
Onward, students! We haven't much time!
Shuffling forward, we were swallowed by a long, arched stone tunnel. We bumped into each other, and hysterical laughter erupted behind me and Patty. Bryce hooted. Unable to see a thing, I was tempted to use power to generate my finger glow light, but colors blooming ahead told me we'd almost reached our destination.
Without Lardlets,
Grimm shouted,
there would be no serum.
Serum was used by seekers to force wizards to spill everything, from what they ate for dinner to intentional misuses of magic. A combination of the police, the CIA, and a SWAT team, seekers were controlled by the council, serving as the law enforcement body of the Sidhe. Many were centaurs, though my friend Tria had a seeker scapti and was studying to be one too. We exited the tunnel and walked out into a well-lit cave. Stalactites adorned the ceiling, and bright pink and yellow flowers clung to all the walls except one, where drippy runoff coated the stone in glistening ink. The substance collected in a narrow pool at the bottom, sheening it with a rainbow slick. Dusky gold mushrooms the size of my fist speckled the dirt floor.
Select a plant, please,
Professor Grimm said, waving to the mushrooms.
Before doing anything else, however, you'll need to remove your gloves and mittens. Bare hands only, students.
Patty and I stooped down, and after stuffing our mittens inside our pockets, we dumped our tools from our bag, the gold trowels clinking together. Moira settled beside the mushroom beyond Patty.
As is often the case with hybrid plants,
our professor said,
they have awareness of the world around them. Before you will be allowed to borrow the plant's beetly carn, which is the goblin-like root, you will need to bow and seek the plant's permission.
I dipped my head to my mushroom. Hey, do you mind if I...
Oh, holy gobbledygook beetly slug.
Sitting on his heels by a plant partway across the cave from me, Eben snickered. He bent at the waist, his hands splaying wide.
Mind if I chop off your carn? Respect, please, Eben,
Professor Grimm said, coasting over to tap Eben on the head with his sickle. Patty rolled her eyes at Eben's antics. Can I please borrow your beetly carn? I asked my mushroom, and I swore it nodded. Hoped it was a nod. Otherwise...
Wake up,
Eben said, poking his mushroom with his trowel.
Hey, Grimm, this one's defective. It's not responding.
The plant reeled back from Eben and shot something silver in his direction. Eben yelped and dove sideways.
Incoming!
Professor Grimm sighed.
Enough, Eben. Molest them at your own peril.
How could Eben hope to be named the best outling on campus? And why join this class if he wasn't willing to do what he was told? He'd picked it up the last day of the ad drop period. But, Eben gulped, flailing his arms.
It shot something at me. Whatever it was almost hit me. The effect of their darts lasts less than a day, Grimm said. I promise. While you'll be unable to move, you will retain full vital functions, including breathing.
Cringing, I lifted my eyebrows at Patty. If I patted my mushroom and sweet-talked it, could I avoid its darts? To be safe, I bowed again and begged my plant for permission to touch it.
No hesitation, students. Once you've received approval, grab your plant.
As Professor Grimm drifted up toward the ceiling, he rubbed his skeletal fingers together with glee, a challenge while holding his sickle. Donovan had told me Grimm kept the sickle because, like I'd taken a fist in the chest, my breathing stalled. My shoulders curled forward. Would I ever be able to think about Donovan without pain? "Floor?" Patty whispered. "You okay?" Beyond Patty, Moira watched me with solemn understanding shadowing her eyes. She'd recently achieved a level 2 with her empath scapty, and she was getting too good at ferreting out everyone's emotional secrets. When my gaze met hers, she darted her attention back to her mushroom.
Hold tight to your plants.
Professor Grimm floated around the room, a dingy gray ghost. Bits of leaves and sticks he'd picked up in the forest rained down, hitting mushrooms that cringed and shot darts.
Don't let its struggles fool you. It's no more alive than a blade of grass.
Last I knew, grass didn't fire tiny silver spears at people. When I latched onto my mushroom stem, it wiggled like a sack of worms. Moira shrieked and released hers. Lurching backward, she fell on her butt. Eben laughed.
It feels so gross, she cried out. Can't we wear our mittens? The oils on your skin will activate the release of the ladlets,
Professor Grimm yelled.
Grab it again, Moira.
Grimacing, she did. Had to admit, my belly rolled as I held on to my plant. It felt like a slimy sack of eyeballs.
With your gold trowel, begin digging at your plant's base,
our professor said.
Whatever you do, do not pierce the beetlycorn root.
Why? Will it try to kill me too? Evan asked. He'd gotten up and moved to a different mushroom. Couldn't say that I blamed him. The other one was spinning in place, though it had stopped flinging darts.
The beetlycorn are delicate roots, Grimm said. If you slice their hide, they could explode.
Talk about putting the D in deadly.
Much too messy, he added.
Messy was an understatement.
Dig deeply, students,
he shrieked.
At least 10 inches. You don't want to accidentally cut off your beetlycorn's base.
Or boom. Scraping sounds echoed in the cave.
Exactly like that, our professor said. Scoop the dirt out and set it aside in a pile. Eben, please do not throw it. You'll need it once we're finished with our beetlycorns to rebury them.
The side of my trowel nudged against something solid, squishy solid, since its flesh gave way when I pressed harder.
Once you've located your beetlycorns, tighten your grip on your mushroom top, Professor Grimm said. Under no circumstances do you want your beetlycorns to escape.
Why? I asked. My fingers flexed to the point I worried I'd pop the mushroom cap off like a baby dandy bucklion head. A thrill for Moira, not for me.
Beetlycorns are the gremlins of the Fae. If we don't return them to the ground, they'll run wild.
Sounded like my kind of creature. Our professor coasted around the room.
Delightful! Thus far, you've all achieved an A in the class for how you've exhumed your beetlycorns.
Leaning forward, I peered into the hole I'd made in the soft cave floor. If the thick, gooey orange thing was a beetlycorn, then yes, I'd exhumed it. About 6 inches long and 2 inches wide, it rippled like an exposed slug. The professor hovered in the middle of the cave watching us. I assumed he was watching. Hard to tell with his hood, but I felt the weight of his gaze.
Now, lift your plants from the ground.
I held it up in front of me like a severed head. It didn't improve on closer inspection. Professor Grimm swirled around the room, his robe fluttering frantically.
Quickly! Lay your beetlycorns on your sketar hairbag and latch onto the beetlycorn's base. With the golden trowel, sever the beetlycorn root from the top.
A quick gouge and multiple swallows to shove down bile, and my mushroom top separated from my beetlycorn. The carn lay underneath my palm like a well-behaved pup.
Place your beetlycorns in the sketar hairbag, pull the drawstring snug, and let's go! Leave the mushroom tops behind.
Professor Grimm coasted over our heads and into the tunnel.
Hurry! The eclipse awaits!
As I dropped my beetlycorn into my bag, it wiggled. I tightened the string at the bag's top as the carn spasmed and twisted, poking at the sides. We hurried into the tunnel, aiming for the ledge outside. Like everyone else, I carried my bag with my hands thrust in front of me like an offering. From what I could tell with a quick glance, though it was a challenge to see more than Patty half jogging in front of me, no one else's beetlycorn moved. Was the fact that mine was flipping around a good or a bad thing? With luck, it would be easier to extract lardlets from the livelier ones.
Find your jars, students,
Professor Grimm shrieked,
and settle down in a circle around them. Quickly! No wasting time. The eclipse will soon be upon us.
He floated into the middle of the circle while we dropped to our knees, facing our jars and each other.
Softly lower your bags onto your laps.
Professor Grimm's hood slanted toward the sky, where a shadow already crept across the moon.
This is so freaking cool!
Patty's eyes gleamed. She held up her hand with her index finger and thumb smushed together.
I can't believe we're this close to Seeker Serum. The raw stuff, that is.
Fresh serum was basically harmless. It didn't become true serum until it had been refined by technicians in the Seekers Guild.
We're extracting lardlets tonight,
Professor Grimm said.
Raw serum tapping will take place in our next class.
Caught up in the excitement, I fiddled with the string keeping my bag closed. My beetlycorn must be eager to release lardlets because it continued to fidget inside. As shadows took over the night and the eclipse ripened, we grew more impatient. Professor hefted his sickle, like a starter at a stock car race holding a checkered flag.
On my command, open your bag, remove your beetlycorns, and hold them up in the filtered light. 3, 2, and 1.
I loosened the string and separated the folds. Inside, my sluggy beetlycorn now lay sedately across the bottom, finally behaving like the others. I gripped it as gently as possible, but my fingers sunk into its surface. Like a slimy beanbag, things inside slithered.
"Oh, baby," I said with a grimace. "Come to Mama."
Patty swallowed, and her face shriveling, pulled out her beetlycorn. Leaving our bags on our laps, we lifted our slugs into the air, where they were bathed in eclipsed moonlight. Beneath my plant's dull orange skin, muted orbs in green and blue flickered. Was this a chemical reaction to the moonlight?
Now place the head of your corns over the mouth of your jar and squeeze tight, Professor Grimm yelled. Remember, you can't hurt them.
Gremlin of the Fae, huh? Mine acted as passive as a sloth. I leaned close to Patty. Which end is the bottom? Can't tell.
The darker end,
she hissed, her face lined with crinkles as she put all her effort into squishing her beetlycorn. Darker? The entire plant resembled dead pumpkin blush. One end had a narrow line across it, however. Assuming that must be where the lardlets emerged, I stuffed that end into the top of my jar, sealing the rim with beetlycorn plumpness. I leaned forward, squeezing my hands around the smushy body. A thump beside me drew my eye. Another thump, and a round, gleaming ball the size of a walnut plopped into Patty's jar, joining the other. Shimmering with blue and green light, they slithered around the inner surface. "This is so much fun," Patty said. Her glance darted to my empty jar. "Squish it harder, Fleur." I curled my fingers, digging them into the fleshy body, tighter. Nothing was happening. Had I dug up a defective Beatley Carn? A lardlet shot out with a moist pop, but I'd pointed the wrong end into the jar. The gooey, glistening lardlet landed on my thigh, and a whitish, slimy teardrop slid down the side of the oval ball. It scurried sideways, bailing from my leg like a kid off a diving board. How could it move? It had no legs. I snatched up the lardlet and held it tight.
"Students,"
Professor Grimm called out, drifting toward Bryce.
"Do not."
I yelped as my Beatley Carn bucked and thrashed and lost my one-handed grip. My Carn plopped onto the ground, and quicker than I could shriek by the Fae, it scrambled from our circle, heading for the side of the ledge.
"Do not let it get away!"
Professor Grimm shouted. He pointed his sickle at the Beatley Carn, and I expected a laser beam to shoot out. Wrong story. I jumped to my feet, as did Eben.
"Smush it!"
he yelled, waving his Beatley Carn overhead. A lardlet popped out and smacked on the ground beside him.
"Grab it! Kill it! Stomp it flat!"
We gave chase, me flailing behind Eben. So that was his plan. Show me up by catching my Beatley Carn? No way.
"I've got it! I've got it!"
Eben said, smacking his boots around my Beatley Carn but missing. For a slug, that baby could move. Eben and I bumped into each other, and I tumbled forward, groaning when my body bit into the unforgiving ledge. I scrambled across the stone, straining to grab my Beatley Carn. It slipped through my fingers and flung itself off the cliff.
"Oh, dear,"
Professor Grimm said, his voice barely above a whisper for the first time ever.
"Simply dreadful."
His sickle drooped, and the tip smacked on the ground.
"Now you've done it."
Crawling forward, I peered over the edge. A cluster of boulders waited below, and evergreen tree tips speared upward, part of the dark green blanket spreading away from the cliffside for miles. In the distance, I made out the pencil-thin edge of the academy roofline. Vertigo sucked me down and made my head spin. No Beatley Carn in sight, however. It had to be dead. Nothing could survive that fall. I inched away from the drop-off and flopped on my back, holding up my hand. At least I didn't lose my lardlet.
"Wait!"
Professor Grimm rushed me, his skeletal fingers outstretched. For the first time ever, he ditched his sickle.
"Something isn't right. It's changing color. Be careful not to."
Searing pain flashed across my hand. Like lightning, it arced down my arm and hit my chest, a spear aiming for my heart. I screamed as Professor Grimm shouted my name. Chapter 2.
My, what a pickle,"
a high-pitched voice said. The chiding tone reminded me of when I was a kid living with Mom, and the milk carton, no lid, slipped from my hands, spraying milk all over the kitchen. Wincing, I opened my eyes. I found myself lying on the moldy bunk inside the secret room I'd discovered beneath the academy when I fell into the moat, and the naiad Syrah tried to drown me. Plays, Syrah had called it. Hard to have fun when you couldn't breathe. Finding a hatch in the stone wall, I'd opened it and fallen into this room. A ward magically kept the water from flooding inside along with me, and had probably prevented anyone else from finding it. I had no idea why I'd been granted access, but I'd been grateful to escape Syrah. While I'd wanted to return to explore further, I hadn't had the chance. There was a water-stained journal here, plus a chest with a lock that sent out sparks when I tried to pry it open. A woman dressed in a long, dark green gown stood beside the bed. Stood? No, she floated.
Quite a mess you've made now, haven't you, child?
As if I'd swam through the icy waters of the moat again, I shivered. My teeth chattered. "Are you a ghost?" I stuttered out. She dipped her head. Should I be creeped out or excited that I could talk to a ghost? Wait, this room. "Let me guess. Are you Minerva?" She clapped her hands and smiled.
Wonderful. You're such a quick student.
Minerva was the only guess possible since the water-destroyed journal lying on the rickety desk behind her mentioned the name. "I'm not really a good student," I said. "I messed up in Professor Grimm's class. My Beatley Carn escaped. The lardlet." I lifted my hand, relieved it looked normal. "I have a feeling the lardlet got away too." She pressed her clasped hands to her chest.
Havoc does appear to follow you wherever you go, now doesn't it?
While her tone was dry, her green eyes sparkled. "Thanks," I said with a roll of my eyes. Swinging my legs over the side of the bed, I sat up, but my body limped like overcooked noodles, and I flopped back against the wall. Whoa.
Lie down, rest.
Taking her advice, I settled back on the mattress. The room spun. I spun. If I got up, I'd fall. "Did you flip me here from the cliffs?" My flitting ability was still missing, so I couldn't have done it myself. It was past time to see a healer about the malfunction. For some reason, I'd been unable to flit since the night I'd fought and defeated the Nightlace clusters.
Here?
Her salt and pepper brows drew together, and she glanced around, her lips parting slightly in surprise.
"Oh, the academy? I haven't been here in, let's say, a very long time. But to answer your question, no, neither of us are truly here."
I must be dreaming then. Perhaps I was lying on the ledge with the professor and my friends hovering around me, wondering what they should do. Or I'd been taken to the clinic, unless... "I'm not dead, am I?" burst from me.
Not at all. There's still more for you to do before that happens.
Let's hope I have a lot to do before it happens. Her smile widened.
Fear not. While your future contains many paths, most do not end in an untimely death.
Somehow, her statement didn't make me feel better. And it reminded me of Alex, my dragonfly friend who created more questions than he answered. This was a common occurrence at the academy. My hand flew to my pendant where he rested. "Are you friends with Alex?" Long ago, when the original Six family split from the Fae and settled here on Earth in the parallel universe, they'd used companions to enhance their magic. A dragonfly like Alex had served as companion to the Sixth family. While I was an outling and not elite, let alone a member of the Sixth family, Alex had befriended me. Periodically, he'd appear, spout cryptic statements that created more questions than they answered, then morphed back into my pendant.
Alex? I don't know him.
He's a dragonfly.
Oh my!
Minerva's head tilted, and she paused as if listening.
You'll wake any moment. We haven't much time.
Definitely related to Alex. "Time for what?" I asked. She fiddled with the top button on her dress.
I wish I could explain, but I can't.
Thanks, but no thanks. I heaved out a sigh. "Are you bespelled to keep you from telling me?" The greatest mystery at the academy surrounded the Sixth family. A mystery mostly because everyone was bespelled to prevent them from talking about what happened. But I'd found a book in the library that shared a few details. 100 years ago, after feuding with the Third family, the surviving matriarch of the Sixth, Minerva, had been banished. And here she was. Her ghost, that is. Her lips curved down.
Bespelled? Never.
She paced back and forth across the room. Sorta. She floated back and forth in an agitated manner.
Cursed bespeller! Never again will I allow.
I held up my hand. Sorry, won't mention that word again. Leave it to me to remind her that her consort had gone wild and bespelled other wizards out of spite. While he'd been put to death for his actions, she'd been banished. Coming to an abrupt halt beside the bed, lines deepened around Minerva's eyes, and a tick appeared in her temple.
What's past is past and cannot be changed. Only the future remains for us to reveal.
You just said there were many paths I could take. Some leading to my early death, but no need to bring that up again.
All contain one key element.
Eagerness rose inside me like a tea kettle about to boil over. What is it? She howled and yanked on her long gray hair.
Too late!
Around me, the world wavered as if I'd been sucked down into a deep, dark sea.
Wait!
Floundering, I gripped the mattress, struggling to remain in the room with Minerva. Someone, hauled on the core inside me, dragging me away. She grew blurry and darkness crept through the room.
Tell me what you mean! Seek me, Fleur.
Urgency spiked her words.
Release me and...
Someone touched my forehead.
Fleur, come back to us, please.
Plunged into ice water, I woke up, my body one big rumbling earthquake.
Minerva!
I shouted, sitting bolt upright. The beige blanket covering me flopped onto my lap as I stared around at the stark white walls of the clinic. My favorite teacher, Cloven, plus my friends Patty and Tria, clustered on either side of my stretcher. When I cried Minerva again, Tria and Patty blinked as if I'd announced I could shift into a centaur. Cloven's brows drew together, and his gaze darted from mine. I latched onto the front of his robes and yanked him near. Minerva, I saw her, talked with her.
Minerva?
He sputtered, and loosened my fingers enough he could turn partly away.
She's dead. What are you talking about?
But he still wouldn't meet my eyes.
Serum, when absorbed through the skin, can cause hallucinations. That's what this is.
All it can be, he whispered. I'd met her, talked with her, and she told me to find her. It wasn't a hallucination. Was it? Maybe my conversation had been a dream, generated by some sort of chemical working through my system. I wanted to cry as my excitement fizzled inside me like a deflated balloon.
It must have been.
His attention flew to Tria and Patty standing opposite him.
We can discuss this later.
Was he afraid to talk about Minerva in front of them? Okay, I could wait, but I wouldn't give up, because he was hiding something. I swung my legs over the edge of the stretcher, wincing when using my arm sent pain lancing through me. Not so fast, Tria said, gently nudging me back down onto the mattress. You're not going anywhere without healer permission. She lifted the blanket up to my chin and tucked it around my shoulders.
Yes, lie still,
Cloven said, relief coming through in his voice.
Rest. You're still recovering. Everything will seem clearer once you've fully awoken, and the dregs of the chemical have worn off.
I was so scared, Fleur, Patty said, tears shimmering in her eyes. Professor Grimm flitted you here right away, and the healers have done a fantastic job, but you've been unconscious for hours. The lard lit my hand. I wrenched it from beneath the blanket, worried I'd pull out nothing but a stump. Pristine bandages had been wrapped around it, but I counted 5 fingers. What happened? I asked. All I remember was losing the Beatley Carn and then holding up the lardlet. The lardlet released seeker serum, Patty said. No one knows how that happened. Usually you tap the lardlet in the greenhouse lab with a scalpel, and we wear gloves when we do it. Tapping releases raw serum, which is nearly harmless. Scalpel? I shuddered. You wear gloves for a good reason. Even raw serum can burn the skin. Tria said, her fingers biting into my upper arm, deep enough to make me wince. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. Fingers loosened. She rubbed to ease the sting. In my Seeker class, I dilute it and add a neutralizer to keep it inactive until it's ready for refinement. Her gaze drifted to my hand. Wait, I said. You said the lardlet released Seeker serum, not the raw stuff? The color. Grim had been horrified it was changing a different color. I couldn't remember much after that.
Let's not go into that right now, Cloven said. The healers will explain soon.
Ominous. It was burned, right? Whenever someone has been hurt, the healer is able to completely cure them, usually within a few minutes. I held up my hand. Patty, you said I've been out for hours. Why isn't my hand healed? As if she'd overheard my voice while walking past in the hall, a healer poked her head inside the half-open doorway. Oh, you're awake. She bustled inside, the hem of her white robe swishing around her ankles. Perfect. Her solemn gaze took in Cloven, Patty, and Tria. I imagine you'd like to get out of here, and I don't believe we'll need to hold you for the entire night, even after the procedure. Procedure? I started to sit up again, but Tria shook her head. My hand. I'm afraid that's going to be a problem, the healer said. But we'll go through that in a moment. What about my flitting? Her shoulders relaxed. I see no reason you can't flit once everything's settled. Your procedure won't hold you back for long, and there are wonderful. That's not what I meant, I said. I haven't been able to flit for weeks.
What?
Cloven and Tria shouted in unison.
You can't flit?
By the Fae, twinsies. I shook my head at their matching horrified expressions. I haven't been able to flit since... I frowned at Cloven. Just before I joined you and the Seekers in the upper pasture to fight off the Nightlace. After I'd run into Ashton, Eben, and Vic in the hall outside the library. 3 creeps who tried to mean prank me with Nightlace vines they'd stolen from the greenhouse lab a few days before. Cloven turned to the healer.
Could the Nightlace battle have caused interference with her elemental magic?
Leaning her shoulder against the doorframe, the healer tapped her chin. I don't believe I've seen anything like that before, but I suppose it's possible. As I was leaving the library, I frowned. I felt something, a tingle down my spine. I ran into Eben, Ashton, and Vic in the hall, and I growled. They were being their usual nasty selves. I planned to flit to my coven room to drop off my things, but for some reason I could no longer flit. A dawning horror spread through me. Alice was in the library. Do you think she... It wasn't possible, was it? Is she secretly a bespeller? Cloven shook his head.
Alice isn't a bespeller. She's been tested, and her only scapty is diplomacy.
There were only 2 known bespellers. The court bespeller, who was far from here with Donovan's older brother, King Niles, and Katya. Could the creepy spider sorceress be involved in this? Otherwise, we needed to hunt down an unknown rogue bespeller. Bespelling would explain why your elemental magic has gone haywire, the healer said, bumping off the doorframe and strolling toward me. But let me check you out first. I'll be able to tell by my examination if you've been bespelled. Do realize there are many other simpler reasons why elemental magic might not work. Perhaps you caught a magical virus. Magical viruses existed? If so, how could I avoid them forever? With her eyes closed, she ran her fingertips along my forehead. Her uneven hum shimmered through the air as she trailed her fingers down my temples, my cheeks, and around to the back of my neck. Eyes opening, she released me and stepped back. What does that mean? I asked. Just that. Her gaze darted to Cloven. Very unusual. Let me get my supervisor. She can explain what comes next and verify my assessment.
Verify what?
Patty asked, panic lifting her voice. Her gaze fell on me.
What's happening to Floor?
Good question. It's going to be okay, Tria said, watching the healer hurry from the room. Must be a glitch. They'll straighten you out. Her chin tightened. If they can't fix this virus and you're unable to flit for even a day more, you ping me and I'll take you anywhere you want. I appreciated the offer, but I wanted to flit myself. The healer returned with a tall, slender, gray-haired woman. The older healer crossed the room and, after nodding pertly to Cloven, turned to me. Let's take a look, shall we? She repeated the process the other woman had used, including the humming, before stepping backward, a frown deepening in the creases on her weathered face. Her gaze cut to Cloven again. My associate is correct in her assessment, but she missed something else. Things appeared to be stacking up against me, and I had a feeling this was bigger than me being unable to flit. What now? This mark. She tapped the top of my chest where my shirt had parted. When had I picked up a diamond tattoo? I licked my finger and rubbed, assuming it had to be dirt, though the color, pale blue, wasn't like any dirt I'd seen before in my life. But hello, magical world, why not blue dirt? The diamond didn't rub off. It won't go away that easily, the healer said. You've attracted the attention of a prankster. Cloven sat forward, clutching the rail. The Beatley Khan has latched onto Floor? I'm afraid so. He rubbed my arm. We'll put a seeker on it immediately. They'll locate and destroy it. What's a prankster? As if I needed to ask. Patty had already told me we had to rebury our Beatley Karns or they'd go gremlin and attack us. Awesome. Just what I needed at this point in my life. The prankster is only one of your worries, the healer said. A sense of doom filled me. I wanted to cover my ears, go back to sleep. No, I wanted to start all over again on my first day at the academy. Sympathy brimmed in the healer's eyes when they met mine. I'm afraid your flitting capabilities are gone for the foreseeable future. You're the victim of a bespelling, and your hand. She pinned my shoulder to the mattress, as if she was concerned I'd leap from the stretcher and escape. We're going to have to cut it off. Chapter 3. I wasn't just bespelled and unable to flit. I was going to die. Not the everyone will die someday thing, but the you're gonna die in less than 2 weeks thing. Unless they amputated my hand. No way! I yelled, tucking the bandaged limb into my left armpit. You're not cutting it off. Patty had backed against the wall. Trembling, she pressed her fingers against her lips. Tears tumbled down her face. Tria leaped between me and the senior healer, holding up her hands. Hold on a second here. No one's chopping anything off Floor. As an apprentice seeker, you know this form of serum is toxic. The older healer said patiently. Easy to be patient when she was the one doing the cutting. Stepping around Tria, she advanced on me. The moment you arrived, we removed as much as possible, but it was already too late. Some had sunk into your skin, and it continues to eat your flesh. Soon you'll have nothing left but bone.
Oh my gosh!
Patty shouted.
Floor, no!
How is this even possible? I said. I was exposed to raw serum, not the refined stuff. Raw serum's basically harmless, isn't it? That's what I learned in my textbook. Her hand braced on the stretcher railing. The healer's gaze flicked to Cloven. See, that's what we don't understand, he said, scooting his chair closer.
Normally, seeker technicians refine the raw serum extracted from lardlets using a secret method passed down for generations. The key is the next part of the process. It ferments for a year, and then it's able to be used for.
Only a few seekers have the scapti to turn it into the form used for interrogation, Tria added, shoving herself between me and the healer again. Even I don't know how they do it.
A lardlet has never released refined serum before, Cloven said. It's impossible.
Yet it happened, the healer said, thrusting Tria aside and bracing her hand on my shoulder, pinning me in place. All we can do now is deal with the end result. I gulped and struggled to get free, but the healer had the strength of 3 centaurs. I'm not going to let you cut off my hand. Be reasonable, she said. Reasonable? I shrieked, yanking her hand off my shoulder and scooting closer to Cloven. Don't let them do it, I said to him. Please. Professor Grimm captured the lardlet and brought it to the greenhouse lab. Tria said, Seekers are taking that baby apart. They'll find out what happened. Like that would do me any good now? There must be a cure, I said, grabbing Cloven's arm. Someone sometime must have spilled serum on their skin. They found a way to survive. Sadness crinkling the healer's face, she shook her head. I'm afraid not. Others who were exposed to the undiluted variety. Saliva pooled in my mouth. I wanted to hurl. They're dead. She nodded. This is why students only tap lardlets for raw extract. A level 5 lab technician is the only one qualified to perform the final refining process. Would you like me to prepare the operating suite? The other healer asked. Then we can get on with the procedure. Without waiting for a reply, she slunk out the door. I imagined she wanted to escape. So did I, but my curse would come with me. It's not happening, I said. There had to be a way out of this. Grimm does just fine with skeletal fingers. I can too. If it grossed everyone out, I could wear a glove. You are not a Reaper, the head healer said with a huff. She linked her arms across her chest and tapped her foot on the floor. And you are not cutting off my hand. If we don't remove it, serum rot will set in and the bones. Then I choose to die. Tria growled. You can't. Whirling on the healer, she stormed up into her face with her fists raised. Would she hit the healer? Floor is not going to die. There must be something you can do, and I want you to do it now. Everyone's faces showed varying degrees of amazement. Cloven stood and laid his arm across me as if in protection. The healer stumbled backward, her hands lifted in defense, and Patty stopped crying and tumbled into a chair. Grateful to have a champion in Tria, I fist-pumped the air. Tria is correct, Cloven said. Dying is not an option. How much time do we have? Cloven asked the healer. I loved how he used we, but really, it was just me. Patty jumped to her feet and crossed the room. She stood beside Tria, staring down at me. Her expression suggested she wanted to climb onto the stretcher and hug me. Needing 1,000 hugs, I held out my arms. We're here for you, she whispered in my hair, her arms around my shoulders. And we'll find a way out of this. Easing back, she leaned against the bed. She has a week at best, the healer said grimly. After that, it'll be too late to perform the amputation. Too late to do anything. She'll die within days after that. Then I was doomed. Sweat trickled down my brow, and my skin itched as if tiny spiders crawled all over me. Was the lardlet bespelled? Is that why it released seeker serum? The seekers believe so, Tria barked. The anger in her gaze when her eyes met mine. She wanted to kill someone. I did too, though killing whoever had bespelled the Beatley Carn wouldn't change my fate. The arm Cloven had laid across me tightened, as if he expected me to bolt. Awesome idea. Scrambling down to the bottom of the stretcher, I leaped off the end.
"Wait, Floor!"
Patty cried. My coat, hat, and mittens lay on a chair beside the door, and I snatched them up. A quick glance showed Cloven nodding. Did he approve of me fleeing? Tria wrangled with the healer, keeping her from coming after me. Having no interest in hanging around until they pulled out the saws, I wrenched open the door.
"You can't leave!"
The healer shouted, unable to break free of Tria's hold. She glared at Tria.
"Girl, let me go!"
Can't leave. Just watch me. My lungs on fire, I exploded out into the hall, where I bumped into the other healer. When she tried to latch onto my arm, I lurched back, stumbling into the wall and jarring my shoulder. "This won't take long at all," she said cheerfully. "Truly. A quick trip to the operating suite, and you'll be out of here and back with your friends in no time. Tomorrow, you'll be able to attend classes again and—" "You're not chopping off my hand." Spinning, I raced down the hall. I turned right at the intersection and spied the exit ahead. With my heart surging up into my throat, I flew in that direction. I burst through the door and out into the inner courtyard. The academy building had been constructed in a huge ring with a moat around the outside and a large, lush garden area in the center. Around me, our dorms, aka covens, stood like dark, kindly sentinels, but they wouldn't protect me from my fate. Inky blackness peppered with stars and capping the night, though dawn's orange and red glowed like a smoldering fire on the horizon. "Floor, come back!" Tria shouted from inside. "Patty, we've got to find her, help her. Then we can—" Their stomping footsteps faded. Where could I hide? A seeker in training, Tria would find me unless I kept moving. I synced with Grathie City's sundial, almost 8 in the morning. Had it only been a few hours since I'd been trooping with my class toward the cliffs? December in Maine, even with daylight savings time, meant long nights with the sun rising long after the day had started, then setting before dinner. When I was a kid living with my mom, I couldn't wait for the light and warmth of spring. Spring. I'd never see another again. Instead of running to my room like everyone would expect, I wrenched left, not caring where I was going. With tears drowning my eyes, I couldn't see, but I could feel. My hand ached. How far had the serum progressed through my flesh? If only I could flit. Then I'd flee to the end of the forest and keep going. Better to die alone than let the healers chop off my hand. My steps slowed, and my knees gave way. I dropped to the hard, frosty grass beside a wooden bench and held my face, unable to hold back my sobs. A stone-cold hand dropped onto my shoulder, and my heart seized. The healers couldn't make me go back. I'd fight them. Pulling my blade, I pivoted sharply but fell back on my butt, holding my bad hand up like a shield. "Stay away!" "Come for a haircut, Floor?" Medusa, the academy beautician, asked in a cheery voice. "We might need to wait for more sunlight, but I'm more than happy to oblige." She dropped her basket of hair products onto the bench and waved at the seat. "Have a sit. We'll wait out the dawn together." Today, she dressed in a floor-length pink and green floral gown, a matching bonnet like you'd see on a woman in the 1800s on a wagon train west, stretched across the mass of writhing snakes on Medusa's head. 2 of the snakes undulated across her forehead. One startled and hissed at me, but the sound bit off when it realized who I was. Despite what most people thought, her snakes weren't venomous. That rumor had been started by Perseus, Hercules' great-grandfather. He'd asked Medusa out, and when she shot him down, gotten even by changing her beautiful hair to a nest of vipers. "No cut today," I said, jumping to my feet. I tucked my blade back into its sheath and slid my bandaged hand around to my back, hiding it from view. Inching sideways, I peered toward the clinic, hoping I wouldn't see a mass of healers running my way. So far, I was safe. Medusa's wings drooped, the tip slumping on the ground. "You sure? I had a cancellation. Was hoping to fill the time slot with something fun. I thought maybe a bejeweled updo for you today. Some shaving on the sides, perhaps. Normally, I'd love to. Shaving? Not sure about that. But I think. I'm not thinking quickly enough. My belly conveniently rumbled. Oh yes, I'm hungry. I was going to the cafeteria. I tipped my head toward the doors at the end of the path. Wings perking up, she smiled, revealing her tiny fangs. Okay then, perhaps later. Why don't I ping you? I said, edging away, my feet fidgeting on the path. We can make an appointment. Fantastic, dearie. Medusa lifted the basket and tucked it over her arm. I'll look forward to your call. Yep, I'll see you later. I flew toward the cafeteria. Knowing Medusa might be watching, I continued past the floor-to-ceiling windows peeking into the cafeteria and approached the entrance. No choice but to go inside now. Eclipsed by the ending night and hidden from view, I paused and stood staring through the frost-etched glass. Damn, the room was full. Could I scoot along the edge and out the hallway entrance without anyone seeing me or asking what I'd done to my hand? Hey, you going inside? Someone said from behind me. That voice. Stilling, I closed my eyes and drank in the sound. Hello? He said with rising humor. Turning, my gaze met his. Like every time he saw me, his deep sapphire eyes widened. Even the sun rising behind him, outlining his shoulders in golden bliss, couldn't mask the happiness filling his expression. He wore a dark blue Academy winter coat, black gloves, and a blue and white striped hat, askew on his head. Just like the constant of him never remembering what I'd once meant to him, I could trust his attraction to me. The court bespeller could force him to forget, but no one could stop him from wanting to be with me. Was he guided by the spark of the boy I'd once known, who remained locked up inside? I'm Donovan. He tugged off his glove and thrust his hand out in greeting. Every other person would nod when introducing themselves, but Donovan never did. Though I was probably fooling myself, I believed he was not only drawn in my direction, he ached to touch me. Taking his hand, I squeezed it. He wasn't the only one who couldn't resist. Fleur. A flower name. Fleur is French for flower. I like it. He nudged his head toward the door and stomped his booted feet. It's cold out here. You going inside? We can warm up and maybe eat together? Love to. The sad thing was, the second he turned to tell the chef his order, he'd forget I'd ever existed. My heart couldn't take that today. I've got something I need to do out here first, I said, a complete lie. Why don't you go inside and I'll meet up with you there? His half-smile ripped through me like razor wire, severing something in my chest. No matter how often I rubbed, the pain wouldn't go away. Sure, he said. How about I get us a table near the windows? I forced a grin. Sounds great. Opening the door, he strode inside and out of my life. Another start with no forever. Medusa stood beside the bench. Catching my eye, she tapped her temple, reminding me to ping her with a date and time for a cut. I nodded and, turning, rushed inside the cafeteria. I was scooting along the wall, aiming for the hallway entrance when, around me, silence engulfed the air, like someone had hit a switch. Kids stared toward the doorway, most with their mouths unhinged. Facing that direction, I couldn't hold back my growl. Alice, looking much too bewildered, stood in the doorway beside her former roommate and best friend Moira, aka Mean Girl's sidekick. Alice had removed her coat and draped it over her arm, revealing her winter school uniform of plaid pants and a simple white top with the Academy emblem on the right pocket. What's she doing here? Someone hissed. Thought she'd be doing time at Demon's Gate Penitentiary by now. So had I. As if on cue, Justine, the Academy's headmistress, pinged me via Mindspeak. Do you have a moment to chat? I'm not letting them chop off my hand. Well, we do need to discuss that option. That's not why I pinged. We have a
situation. I'm seeing it. Alice. No hiding her flustered tone. I thought I'd have time to tell you myself.
Why is she here? She murdered Drea and Sarah. She tried to kill me and Jenny. If she'd succeeded, there'd only be 3 outlings left on campus. 4 if we counted Cloven, though few knew of his outling heritage.
That's just it. She was bespelled by someone unknown who...
You're kidding me. What was it? An epidemic? This rogue bespeller sure got around. Not a good enough excuse. Donovan, who'd also turned toward the door, glanced my way. That half grin that made my brain spin rose on his face. Again, he strode toward me, holding out his hand. Hi, I'm Donovan. Nice to meet you. He leaned against the wall, watching me.
Alice was bespelled to change into a nightlace cluster by the unknown bespeller,
Justine said, dragging my brain away from Donovan's hotness and back to the conversation.
She doesn't remember a thing. Not changing, let alone the person who bespelled her. In fact, she doesn't remember committing a single murder, even under serum.
They'd use serum on her? I almost felt sorry. Except murder. Moira nudged Alice, and she stumbled forward, while whispers swirled through the air like vrillas fleeing the gardener. The nymphs loved to pick his flowers. He loved to chase them. Cringing, Alice turned back to Moira, shaking her head.
Under questioning, Justine said, we were only able to learn that Alice shifted and attacked you. We can't try her for Sarah and Drea's murder with so little evidence. It won't hold up in council court.
So she's back here then, going to the academy as if nothing happened? I couldn't hold back my irritation. Doesn't trying to murder me count?
We can, she coughed. We can try her for assault, if you'd like to press charges.
To say I was tempted was an understatement.
However, Justine continued, since she was bespelled, it will be a challenge to hold her responsible for her actions.
Damn magic, and damn rules surrounding magic. I can't imagine what good that would do, I said. I'm willing to let it go. Was I stupid for not pressing charges? If I'd been made to do something against my will, I'd hope for understanding.
That's kind of you. I'll pass the word on to the council, Justine said. If you can, try to find some compassion for her. Imagine the horror of being bespelled.
Been there. Doing it already, as you know. If the headmistress caught the bespeller, would she make them pay? At least I'd find satisfaction in that. More than I would watching them haul Alice away in chains, assuming seekers did things like that. Justine couldn't make the bespeller break the spell cast on Alice or Donovan, let alone the one blocking my ability to flit. Only a master unraveler could unravel the spell. Forget level 5. At this rate, I'd never reach level 2. Seeing someone pay for these crimes might make my death sweeter.
Yes, you're right, Justine said. You're also bespelled. I'm sorry. I wish I knew who took away your flit abilities, and who...
My hand. No denying her sympathy. As headmistress of the academy, she must feel devastated this happened under her watch, but she was also a friend.
I want to assure you, we've taken action. Seekers are here, looking for the bespeller, and we've warded the campus.
Wards had done nothing when Alice was bespelled to turn into a nightlace vine and kill us, but wards were better than nothing. Turning away from the doorway, where his attention had been drawn, Donovan's gaze fell on me again. He bumped off the wall. Hey, I'm Donovan.
It's not going to be easy for Alice, Justine said. Everyone knows what she's done. We'll send out a notification that she doesn't remember, that even under serum it's unclear she killed anyone. But you know how kids can be.
While I sort of felt bad for Alice, Justine's words could not take away my pain about Donovan, again, forgetting me. What's keeping her from shifting back into a nightly spine and finishing what she started? I asked, dragging my fingers down my face and half smiling at Donovan. Can your ward stop that?
Well,
I cut Justine off. If she's bespelled, how can she stay herself? It should be permanent. Unless she'd gotten...
We were able to create a charm.
Katya, the creepy spider sorceress who'd made a charm for Donovan. He wouldn't forget me as long as he wore it, but the price had been too steep to pay. Remembering me would cost him his power, fed to Katya until none remained. Essentially an outling, he'd be banished from the academy and elite society after that. I wouldn't let him do it. Not for me, not for us. Knowing he'd lose a bit of himself every second in order to remember me would quickly kill me. Rather ironic, since I could now count down my life expectancy in days. So much for Minerva saying I had a long life to live. It had crushed my heart when Donovan brought his foot down on the charm and reverted to his forget floor bespelling.
Where did you hear about Katya?
An edge of irritation came through in Justine's voice. Nowhere. I refused to share what the king had done to me and Donovan with the headmistress. Whining would do no good. Even if she sympathized, she couldn't do anything about it.
That's not an answer,
she said. It's the only one I'm giving. She groaned. Frustration. I well understood the feeling. What price did she have to pay for her charm? I asked.
Where did you hear about prices for charms?
She essentially shouted. Again, not saying.
And all I'll say is that you don't want to know the price. It's not something any of us would enjoy paying.
Now my curiosity was sparked. It couldn't be anything like the price Donovan had agreed to, or her time at the academy would be limited, and I doubted anyone wanted something like that to happen to her, other than me.
I know I don't need to ask you to behave,
Justine said. Be nice to Alice, I get it.
That's not what I meant.
Yeah, she meant about the bespeller running around on campus, randomly casting spells designed to eliminate all the outlings. She must know by now I wouldn't let this go. I'd try to out the person every waking minute. I watched Alice, who still cringed in the doorway. Would Moira convince her to enter?
We flitted in the court bespeller, Justine said. He created a spell that keeps Alice in this form and suppresses her
murderous tendencies?
Floor.
Sorry. Lucky Alice. To twist Donovan's bespelling, we'd need the court bespeller's cooperation, which wouldn't come even if the planet froze over. You promise Alice won't attack me? I said.
You're completely safe.
Highly debatable, considering the fact that my hand was rotting off, but I could be grateful for small favors. Justine had not named Alice's price, however, telling me she had no intention of sharing. Is there anything else? I asked.
We do need to talk about your hand.
I'm not letting them cut it off, she growled.
You'll die if you don't.
If that's how it's meant to be, I accept it.
Wizards can live without their hands. We can create a prosthesis for you.
This has nothing to do with that. I'll accept one if I have to, but there's still time before I need to decide.
Only a week,
she said.
That isn't long enough to find a way around this.
Watch me.
Floor.
Really, I'm going to handle this. Somehow. Her sigh leaked out.
All right. I guess we can give you a few days to think about it. I'll talk to you later.
She ended the conversation before I could reply.
Watch out, Nightlace!
Someone shouted, making a slinking, hissing noise. I jumped and ducked. I'd probably always flinch when I heard the slithering, skittering sound of vines rushing my way. Laughter surged around me, led by Vic, the perp. What an ass. But the dart had struck true. Face turning scarlet, Alice whirled. She shoved past Moira and left the cafeteria, I followed at a slower pace. A bespeller could craft a new spell that could twist a prior bespelling, huh? While it was clear I'd make no headway with the court bespeller, not with King Niles determined to keep me and Donovan apart, there might be another option. Before I died, I wanted to do one final thing for my boyfriend, Katya. "Hey," Donovan said, coming up beside me. "Want to get breakfast with me?" There went that half grin again, mangling my heart with one swipe. I'm Donovan. Somewhere deep inside, he knew who I was. There was little comfort in knowing his feelings hadn't changed any more than mine. Chapter 4. I should go hide in my room, but I couldn't. Patty might be there, crying. And while I would want to comfort her, I didn't have it in me to soothe anyone else. I'd die if I didn't figure a way out of this. Knowing Tria would track me down soon, I left the cafeteria and hurried through the lobby, pretending not to hear Professor Trarian, my magical creatures and how to tame them teacher, calling out to me. Something about making sure I was prepared for diving into our next creature. Literally. We'd crawl down its throat and explore its belly. Waving her off, I entered the hall beyond the parlor and rushed past the auditorium where I'd overheard Cloven, Justine, and Professor Mealer speculating about the slake who'd killed a student on campus, never realizing Professor Mealer was the power-sucking slake. I'd run into Donovan that day and spent the afternoon with him. That was when he told me he'd made a habit of jumping off the roof. I hadn't known he did it to push his shift into a dragon. That he'd surprised me with when we jumped off the roof together, and he morphed into the creature. Cloven pinged me. I answered, barely. I can't talk right now, please.
Okay, but...
I ended his call. Patty burst into my mind next.
Do not hang up on me.
I won't. Though I was tempted, because if she cried, I'd cry.
I'm sorry,
she said.
This is awful.
I could feel the slump of her shoulders. Thanks.
What can I do?
Just be here for me.
Always.
My eyes stung. Can we talk later? I just can't right now. Give me a little time, okay?
Love you, Floor.
She ended our mind-speak as my words echoed hers. And there I went, tears trickling down my face again. I swiped them away, but they had a mind of their own and kept falling. The next ping came from an unknown name, the Healer, hoping to set up an appointment for my upcoming hand amputation. I ignored that call too. Life wanted to pile one burden after another on top of me. Soon, my body would droop from the weight, making it a challenge to walk. As if Alex knew it was time to add his dragonfly opinion to the conversation, he burst into view. Arms flailing, I skidded to a halt before I ran into him. While I wanted to pass him and keep going, I couldn't, because sometimes Alex delivered valuable nuggets along with his zany comments. His tiny golden wings fluttered, making him hover by my face so close I had to cross my eyes to see him.
There you are,
he squeaked. I held up my good hand. Hi, Alex.
Running from your problems, I see,
he said. Talk about sounding judgy. You don't understand, I growled. Wiping my eyes, I faced him, daring him to call me out for crying. And I'm not running.
Heart rate's up. Breathing is too.
I sniffed. What are you, a heart doctor? His wings drooped.
No need to be like that.
The ache in my chest grew. If it got much bigger, my ribcage would explode.
I'm your dragonfly friend,
he said.
Almost a real dragon.
This tiny bugger would never be a real dragon.
Dragons are powerful. Dragonflies?
His little lips quirked up.
Not so much.
I flopped against the doorway between this hallway and the one beyond with our classrooms. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you. It's just...
Beware of things said.
You're right. I need to think before I say anything. My voice cracked. I'll be more careful. He buzzed up toward the ceiling, executed a backflip, and then flew back down to float in front of me, his golden wings a-whirl.
That too.
And never underestimate yourself. Dragons may be more powerful, but dragonflies are special.
We are.
He zipped up into the sky, then dove back down to hover in front of me.
Watch and see.
Since you're here, how about a little help? I rubbed my hot, gummy eyelids.
Always willing to help.
That was debatable, but I had to ask. I couldn't handle this alone. Is there another way out of this? I held up my hand.
Serum's nasty stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, I croaked out.
There are a few possibilities you can consider.
How about sharing them? Or if you want, you can outright tell me what to do.
You know I can't do that. I'm here to guide, to be a friend, to
tease, but never reveal a thing. I swore his tiny lips curled into a smile.
You guessed.
Hardly a guess. You've been vague since the moment I met you, always making odd statements, but never offering solid advice.
There isn't much else I can do, I suppose.
True. Like everything magical around here, he operated within undefined boundaries. His wings drooped.
But I can listen, and that's a power unlike any other.
You're right. I'm glad you're my friend.
Always.
He buzzed over to the window and floated near the glass, creating tiny opaque circles when he exhaled.
As for your hand, I can offer you a hint.
Really? Hope blooming inside me, I bumped off the wall and joined him at the window, sitting on the low bench beneath. Ice crystals encrusted the evergreens, peppering the front lawn, making them glisten like green sea glass in the sunlight. A few kids walked along the paths, winding through the now dead gardens, braving the cold. Winter. It had settled into the academy, as surely as it had encased my heart.
Each twist of life's concealer reveals things that could be and things that aren't,
he said softly, his mood sounding as somber as mine. Life's concealer, huh? When I moved into the academy, Esther, the Sketar witch who'd been my guardian after Mom dumped me here, had given me a concealer. Crafted by Katya, the silver pendant had been set with a pale blue stone. One twist in my hair color changed. Esther had acted peeved when I dyed my hair blue, but maybe she hadn't been as irritated as I'd believed. Now I could choose my hair color to match my mood. Today, if I was going by my feelings, my hair should be dark gray, gloomy as a storm at sea. I don't understand, I said. Can you tell me more?
No, I'm sorry.
For the first time, he didn't come out joking. His tail dipped down, and his wings pace slowed to sluggish. He sounded sad, as if the world had dumped on him as much as it had at me, as if we'd entered the grimmest phase of our lives. Nothing wonderful lasted forever. Too often, it was snatched away. I could either guard my heart from loss or dive in and enjoy the good times while they lasted. I wish I could hug you, Alex, I said. He flew in close and landed on my good hand, his tiny feet scratchy and tickly.
I'd hug you back.
Where would I be without him? Stumbling around, that was where. And I'd feel lost more often than I did already. A pop, and Alex had turned into the pendant hanging on the chain around my neck. Tears prickled behind my eyelids again, and I turned to stare through the glass. As the world blurred, I braced my forehead against the cold surface and held back my sob. Enough. Rising, I entered the next hall and passed our classrooms. I exited through the western door and stumbled out onto the bridge spanning the moat. The cold air sucked the wind from my lungs. I tugged on my hat and one mitten. My coat buttoned up to my throat. I leaned against the rail and stared down at the water. Donovan and I had stood here, what felt like a lifetime ago. This is where we'd first flirted, where he'd confessed his brother was king, but he didn't want to inherit the throne, where we'd often shared our dreams. I'd come to believe we might fulfill those dreams together. My legs giving way, I dropped to the frigid bridge and curled into a ball. The stone sucked my heat from me as I covered my face with my hands. Pieces of my confidence shattered around me. I couldn't do it, couldn't keep trying. This was shredding through my insides, and I didn't know how to stitch myself back together. My sobs shook my shoulders, and my belly quivered. Hot tears plopped on my lap, soaking into my pants, leaving dark circles behind. I let it all out. There wasn't much else I could do but give in to my pain. And no one was watching. It wouldn't hurt to drop my guard for a few moments, would it? My tears eventually gave way to sniffles, and after wiping my face, I flopped onto my butt and leaned against the rail, tipping my head back. Fluffy, uncaring clouds drifted across the crisp blue sky. Late-season geese flew in a V overhead, honking, and a short distance away, a chipmunk chittered as if someone was stealing his peace. Scraping sounds from my left made me still. My heart thumped once, hard, and then fluttered. A sullen voice rose into the air nearby. "What are you sniveling about?" Legs splayed out in front of her on the ground just beyond the bridge. Alice peered around the corner. "Go away," I said. She huffed. "I'd like to, but it seems I'm stuck here. I didn't mean leave the academy, though that's an awesome idea. I meant I don't want to talk to you." Didn't want to talk to anyone. I needed to think, decide what I was going to do. "And I have no interest in talking to you," she said. I growled. "Yet here you are, talking to me." Rising, she stomped up onto the bridge. She stood over me, conveniently blocking out the sun. "Okay, you wanted to hear it. I'll tell you then. I'm sorry." I squinted up at her. "What?" She rolled her eyes. "You heard me. I'm not saying it again." "Sure. Murder 2 students and try to kill me and Jenny, and then brush it off with a reluctant apology." Though that wasn't completely true. She didn't remember. But my anger with my situation was being transferred to her, a convenient scapegoat. "What else do you want?" she fumed. "My blood?" "How about a hand?" Her fist smacked on her hip. "What the fey are you talking about?" "My hand's rotting off. If I don't let the healers remove it, I'll die. Thought you might..." I laughed, but it held no humor. "Lend me a hand?" Overly dramatic, aren't you? Her gaze drifted to my bandaged limb lying on my thigh. It burned. The tips of my fingers had gone dusky. I'd left my hand exposed when my mitten wouldn't fit over it. "You just want attention. What did you do, cut it?" Her voice shouted pure sarcasm. "Got a boo-boo under those thick bandages?" One corner of my mouth unwillingly curled up. "There you are." "Are you blind? I'm standing right in front of you." "Thought you'd lost your mean girl spunk. If nothing else, I can count on you to be consistent." I'd probably faint if she ever acted nice. "No one's going to cut your hand off. We've got healers. They'll fix it and you'll go on your way, like always. Life will be perfect for you tomorrow, next week, and all through the summer." "What are you talking about?" "You've got it so good and you don't even see it, do you?" She tapped one index finger as if counting. "You're with the boy I wanted." Wanted, not want? Had something changed? And I wasn't with him any longer, but I wouldn't tell Alice. She'd find out soon enough on her own. She tapped a second finger. "You're so close to the headmistress, she lets you call her by her first name." Had Alice spit out Justine and been rebuffed? "You bonded with the best stone during stone selection." My fingers drifted across the hilt of my blade. Today I wore it in a sheath strapped to my waist. "And if that isn't enough," she grumbled. You're a damn outling. Yet half our class would give up their elite status if only they could be you. Where are you going with all this, Alice? Because really, I'm too tired to deal with it. Deal with you. Why don't you get off your ass and do something about your hand if it's bothering you so much? That's what the floor I know and hate so well would do, not the whiny, blubbering one hiding out in the cold. She hauled her hat down further on her head, making her blonde curls jut out like demented corkscrews. If you didn't like the first opinion, go to a different healer. You familiar with Seeker Serum? I winced the moment the words left my mouth. Of course she was. They'd used it on her to ferret out her secrets. I shouldn't feel bad about being mean to the campus mean girl, but there it was. Her eyes shimmered, and her body wavered, making me feel even shittier. Snapping out, her hand clutched the rail. No need to be mean. I released a pent-up sigh. I wasn't trying to be nasty. Mostly, it was a challenge being kind to Alice. Have a seat. She reeled back a step. What? I don't bite. I patted the smooth stone beside me. Sit. As if she expected me to gnaw off her head, she dropped down, but about 3 feet away, facing me. Why? Why not? Maybe my looming death is making me friendly, opening me to the chance of a meaningful conversation with you. Those rumors about skin contact with serum, you're not really dying. She tilted her head. Are you? Someone bespelled a lardlet, and when I grabbed it, it released refined Seeker Serum. She shuddered. So it does burn through flesh. I held up my wounded hand. Here's your proof. You're right then. They'll cut it off. She rubbed the pinky on her left hand that Tria had severed. The healers must have reattached it. Thanks for the input, I growled. There was no reattaching my hand once they cut it off. I'm not letting them. You're willing to die? She snorted. After I just told you all you have to live for that didn't include a hand? I never saw you as the kind who'd give up this easy. I have a week before it'll be too late, I said dryly. And I haven't exactly given up yet. What will you do? A week isn't long enough to find a non-existent cure. I'm thinking about it. I guess if anyone can find a way out of this, you will. My eyebrows rose, brushing my bangs. A compliment from you? Perhaps. A soft smile teased her lips. A reluctant one. Thanks, I guess. She scooted over beside me and, turning to lean against the rail, kicked out her boots. Our breaths puffed around us, smoky white mini clouds that shot up to the sky within seconds. How are you going to get yourself out of this dilemma? I've got a plan. A few plans, actually. They all centered around Katya. But what could Katya do? What would she do was more like it. Nothing she'd offer would come without a steep price. And despite my never-ending credit, I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to afford what she asked. We sat in silence, our boots flicking back and forth as if controlled by a synchronized tune neither of us could hear. I am sorry, she finally said. Despite snapping, I did hear you a few minutes ago. You know what I mean. Her fingertips traced the tears drifting down her cheek. But yeah, I hate that it happened. Hate that I killed Drea and Sarah. That I almost killed you and Jenny. What could I say? I'd be pissed off with myself if I thought I'd committed murder too. More than anything, she said with a crack in her voice, I hate myself. Hugs and Alice would never be part of the same equation. For what it's worth, I said, it was all about perspective. I'm not angry with you any longer. I would be. You'd rip my head off. She huffed through her tears. And likely your hand, too. Then I wouldn't need the healers to do it. My lips twisted. Here's the thing. We're both victims of what sounds like the same bespeller. Despite the headmistress encasing the academy with wards, they probably aren't going to stop. They'd keep killing outlings. Me. I doubt they've finished whatever they set out to do, she said. I held up my hand. They bespelled the Beatley Cairn, and this is the result. Then someone, not me, though the idea has merit. Her smile brightened her face, but I could tell she was teasing. Teasing and Alice had never been part of the same equation either, yet here we were. I'd say someone wants to hurt you, maybe even kill you. Something else to add to my list, keeping the bespeller from ending my life. I guess you don't have it quite so great after all, but I see where you're going with this. The bespeller is using us both. She blinked as horror dawned on her face. It's something we share. Don't like sharing anything with me, do you? Her lips pursed. Not really. It's okay. I feel the same. Her laughter spurted out. If nothing else, I'm predictable. I like that about you. By the Fae, I was softening to this girl. Who would have thought I'd be sitting around chatting with Alice? I couldn't let my protective wall crack. If she sensed my weakness, she'd eat me alive. We need to stop the bespeller before he or she turns me into something new that will kill you on my second try. I winced. Something like that? The headmistress said seekers are here already, investigating, providing protection. Because an elite wizard, Alice, was involved, they'd be all over this. As for me, I'd hear from Rourke, the centaur seeker, soon. He'd have to get creative if he hoped to pin this on me. We'll find whoever it is, I said fiercely. I'd succeed in this, if nothing else. And when we find them, we'll make them pay. We, she said, leaning away to peer at me. I don't actually mean us working together. She sighed. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I might be okay with us working together if it brings down the bespeller. One of her thin eyebrows lifted. When we figure out who it is, we can tackle them. Sure, I'll stab them with my knife and you'll... Not much she could do with her diplomacy, Skapti. I'll choke them with night lace. Dark, gritty anger broke through her words. Shift and show them what they did to Drea and Sarah. I'll stand guard while you do it. She blinked fast and turned her head toward the forest, telling me she didn't want me seeing her cry. Couldn't blame her. I also hated showing my vulnerabilities, especially to a sworn enemy. But was she my sworn enemy any longer? Climbing to her feet, she tipped her head back to take in the sky while she regained control. When she turned to face me, her mask was firmly back in place. The only hint of weakness glistened in her eyes. I've got to get to class. I'll let you know if I learn anything. I'll let you know too. Her boots clumped on the bridge as she strode toward the steel entrance door. Hey, I called out. She paused, but didn't turn back. What? What did the court bespeller ask in exchange for your charm to hold back the night lace? Where did you hear I have a charm? She snapped. Word leaks out fast. I imagine it does. Anger deepened her voice. I don't need to tell you anything further. I shrugged. I guess you don't. Is that all? Sure. Not really. I did want to know what a bespeller might charge for a spell that might mask another. Why wouldn't Alice face me? Maybe because anger wasn't the only emotion in her voice. Pain. It leaked through as well. A feeling I well understood, but hadn't associated much with her. Her hands flexed at her sides. Wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of her punch. We may need to work together on this, but don't expect it to go any further than that. Chapter 5. I expected Tria to appear the second Alice left. as if she had drawn the next number at the deli. If I knew my ferocious friend, she'd hover over me not only until they caught the bespeller, but for 30 days after. I stood just in time to catch the naiad, Syrah, thrusting up out of the moat. Her scales glistened as ice-bejeweled water glided down her snaky body. Behind her, her tail rose and flicked, shooting murky droplets my way. "How's it going?" I asked, as I cringed and wiped them off my face with my mitten. "The concealer still working well for you?" After I sorta, accidentally, mostly on purpose, stabbed her with my blade, she'd vowed revenge. We'd come to a truce after I purchased her a concealer from Katya. One twist of the pendant center stone, and her fingernails, talons actually, shifted to a different polish color. Vain, Syrah enjoyed making her naiad siblings jealous with her nails. From what she'd told me, her permanent manicure had gone over like a triple chocolate cake at a birthday party. We got along okay now, but I wasn't under any illusion that she liked me. "Concealer works, yes?" she hissed out. Her head slowly wove in the air like a cobra's, lulled by a charmer, making her dark, seaweed-encrusted hair stutter across her shoulders. "You wouldn't happen to know how to overcome a bespelling, would you?" I asked, thinking of my lack of flit abilities. She shook her head. "Or how to neutralize seeker serum?" I held up my hand. I accidentally touched it. "Cuts off." "No, thanks." I scrunched my nose. Wherever I turned, everyone pushed amputation. There had to be another option. I rubbed the tiny diamond on my chest, my prankster mark. Damn thing still wouldn't come off. "How about prankster Beatley Carns? Do you know how to make them go away?" "Captures, reberries." "It's that simple?" "Finds, prankster, captures, reberries." I'd add that to my list. "Or kills." "Stomp on it, I assume?" I said. "Yes." She twisted her head coyly. "You came for secret?" That's right. She'd promised to tell me something in exchange for the concealer. She'd said she owed me. "Sure." "There is one who can help with serum, with bespelling." Her gaze narrowed. "You wishes to knows?" "Not much of a secret, is it? There really is only one person I can ask. Person being a loose term for a spider sorceress." "Wrongs." I lifted my eyebrows. "I didn't mention any names." "Katya is trickster." Being one herself, Syrah would know. "I don't have a choice," I said. "Ask sister." "Are you saying your sisters can help me find a cure for my hand?" Now there was a new one. I leaned forward, clutching the rail, and peered down at the inky, ice-glazed water, looking for ripples. "Can you ask them to come talk to me? What if they..." "Not my sisters." Syrah's head whipped back and forth. "Yours." My shoulders collapsed. I don't have a sister. Or a brother. Or a parent, for that matter, after Mom ditched me here. I'd never known my dad. Mom had refused to tell me who he was. "Half-sister," Syrah said. Wait. My belly dropped all the way to the center of the earth as a mix of shock and fear and surprise filled me. Could my dad... "I have a half-sister?" I croaked out, my voice filled with too much hope. "Yes." My fingers tightened on the rail, but I ignored the pain shooting up my arm from my injured hand. "This... sister... No, it couldn't be true. Could it? By the Fae. I dreamed and wished, but never thought. You said she could help me with the bespelling and the serum? Yes. She's here, isn't she? The shriek in my voice flushed a bird from a nearby bush, and it squawked and zipped into the sky. I couldn't believe it. Excitement made my heart slam against my ribcage. I leaned forward, hoping the rail would hold this time. Although I didn't care if I fell into the water. I needed to know. She's here at the academy? Yes. My throat closing off with anticipation. I couldn't swallow. Who is she? I'd get down on my knees and beg Sierra for the name if I had to. Promise her anything she asked, as long as she'd tell me. Floor only granted one secret. Sierra shook a talon my way. Not twos. You can't leave me hanging like this. She had to tell me now. That wasn't a secret. It was torture. Not so. Please, it's not fair. Nothing fares. She had that right, but still. My sister could be anyone here. If Sierra didn't tell me, I'd never learn who she was. I couldn't exactly run around asking. My dream, so close, would pop and zip away like a broken balloon if I didn't get a name. If I tells, Floors owes us. There was always a catch. Did I dare owe Sierra a favor? But a sister. Would she be happy when she found out? She might already know. What if she did and she was keeping it from me because she didn't want me to know? What if she hated me? Chances I had to take. I couldn't spend my life watching, waiting, and wondering. I don't care, I shouted. Tell me who she is. Once knows, never forgotten. Another cryptic statement from yet another academy creature. But I knew where she was going with this. Once she told me, I'd have to live with the truth. It couldn't be that bad, could it? Tell me, I said. No matter what came of it, I had a sister, someone who shared a tiny bit of me. She must be an outling, since my dad had been one too, which meant, oh my. Other than me, there was only one surviving female outling at the academy. Sure, her eyes were brown, not violet, but my eye color came from Mom. Per Mom, my hair was all Dad. Dark hair. I wanted to rush to her coven room and hug her. Is it Carly? It had to be. This was awesome. I'd ping her and... Sister is Alice. Chapter 6. Alice. How the Fae was this possible? No way. The guttural words were dragged up my throat from my belly. You're lying. No lies. Sierra's lips curled upward. You ask, I share secret. But I want a sister. I just don't want it to be her. She can't stand me. Our feud had only been suspended while we combined forces to hunt the Bespeller. Once we caught the guilty wizard, Alice and I would go back to the way we'd been before. One snarl met with another. We had no common ground. She hated everything about me. Crap. I could never tell her who I was. She'd rip out my hair and tell me never to speak to her again. She'd remove her charm to turn back into the night lace and finish what she'd started, removing me permanently from her life. Like most elites, she'd never accept me as family. Her father. I shook my head. The man who'd blamed Alice for her mother's death was my father too? That would take some getting used to. I couldn't decide if I was excited or horrified. Both. Wait a minute. He was elite, which meant I was elite. Slumping against the railing, I stared at the water, my gaze completely unfocused. I'd suspected I could be elite, but never dreamed of a connection like this. Dreamed. Being related to Alice was a nightmare. I pried my hands off the rail, then slapped them back in place, grimacing from the pain when my fingers connected with the wood. My body swayed, keeling forward, and I hit hard, jarring my hip. Bracing myself, I remained upright by will alone. "No," I hissed out. Mission accomplished. Sierra slunk back down into the water, leaving me alone on the bridge, a floundering wreck. Sierra was right. Some things were better not known, especially this. Because the world kept spinning and my legs wouldn't support me, I dropped to the ground. If I passed out, the bitter cold would freeze me solid. I leaned forward as tiny stars zipped and spun behind my eyeballs and gulped in frigid air. It couldn't be true. Not Alice. I braced my face in my hands for a long time. Years, maybe. Finally, my teeth chattering, I struggled to my feet. At least the world had stopped spinning. Whirling, I ran from the academy, not caring where I went as long as I outraced my brain. A little path meandered around the evergreens, and I bailed from it, scrambling through the bushes to reach the other side, then took off across the open field, aiming for the western forest. Snow crunched beneath my shoes, and the cold wind bit through my coat, stealing my heat. But I didn't care. Nothing would ever be the same again. Alice? I hit the woods, and shoving aside bare branches, kept running, leaping over trees knocked down in a recent storm. The path I'd always followed called to me, and I roared down it, swiping the wetness from my eyes. I didn't slow until I reached the meadow. Our meadow. Mine and Donovan's. My voice keened out, a raspy cry of pain and sorrow. Beaten and unable to figure out what to do next, I dropped to my knees and bunched the snow, throwing it as a storm swept through me and out to sea. A soft shuffling sound coming from the meadow made me lift my eyes. His head drooping, a dragon stood on the far side. He stomped his feet, and I wondered if he was cold too. Why hang around here when he could fly north to see his family, or shift back into his wizard form and stay warm inside the academy? "Donovan," I whispered, and his head jerked my way. Rising, I stepped out from the shelter of the woods and into the meadow, knowing he could blast me with flames the moment I appeared. After all, he didn't know me. He waited patiently as I cautiously approached. Would he reach out, snatch me up in his claws and rip me to shreds? With the boy I knew locked too deep inside, there was no predicting how a dragon would behave. Donovan had never threatened me while in this form, but back then, he'd known me. Now I was a stranger, someone who might try to harm him. As I drew closer to him, my steps slowed. 2 steps away, I held out my hand. He stretched his neck toward me until his nose lightly touched my mitten, and he huffed. No flames, no heat, no anger. As if somewhere in his soul, he still knew me. My heart split wide open, and my overwhelming grief seeped out. I met his gaze, not knowing what I'd find. His eyes, they reflected the burden of sorrow I carried within me. My eyes stung as hope burned behind them. I didn't dare wish for this. If I was wrong, it would make my loss fresh all over again. "Donovan?" He dipped his head. In dragon form, he'd never been able to speak, but he'd always understood. He'd protected me, taken me on adventures. He'd shared everything with me. What if... No. I couldn't do this to myself. It would be wrong to believe. "Do you know who I am?" Unable to hold them back, my words surged free. When he nodded, I collapsed against him, wrapping my arms around his neck. I didn't know how this was possible, but I wouldn't question it. Magic had rules I'd never understand. Stepping closer, he laid his chin on my shoulder, like he'd done the first time I met him in dragon form, and like the guy had done that night at the ball, when life seemed to hold endless possibilities for us. I'd convinced myself he'd never do it again. Night had shifted aside the day and snuffed out our world. He sighed and tipped his head, and when our cheeks met, I knew he felt the same ache inside I did. I wiped away my tears and dragged up a smile, because he deserved nothing less. "I've missed you," I said. He nodded. Turning sideways, I leaned against his scaly skin and stroked his neck. "I've tried to be strong, and I'm doing all I can do to become a full Unraveler. I want to free you so much." He sighed and curled his neck to wrap his head around me. Holding his dragon face, I dropped my forehead down to meet his. Here, in this one moment in time, we knew each other. It wasn't the same. We may never be the same again, but for now, it was enough. Chapter 7. The sun dropped, and cold air sunk tethers into my bones. "I have to go," I said, "but I'll come back." He nodded, but nudged me toward the academy. My shivers must have given me away. "Tomorrow?" I said. He shook his head. "The day after that, I'm going to the mall. And I had to go to put my plan into place. How about on Sunday?" He dipped his head in agreement. "I'll see you then." I started across the meadow, my steps lighter than they'd been in what felt like years. Too many times, I told myself he was still there, buried deep inside the shell of the boy I once knew. Yet doubts had crowded in, slicing away at my confidence. Today, I'd found the strength to keep trying. It would happen. I didn't know how or when, but I'd see this through. Donovan deserved nothing less. A light sound made me turn, and I watched as he lifted up into the sky. He encircled the meadow, and his wing dipped my way. I reached up. Silly to think we could touch. Except we could. On the inside, where it mattered most. Tria flitted into view as I strode up onto the western bridge. "Where have you been?" Her face florid. She smacked her hands on her hips. "Don't even think you can hide from me," she belted out, shaking her finger at me like a demented teacher. "I've been looking everywhere for you. You think I'm good at finding people?" While her tone might be fierce, her voice shook. "You found me last time. Saved me and Jenny from Bespelled Nightlace, then flitted us back to the academy before we were dragged by the plant clusters to our death. You can't keep taking off like this," she sputtered. "You put yourself at risk." That's right. A Bespeller remained hidden among us, one who turned hunting outlings, me, into a game. Except I wasn't a full outling. My cackle slipped out, cutting through the silence. Whoever was after me would have to take a ticket and get in line, because I was dealing with more than a murderer. If I wasn't careful, I'd soon lose my hand, or die. Spine drooping, Tria collapsed against the rail. Her eyes shimmered. "I've been pinging you, looking everywhere. I was worried sick about you. Sure, I'm training to be a seeker, but the last time when I found you in the cave, it was pure luck. I'm not a level 5, but worry for you let me create a seeker spell I haven't been able to replicate since." "Damn fluid scapty levels," she sniffed. I put on a solid front for Cloven, pretending I was good at this, but you know what? I'm not. Her voice rose, and I cringed because she was right. I should have told her I was okay. I could have pinged her, reassured her. "I was scared shitless," she said. afraid I wouldn't get to you before something horrible happened. Raking her fingers down her face, she blanched the pink from her cold cheeks. You've got a bespeller after you, a prankster. Anything could have happened. I didn't know what to do. A crack widened in her voice. I didn't know how to find you. I'm sorry. To say I felt awful was an understatement. I didn't hear your pings. I'd been too distracted by Alice, Sierra, and her revelation, and then Donovan. Tria's breath whooshed from her lungs, along with the tension in her shoulders, relaxing them. It's okay. I'm just glad I found you. But you can't keep running around as if it's safe here, because it isn't. Bad things could happen. She had that right. A bad thing already had happened. How in the Fae could Alice be my sister? I'm going to die in a week or so, I said. Wow, didn't that sound final? Who cares if I'm attacked by a plant or a creature or even the bespeller? It's not like they or the Beatley Carn can do more than send me to the grave early. Crap. Cupid was the Grim Reaper now that Grim worked as a teacher on campus. I never would have dreamed a cute round cherub dude would someday haul my soul to wherever it needed to go next. Don't even talk like that. Cloven said they've created wards, I said. You don't need to play bodyguard anymore. At my attempt to put distance between us, to save her some pain, some girls would have stormed away or gotten teary, not my fierce friend Tria. A sharp V formed on her brow. Is that why you think I hang around? 'Cause if it is, I can take off right now. I'll just leave you to handle whatever the magical world throws at you all by yourself. Emotionally wrung out, I leaned against the opposite rail. I'm sorry. Again, I didn't say it to be mean. It's just, how could I share my pain? I know you're here as a friend. I'm lashing out because of this. I held up my hand. And because... Her gaze pinned me in place. Spit it out. Because what? Because I'm not the only one bespelled. Donovan. And there we had it. Everything paled compared to that. A fist wrapped around my throat, making it impossible to breathe. I've done everything I could to keep hope alive. Every spare second, I'm trying to find a way to reach a level 5. Trying to drag up enough emotion to make a higher level spell happen all on its own, like I did with the night lace. It doesn't work, no matter how horrible I feel, how much this is shredding me to pieces. I gulped, and my eyes stung all over again. But Donovan. Damn, but it killed me to say his name. Seeing him, being with him, had brought the ache of his loss to life all over again. Don't you see? When I die, it'll be final. Too late. He'll never remember me. The fissure in my voice spilled out my pain. And it sucks because I don't have enough time to learn. The king's an asshole for doing this. You're worth 3 of him. My laugh leaked through my tears. Only 3? She released a creaky smile. Let's up that to 5. Donovan knows me, deep inside. That's why I keep trying. I dropped down onto the bridge and stretched out my legs. And that's why I'm not truly willing to die. Her gaze shot to my hand, resting on my thigh. You'll let them cut it off? Not yet. Only when you have to then, within a week. I shrugged through my renewed tears. Damn things wouldn't stop pouring from my eyes. If I kept at it, they'd surround me. Justine would find me frozen here come morning, a motionless girl encased in a salty ice block. Tria stalked across the bridge and stooped down to hug me. I wish I could fix it for you. Fix everything. Me too. I keep dreaming up ways to make this work, but sometimes it feels hopeless. There doesn't seem to be a way to win. Leaning back, she released me. So says the girl who randomly unraveled a bespelling with only a level 1 Scapti. You know that was a fluke. I've tried 1,000,000,000 times since, but haven't been able to come close again. Every time I saw Donovan, I yanked on black threads and shot them out willy-nilly, internally screaming, "Unravel." The threads sliced through my fingers like barbed wire. I need a master. Then find one. You know they're all dead. We could dig one up. Startled, I tilted my head. Grave robbing in our future? She snorted, and we both smiled. While we couldn't be completely happy, we could share this moment. We could pretend. My fingers and toes are about to fall off. Tria leaped to her feet and extended her hand to drag me up beside her. Since you're not planning to die from the serum, you planning to freeze to death instead? Her hand flicked toward the door. Let's go inside. We can go to the mini mall, get an ice cream. What about grave robbing? Too cold. The ground's frozen. I followed her toward the entrance. You really weren't suggesting we dig up a dead Unraveler, are you? If you want to succeed in life, you have to get creative. Since the ground's frozen, we'll raid a mausoleum instead. Cloven told me the last Unraveler died during his mother's lifetime. There won't be much left, even in a mausoleum. Just dust and bits of skin and bone. That's what he said. Reaching forward, she pulled open the door and nudged her chin forward. Inside, we stomped our boots on the rug. Even if we found an Unraveler's grave, what are the odds we'd be able to raise them, or they'd be willing to teach me? I said, tugging off my hat. My hair caught static and floated around my face. Any better idea? I huffed. Nope. Was raising the dead even possible? I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. Think out of the square. That's what Cloven always says. She tapped her temple. Two minds that think alike. Tipping her head to the left, she said, Come on, ice cream awaits. If you're cold, I said, why do you want to eat ice cream? She grinned. We're talking hot fudge drizzling down a mountain of sweet white stuff. Good point. My belly rumbled, telling me that despite my looming death, it would welcome the treat. I really should go to class. I peered toward our right, where the classrooms waited, studiously avoiding looking forward. In that direction, the stairwell waited to take me to the roof. But I wouldn't go there until I could share the space again with Donovan. We strode down the hall, passing the teachers' offices. The mini-mall came next. It wasn't much, just a few stores, but we could pick up most of what we needed in between trips to the larger mall in Grathie. After paying for our ice cream, we ditched our coats, hats, and mittens on a spare chair and sat across from each other at one of the round empty tables set up in the indoor patio. Other than a few kids studying or eating, almost everyone must be in class. It felt weird to play hooky. Tria dug her spoon into her hot fudge sundae covered with rainbow sprinkles. Crushed peanuts peppered mine, like tiny boulders on a chocolate mountain. Tell me about Minerva, Tria said. You mentioned her name when you woke up. She watched as she glided her spoon down her chocolate hillside. Sprinkles slithered behind the spoon like colorful skiers. Not much to tell. I'd begun to suspect it had been a dream. You spoke with her ghost. What did she say? Her gaze darted up, then shot back to her ice cream. In my bowl, a cherry rested on top of the whipped cream cloud. It slid down and plopped into the chocolate moat surrounding my ice cream. With my spoon, I teased the cherry, floating it like a boat across the chocolate. There must be tens of thousands of Minervas in the world, especially dead ones. Tria shoved a big bite into her mouth and closed her eyes. Damn, that's good. Her eyes opened, meeting mine. There's only one Minerva who is banished by the she. Hold on. My spoon slipped from my fingers and clattered on the table beside my sundae. You're talking about the sixth family, the Minerva. Yup. But you should freeze and be unable to tell me more. Everyone's bespelled to keep them from sharing even one tiny detail about the sixth, which had been a major source of irritation for me since the day I arrived at the academy. After learning about the banished family, I'd asked around, researched in the library, and even begged a teacher. But other than the book I'd found with only enough details to tease, I hadn't been able to learn a thing. Not everyone's completely locked down, she said. Is it a seeker thing? As far as I knew, every seeker worked with the council, the governing body of the Sidhe. They'd be privy to information not available to the general public. Sort of. What does that mean? I can't tell you. Just know that I'm able to speak to you about this, but not able to tell you everything. Then how do you know about Minerva? It's a family secret. You're full of secrets. She winced. I'm sharing what I can. Sorry. Picking up my spoon, I plunged the tip into my melted ice cream and lifted a big bite. You know I won't tell anyone. The creamy, icy, chocolatey yum slid down my throat. Can't say anything more. I huffed out a breath. What can you say then? I can tell you that Minerva was Cloven's mother. Stunned, I dropped my spoon. It smacked on the table and bailed over the edge onto the floor. What? You heard me. Cloven's the child Minerva was pregnant with when she was banished? Yup. How do you know this? Because. Leaning forward, Tria lowered her voice, but who would hear? We were basically alone here. Because he's my grandfather. Chapter 8. I blinked fast, unable to believe what I'd heard. She was Cloven's granddaughter? You're a descendant of the sixth family? She grinned. In the flesh. Who was your father, Blaine or Bastian? Where did you hear those names? She barked. For a minute, I thought she'd jump from her seat, race around the table, and shake me. Tell me. Blinking, I pressed myself back against the cast-iron chair. Cloven told me. Her chest deflated, and she lowered her spoon carefully onto the table. I thought. What? She shrugged. That you might know more about my father. But I imagine you don't know any more than I do. I did know some details about Bastian and Blaine. Should I share them with her? He said his sons died 20 years ago, I said. You're 18. You can't exist. Do I look like a figment of your imagination? You're asking this of someone who says she talked to a ghost? A lot of people talk to ghosts. Not me. Well, not until recently, although Professor Grimm might count. Snapping my good hand out, I pinched a wedge of skin on her arm. She yelped and hauled her arm away from me, rubbing the sting. What are you doing? Making sure you're not dead. Her eyes rolled. That's not how you tell. I cocked my head. How do you tell? Other than the usual way of checking for a pulse and breathing. I waved at her arm. Pinching the skin. Maybe just ask. Nothing here is what it seems. A ghost could say they're not one, and someone who's not a ghost could say they are. It's not like I'd be able to tell. Everyone can tell the difference. She frowned. Well, elites can tell. Thanks. Remind me that while I probably was part of the club, due to my relationship with Alice, I still wasn't truly part of the club. Must be an outling thing, she said. I guess. Looked like I still had a lot to learn about the Fae and elite world, and I was a part of it. I still couldn't believe it. At this point, I wasn't sure I wanted to claim the status either. I'd started to enjoy being different. Being an outling. Why hasn't he told us you're his granddaughter? I asked. Because he doesn't know about me. Are you going to tell him? Maybe. I haven't decided. Done with my ice cream, I shoved it away. You transferred here to meet him, didn't you? She nodded. That's why I was jealous when I saw you knew so much about him. You were? I wasn't sure how I felt about that. No one had ever been jealous of me before, yet within the span of a few hours, both Alice and Tria had said they envied me. I assume, cough, you feel better about things now? She grinned. We're friends, and I've had my chance to talk with him, hang out with him. It's been awesome getting to know him. He's the best, isn't he? Now it was my turn to feel envy. Cloven was awesome. I'd never had grandparents since my mom had grown up in foster care. Mom's foster parents were older and had died. Tell him who you are. I bet he'd be thrilled to hear he has a granddaughter, especially since his sons are, gone. Maybe. She carefully licked chocolate off her spoon. I haven't decided yet. This is why you were evasive when Cloven asked you about your father. I fidgeted with my napkin. Your mom and Bastion. My birth dad and my mom were only together a short time. They didn't even get married. He took off shortly after I was born, and then she met my stepdad. He's the best, the only dad I know. She leaned forward, bracing her arms on the table. You'll keep my secret, won't you? As I said, I'm not ready to tell Cloven yet. I won't say a thing to anyone. Who would I tell other than Cloven? Besides, it wasn't my information to share. I took a deep breath. I've got a secret, too. I'd wanted to tell her already, hoping she'd want to go with me the next time I returned. She might have some ideas for getting into that chest, and now that I knew Minerva was her great-grandmother, it only seemed fair to share this with her. What is it? My hushed whisper rushed out of me. I found a room underneath the academy. A basement? I didn't know there was one. I don't think there is. Just this room. It's only accessible through the moat. She grimaced. Which is yucky water. I chuckled. It's beyond gross. I'm surprised Sierra let you paddle around, let alone explore. I fell in. There's a story there, she said. For sure. Why didn't she drown you, since you're an outling? Not any longer if Alice and I shared the same father. Another secret I was eager to spill but wouldn't. I wasn't sure I'd ever tell anyone about Alice, not when I was confident she'd kill me if she found out. Sierra warmed up to me once I stabbed her. Whoa, stabbed. Her eyes widened. And yet you were just hanging out on the bridge, within her reach. We talked, came to an understanding. She frowned. Back to the room underneath the academy. I found evidence that Minerva lived there after she was banished. Turning so my back faced a few kids sitting nearby, who seemed to be paying more attention to their ice cream than us, I leaned close to Tria. There's a water-damaged journal. I wasn't able to read much, just enough to suspect it belonged to Minerva. My great-grandmother's journal? Wow. I want to read it. It's a mess, but you're welcome to try. She might get more out of it than I had. Tria's gaze trained behind me, and I turned. Ashton and Vic strolled into the courtyard and went up to the counter to get ice cream. Though almost all of the tables were empty, they took the one next to ours. Figures. We're talking here, I said. And we're talking here, Ashton said with a sneer. Move if you don't like it. I rolled my eyes at Tria, and we got up and took our ice cream to a table as far away from Vic and Ashton as possible, while still remaining in the courtyard. Vic hooted. The guys got up and strolled over to the table next to ours and sat. Tria shook her head and lifted her voice. Move, she hissed out. Ashton stood, his eyes glazing, but when he started to lift his ice cream, Vic smacked his arm. Ashton's face cleared, and he whirled on us, glaring.
What did you just do?
Tria held up her hands, her face plastered with innocence. What do you mean? I'm just eating with a friend.
You warded me, or something like that.
His chest puffed.
That's forbidden. Using magic on fellow students could get you expelled. As a prefect, it's my duty to tell the headmistress.
We'd been warned about not using magic on each other during orientation. That didn't stop you from stealing Nightlace and setting the dead strands up to attack me, I said. He sneered.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Rourke would back me up. Maybe. The Seeker hadn't exactly warmed up to me, but he had taken the Nightlace investigation seriously enough to send agents to patrol the grounds.
What are you going to do?
Vic asked in a sing-song voice.
Squeal?
Probably not, but I wouldn't tell them that. Behave, and I won't have to. Ashton's hand lifted, and he pointed at Tria.
I'm watching you.
Doubt you're able to pay enough attention to catch me doing anything, she said. She stuffed a bite of ice cream into her mouth. He stiffened.
I'm a prefect. You have to do what I say.
You think so?
I know so.
Maybe we should ask the headmistress. Color rose in Ashton's face.
We don't need to involve her.
Why not? I could ping her, see if she has time to flit here for a quick chat.
Dare you?
Tria rose and her voice deepened.
Just try me.
She flicked her hand in his direction and said, Sit down and finish your ice cream. Her glare took in Vic. You too. Limping, Ashton dropped into his seat. He and Vic shoveled in their sundaes like robots, barely savoring each bite before chasing it with another. Can you teach me that trick? I asked her. You did it before, in the cafeteria. With just a few words, you sent Ashton away. He was right. It's a ward. I'd wondered about wards. They hadn't been on our curriculum. Were they taught in second year? Can anyone learn how to create them? Nope. My shoulders curled forward. Damn. It's an elemental magic skill, but only a few wizards can make them. If you want, I can try to teach you. Like any other elemental magic trick, you'll either be able to make them or you won't. It would be cool if I could. Then I'll work with you on wards, and in exchange, you can show me the room. A mix of eagerness and longing rushed through her words. She'd dropped her spoon, her ice cream forgotten. We'll have to work on Sierra first, I said. She's pretty picky about who swims in her moat. Kinda chilly for swimming. The water's half sheened over with ice. Any place we can buy wetsuits? I could flit us both to the room. Doesn't work, or it wouldn't work for me. I tried flitting out. I think the room's bespelled or warded in some way to keep people from finding it. She must have wanted you there then, or you wouldn't have discovered it. Earlier, as I was waking up in the clinic, she told me to find her, to come back. But when I initially found the room, she didn't appear as a ghost. I didn't meet her until my dream. I'm sure she was watching the first time. Creepy, except she'd been sweet and kind, without implying I should be scared. We may need to jump in and swim after Sierra gives us permission, I said. All right. She nodded pertly. I'll freeze my ass off, but I'm willing to do it. A cookie flew past my head, almost hitting me. I knew wards wore off fast, but that was extra fast. I glared at Ashton, who continued to shovel in his ice cream. Tria frowned, her gaze drifting past them to take in the entire room. Let's go. Standing, I grabbed my half-empty dish. Something wet and cold plopped against my shoulder. Ice cream dribbled down my arm and onto the floor. With a grimace, I wiped it off with a napkin. My ice cream in hand, I stomped over to Ashton and Vic. "You like playing games?" They ignored me and kept eating, so focused on their food, not even a snicker slipped out. But I'd had enough. I upended my ice cream and dropped it on top of Ashton's head. "We've got to go," Tria said sharply, hauling on my arm. Ashton kept eating, seemingly unaware he wore an ice cream hat on his head. White goo mixed with chocolate dripped down his temples. I stumbled behind Tria. Why didn't he leap to his feet and whine he was telling Mommy, or Justine? I don't get it. Tria shook her head and started running, dragging me behind her. She didn't slow until we'd raced up the stairs and started across the skywalk. I hated coming this way, after finding Drea dead on the landing on the Earth Coven side. Yet it was the quickest way to my room from the back corridor. Tria stopped in the middle of the glass passage and looked up, down, and to both sides like a kid on a street corner. She shoved her hair off her face and flopped against the clear wall. That was too close. I don't think we were followed. By Ashton and Vic? So weird. I dumped my ice cream on Ashton's head. A completely stupid move on my part, now that I'd had time to think, rather than impulsively act. I wasn't sure if I should laugh about it or cringe. I'd be receiving a ping from Justine within minutes. Ashton wouldn't let this insult slide. He didn't flinch, didn't respond. In fact, he didn't do a thing about it. "That's just it," Tria said. They were still warded. She turned dread-filled eyes my way. It wasn't Ashton or Vic throwing the ice cream. "Then who threw it at me?" I asked. Oh, I already knew. I rubbed the diamond on my chest. Damn thing. Sighing, I slumped against the glass as horror dawned inside me like a blood-red sunrise the morning before a storm. The pranks had begun. "I've never seen anything like it. That was some crazy shit right there," Tria said. I hugged my arms around my waist, but I kept shivering. "Tell me what you think is going on. Maybe I was wrong in my assumption." She bumped off the wall and faced me. "Like I need to? It's your prankster, making itself known." I thought. It didn't really matter what I thought. I didn't need this right now. Lately, my life had consisted of one bad thing after another. Stupid Beatley Carn. How could this happen? When I grabbed the lardlet, the Beatley Carn slipped from my hands. It bailed off the cliff. Nothing should be able to survive that drop. A prankster can. Beatley Carns bounce. She huffed out a breath. I thought the Seekers. Now that it has slipped past their wards, things are going to get complicated. Awesome. I snorted. Like things aren't complicated enough already? We need to catch it and replant it in the cave. According to Syrah, captures, reburies, or kills, that was also a good option. Sadly, catching it is not any easier than holding on to it when it wiggles. For now then, I'll ignore it, I said, and add it to my list of things I needed to handle. It was just a little ice cream shot my way, a cookie. Ice cream was practice. Your Beatley Carn is warming up, playing around with you to see how you respond. Not sure I wanted to ask, but my words came out anyway. Practice for what? I thought the healers were clear. Remember, I ran? Away, per Alex. But I'd needed time to think, to cry. And I'd learned Donovan knew who I was when he was in dragon form. The pranks will escalate, she said. We headed toward the door to Earth Coven. Reaching it, Tria opened it and waved for me to enter ahead of her. I hurried into the hall and didn't breathe again until the hallway door had shut behind us. What do you mean by escalate? I said. I assume I can look forward to more than flying cookies. Maybe it'll get distracted or bored. It'll leave and go back to its mushroom. We could only hope. No denying the grim expression on my friend's face. Once it locks on to someone, It doesn't stop until... Let me guess. Because, sure, why not add another lead weight onto my shoulders? We paused outside my room. Before my door's lips could form and ask me for the password, I faced Tria. It won't stop until I'm dead, will it? Chapter 9. I was in trouble. Beatley Carn trouble. On top of everything else, I didn't need this prankster wreaking havoc in my life. Could I hire someone to ward the Beatley Carn so it leaves me alone? I asked Tria as we approached my coven room. Sadly, no. Some creatures are resistant to wards. I assume Beatley Carns fall into this category? Yep.
Ah, Flora.
My door called out before we could say anything further. Today, he'd coated his lips in vivid red, then speckled them with green polka dots. Great look, Thorn, I said. Who would have thought a door had a name? Very festive.
You think so?
Thorn's lips pursed.
I almost went with deep purple, but worried it would blend in too much with the wood. Really wanted to pop today.
I like it.
We'll see what my date thinks.
If he had eyebrows, he'd wiggle them. Anyone I know? If lips could look coy, these did.
I'll never tell.
I like that about you. He chuckled, but sobered fast.
Where have you been? I was worried when you didn't come home last night. Is this your date?
By the Fae, my door was acting like an overprotective parent. You met Tria already. She's not my date, though. Tria half-heartedly lifted her hand to wave at Thorn.
Hey, if you're going to stay out all night, Thorn said, you need to let me know. Then I can...
What?
Nothing.
Tell me. He whined like a toddler.
You can't make me.
He was probably right. What was I going to do? Give him a timeout? There was more than one way to make someone talk, however. I turned to my friend. Tria, what did your door say about Thorn the other day? Something about...
Enough,
Thorn said.
I get it. You sure you're an Unraveler, not a Seeker?
I tipped my head toward Tria. That would be her. The door shuddered in its frame.
Are you really a Seeker?
He whispered. In training, Tria said. Only a level 3 so far, though, but I'm close to a level 4. Then I'll be granted most of my power.
Password,
Thorn said, acting prim and proper, maybe hoping to impress her. It's sexy, as you very well know, I said. My roommate, Patty, had come up with the password our first day on campus, and it stuck. And you still haven't told me what you'll do if I decide to stay out all night.
As you know, we doors talk.
How? I didn't know. But this place was magical. For all I knew, they met in the courtyard each night to play cribbage and gossip. Doors also dated, but I wasn't going there. How could a door... I shook my head.
We also watch out for our students,
Thorn said.
Consider us your neighborhood watch. That's an outling term, but it fits. Very little happens without us knowing about it.
That I could believe. Doors were everywhere. Were there beings inside every one of them? I'd only seen mouths on the doors in the covens, but they could remain hidden on the others. Since you guys talk, do you have any idea who might be a bespeller on campus? Maybe Thorn could provide some clues. His lips twisted.
The only bespeller I've heard of on campus was the king. He visited the academy recently, but has left.
I leaned against the doorframe. There's a rogue bespeller running around creating nasty spells. No one knows who she or he is.
No!
Thorn gasped. They bespelled a student. turning them into a nightlace cluster, then bespelled the person to hunt outlings.
"This is dreadful,"
Thorn cried.
"I'll notify the watch immediately." "Bespelled, you say? Which student are we talking about?"
Alice.
"A neighbor?"
Dismay came through in his voice.
"To think she lives only one door down from me, hunting precious outlings. I won't stand for this. In fact—"
"Hold on there," I said, tapping on the wood with a knuckle on my good hand. "Don't send doors after her yet." Although, I had no idea how doors could do much, even if they wanted to, since they were fixed in place. Sorta. The council's involved. They'll get to the bottom of it. If not, I sure planned to. Seekers, too.
"Good. They'll fix this and keep you and the other outlings safe."
That was debatable, but they would try harder now that an elite was involved. Alice is wearing a charm that keeps her from turning back into Nightlace. Since she tried to kill me, I was asked if I wanted to press charges, and... "You were?" Tria asked, swaying forward. "You're going to, right?" "No," I shrugged. She doesn't remember anything, and under serum, they couldn't prove she'd done more than attack me that afternoon. They're not convinced she killed Drea and Sarah. They said the murderer might have been one of the other bespelled Nightlace clusters. Justine plans to send out a general announcement about this. And she has, but I'm not convinced. If Alice comes near you again... Tria growled, her hands fisted. "I'll show her the full power of a level 3 seeker." "Can you not?" I asked. The last thing I needed was for my friend to punch my sister. If anyone punched Alice, it would be me. "Why?" she asked, her brow pinching. "Because..." I needed a solid excuse that wouldn't reveal my secret. "Because we've talked." That was true. And we've come to an understanding. I tightened my spine. "We're going after the Bespeller together."
"Absolutely not,"
Thorn shouted.
"Leave this to the Door Federation."
There was a Door Federation? "What are doors going to do?" I asked, tilting my head.
"Watch, report,"
he said.
"You'll see. We'll expose the Bespeller within days."
That would be awesome. But I doubted doors could do much of anything, so I wasn't letting go of my plan. In between then, can you ask your friends if they've seen anything suspicious?
"I can definitely do that,"
Thorn said.
"I'll report what I discover."
Great. I grinned at Tria, pleased to be making progress in my investigation already. "Off the top of your head," I asked Thorn, "any idea who the Bespeller could be?" His lips twisted, and he said nothing for a beat.
"What about..."
My spine perked up. "What about what? Who?" Tria and I exchanged a raised eyebrow glance. Would exposing the Bespeller be this easy?
"It's probably nothing,"
Thorn said. I wanted to poke him, but restrained myself. I'd hurt my finger, while he wouldn't realize I'd done a thing. "Tell me anyway."
"There's only one suspicious person I can think of. Someone who creeps around where he shouldn't. Does things he doesn't realize others can see. Not that anyone ever asks us. We're doors, after all. The world assumes we sleep, I suppose, when instead we're..."
"Who?" Tria and I shouted out in unison.
"Watching."
"Who's watching?" I asked, frustration growing like an inflating balloon inside me.
"Well, I am. That's what I was trying to say, that..."
"I meant, who's creeping around doing things he shouldn't?" "He, huh?"
"The Smith boy, of course."
"Smith. Smith. Who's that?" Tria asked, equally puzzled. "Smith. Oh, Ashton." I hadn't heard what a Skapti was, but if he was a potential bespeller, Justine and Cloven would have mentioned it. Could he be hiding a secret skill? Tria placed her index finger against her lips and shook her head before I could quiz Thorn any further. When she nudged her chin to my room, I nodded. We'd talk inside. But I did still have a few questions for Thorn. How about serum? I asked. Do you happen to know any home remedies that can be used if someone gets serum on their hand?
Why would anyone do that?
My neck prickled. It was an accident.
The only solution is to cut off the hand, of course.
I sighed. I was afraid you'd say that.
Sad, but true.
How about a Beatley Carn? I said. Do you know much about them?
I don't, but I can ask the other doors if you'd like.
That would be awesome.
Anything else I can do? He asked.
Wasn't all this enough? Nope.
Very well, then.
His lips thinned, making him come across prim.
Since you've used the password, you are granted entry.
The panel clicked and widened a hair. I pushed it open. Tria followed me into the room and shut the door behind us. Tossing my coat, mittens, and hat onto my desk, I turned and leaned against it. Why didn't you want me quizzing Thorn about Ashton? Anyone could hear in the hall. Ashton's what? Nothing. There she went, acting secretive. Tell me, I said. There isn't much to say, except I'm watching him. There's something strange about that kid. It bugs me. Ashton bugs everyone, I said. Isn't that the truth? Us in particular. Alice seems to like him, or she did a while ago. She'd hung on his arm when the king was here. I'd wondered if they were going out together, but I couldn't exactly ask her. I'll let you know if he does anything weird, Tria said. Okay. I'll come by later if you want, and we can talk about your plan for the Beatley Carn, your hand, Donovan, and any other magical disaster that reveals itself between now and then. No holding back or smirk, but it fell fast. I wanted to laugh. It would be nice to feel as if this was a joke, that life was fun again, but I'd never been good at pretending. I'd love to hear your input, I said. Patty will be around tonight too. Perfect. Between the three of us, we'll figure something out. Great. She frowned. It's late. I've got to get to my last class, but I'll stay with you if you need me. I waved toward the door. I'm okay. Go. You sure? Biting my lower lip, I nodded. Don't go anywhere, she said. Don't do anything. I groaned. Yes, Mom. Grinning, Tria flitted to class. Someone knocked on our door. I strode over and swung it open. Hey, Floor. Bryce, Patty's boyfriend, peered around me. Pat's around? Not sure, I haven't been around. Oh, okay. His face relaxed into a cute grin, and I could see why my roomie liked him so much. When you see her, would you tell her to ping me? She hasn't responded to mine, so she must be busy. He rubbed his belly. I'm starved. I'll tell her. Thanks. I shut the door, crossed my room, and flopped on my bed, where I stared up at the ceiling. What a day. I'd talked with a ghost, discovered my rotting hand would kill me within 1 week unless I cut it off. Then Sierra told me Alice was my sister. Tria revealed a Beatley Carn had locked on to me and was determined to prank me to death, and I was no closer to unraveling Donovan's bespelling than I'd been weeks ago. But Donovan, I'd sort of gotten to hang out with him in his dragon form. It partly filled the emptiness inside me. I hugged my arms around my chest, but they soon flopped down at my sides when I realized all I had to do ASAP. A lifetime wouldn't be enough to unravel 2 bespellings, stop the serum's progression, and find a way to cozy up to Alice, assuming I could bear to do it. For some dumb reason, I wanted to try. Maybe because she was my sister. family, even if she had tried to kill me. I couldn't believe I was seriously considering treating her like a normal person. I'd be foolish to care about her. She'd burn me to a crisp if she sensed she could hurt me. But we'd formed a shaky truce. That counted for something. Was a temporary truce enough foundation for a relationship? But enough of that. Time to practice. Closing my eyes, I tried to find black threads. To hit level 2, I needed to be able to consistently pull in only black threads. There. I snapped my mental hand out, but the strand darted away. I swore I heard it snicker. Damn things. Another drifted in front of me, teasing me with its rippling motion. My hand snatched at it, but it recoiled back and fled the room. I tried again when a third strand came near, a fourth, then a fifth. I kept at it until frustration cauterized my soul. But I still couldn't grab onto them consistently, which meant I remained a level 1. Chapter 10. That evening, Patty, me, and Tria met up in my room to strategize. Tria and I sat on my bed, leaning against the wall with our legs stretched out in front of us. Patty lounged on her own bed, nestled among a bunch of big pillows. We'd barely passed around munchies and soda before someone barged in from the bathroom connecting our room to the one housing 2 girls on the other side. "Hey, Fleur, I was thinking." Alice came to an abrupt halt inside the room. The hint of a smile she'd lifted fell. "You're not alone. I'll catch you later. We can talk then." "Come on in," I said, waving a salt and vinegar potato chip in her direction. Patty, Tria, and I were about to talk about my plan. Tria scowled at Alice, but said nothing. Patty shot bolt upright. "What are you doing here?" she said, her gaze flicking between me and Alice. "Yeah, the headmistress said she was bespelled, but she still tried to kill you. For all we know, she succeeded with Drea and Sarah. Any second now, she could turn back into Nightlace and attack. And now you're—" Her gaze pinned me in place. "Talking to her like she's a normal person." Alice stiffened and took a step backward, slinking into the shadowy doorway. I clenched my hands so tightly together, my fingernails dug into my palms. It was all I could do to hold myself back from defending Alice. I must be certifiable. They'd come to get me soon and lock me away. "I invited her," I said. "And she won't turn into Nightlace. She has a second bespelling that prevents that from happening." Lifting my eyebrows, I dared Alice to leave. That girl always had loved a challenge. Creeping fully into the room, she pulled the wooden chair out from my desk and swung it around to face us. She perched on the edge and scuffed her shoes on the carpet. "So what's the plan?" she finally asked. "Other than your hand rotting or you cutting it off?" "You've talked to her about this?" Patty spouted, bewilderment creasing her face. "I don't understand. She's Alice. We're both bespelled, which I guess gives us something in common. Sorta. We agreed to work together to expose the bespeller." I shrugged. "After that, I imagine we'll return to being sworn enemies." "Naturally," Alice said with a grin. "I never thought this was permanent." For whatever reason, a heavy feeling settled in my chest. I shouldn't be bothered by her confirmation. This was Alice, as Patty had pointed out. She'd been insulting from the moment I met her. She'd done all she could to steal Donovan away from me, and she'd been mean at any given opportunity. I should hate her forever. Why didn't I? Sister. "As for my hand rotting off, as you so kindly pointed out," I said, "I have a week before it'll come to that. A lot longer if the plan I was cooking up worked." "You said you have ideas," Alice insisted. "Let's hear them," she snickered. "Then we can rip them apart." "Are you sure you invited her?" Patty asked, picking at her lower lip. She turned distressed eyes my way. I nodded. Like my overprotective guard dog, Tria growled. She jabbed a finger toward Alice. You. Either shut up and listen or offer constructive advice. Your choice. Step out of line, and I'll grab you by the scruff of your neck and toss you out of here. Patty bounced on the bed and clapped. Her frayed blankie that she'd had since she was little fell on the floor. She scooped it up and tossed it up onto her pillow. Alice's lips twisted, and her feet stilled on the carpet. She stared down, not meeting anyone's eyes. Duly noted. Why aren't you viney? Tria asked. Alice winced. I still am. Inside. The court bespeller cast a counter-bespelling that prevents me from shifting. Tria snorted. Lucky you. My friend knew the court bespeller had cast the spell on Donovan. I'm going to ask Katya for a spell to halt the serum's progression, I said, trying to steer the conversation to the problems at hand. No, Patty whispered. You can't. Katya will ask for more than you can pay. Maybe we should ask the court bespeller, Alice asked. He might be able to do something similar for you. Cloven and Justine would have offered this if it was an option. The fact that they hadn't spoke volumes. Did the king hate me that much? Did the court bespeller give you a personality transplant while he was at it? Tria asked, scowling at Alice. You're almost acting pleasant. Don't push it, Alice said in a tight voice. My patience is limited. Nothing new there, Tria said. In fact, I laid a restraining hand on Tria's arm. Yes, Alice was my sister, but that didn't mean I'd gone blind to her numerous flaws. But I wanted to work with her to bring down the bespeller. She'd have access to areas and people I wouldn't. The king would rather see me dead than help me, I told Alice. A stark statement, but it was completely true and my friends knew it. He'd never let his bespeller help me. But Katya? Patty said. There must be another way. It's all I can think of. Anyone have any other suggestions? I asked the room in general. If we think about it, Patty said, we'll come up with something. I held up my hand. In time to save this? She shrugged and her eyes glistened. Who's Katya anyway? Tria asked. She hitched her thumb toward Alice. Far as I'm concerned, Katya can't be any worse than this one. I know it seems unbelievable, I said, but she is worse than Alice. When my sister growled and started to rise, I grinned. Or maybe not. Sit down. We're not done yet. Don't you want to hang around for the good stuff? I suppose. She glared at Tria as her butt dropped back onto the chair. Katya is a sorceress, Patty said, and a bespeller. As much as I hate to admit it, she probably is your only chance. Wards won't work. We're going to the mall day after tomorrow, I said. At least the trip wasn't in 3 weeks. I assume you'll ask Katya to bespell you to slow the progression, Alice said. A decent fix, even if it's only temporary. It'll buy me more time, and that's the proposed solution to my first problem. I mentally put a check mark next to it on my list. On to the next. Any idea who the bespeller could be? Patty asked. I thought for a while it might be. So, okay, I shouldn't say it, but I only spoke the truth. Alice. She huffed. Impossible. Tria sat forward. Even if she was a bespeller, which she's not, a bespeller can't bespell themselves, so that proves it's not her. Why not? I asked. Because magic has rules, Alice said pertly. What she didn't say, but her tone implied, was duh, why are you so stupid? At least she was consistent. I didn't know that, I said. Can an Unraveler unravel bespellings on themselves? It sounded complicated, but I needed to know. Nope, Tria said. Same deal. I rubbed the back of my neck with twitchy fingers. That's a crappy rule. Sure, it was low on my to-do list, but I'd hoped to unravel the bespelling that's keeping me from flitting. Someone bespelled you so you can't flit? Alice asked, perking up as if the idea made her happy. Sister or not, I wanted to smack her. Why would they do that? Maybe so I'd be unable to escape a murderous cluster of nightlace? Oh. She deflated against the back of the chair. Good point. If magic has all these rules, I asked, why are there 3 bespellers and no unravelers? I'm sure there are, just untrained, Tria said. Like you. I leaned forward. Maybe there's an unraveler with a higher level than me who could do... Moira opened the bathroom door and peeked into our room. Best friends. She and Alice roomed together. Can I come to the party? Without waiting for a reply, though she was welcome without one, she crossed the room and dropped down onto the floor near Alice's feet. You 3. Her glance took in me, Patty, and Tria. I'd expect to find hanging out together, but you... Her elbow bumped Alice's shin. You're a shocker. Why are you here? Alice stiffened. I was invited. Ha-ha, Moira said in a sing-song voice. Not possible. You're always telling me I need to be nice. The words ground out of Alice. I'm trying to be nice, so don't mock me. We're strategizing, I said. Maybe I should keep my problems a secret, but what good had holding things back done me in the past? We've already addressed one issue. I glared at my offending limb. I got Seeker serum on my hand. Chop it off, Moira said. No, I growled. I'm going to buy a charm from Katya to slow the serum's progression. What do you plan to do when it eventually reaches the point you have no choice? Tria asked. Not thinking about that yet. Hopefully her spell can halt it forever, but I'd be happy if I could just buy some more time. I'm still worried about this, Patty said. She's sly. You can't pay her price. I have unlimited money. While Esther had acted as if she couldn't stand me, she'd given me a bunch of things when I moved into the academy. New clothes, the concealer to change my hair color, and a cointage. A golden disc the size of the bottom of a drinking glass that functioned like a credit card and had no spending limit. Not that I'd go wild and buy out the mall, but it was nice knowing I could afford a pizza every now and then. You don't understand, Patty said. She won't necessarily want money. I'll see what she's asking, then decide. Patty gnawed on her thumbnail, but nodded. The next item we're discussing, I said to Moira, is that I can no longer flit due to a rogue bespeller. The same one who turned Alice into Nightlace? We believe so, Tria said. The court bespeller returned to the palace. We doubt it was him. We might not be dealing with 3. What if it's been Katya all along? Patty asked. She's a bespeller. Why would she bother? I said. From what I saw when I met her, when I'd commissioned her to bespell the concealer that changed Sierra's nail polish color. She's busy. And while she's creepy, she doesn't really know me. Why would she want to kill me, let alone all the outlings on campus? You're probably right. Which means it's someone here at the academy, Patty said. You're a jumble of emotions, Moira said to me, breaking through the conversation. Save the analysis for class, I said, preferably a class where I wasn't present. We don't have time for stuff like that. I sense fear about your hand, Moira continued, as if I hadn't just tried to shut her down. Which is completely understandable. I groaned, hoping she'd stop, but while she frowned my way, she wasn't deterred. And you're worried about Donovan. She pinched her chin. But that's not all. You're irritated, too. About the bespelling? Her gaze flashed to Alice. And, this one's weird. Forgive me if I don't get it right. I sat with my mouth a guppy on replay. How could she see all this? She was only a level 2 empath. She'd be deadly once she reached level 3. I don't want you analyzing me at all. By the Fae? Moira said, gaping between me and Alice. No, she couldn't read this from my emotions, could she? There's one more feeling coming from you, Moira said. It's affection for everyone in this room. Her eyes widened further as they slid to her friend, including Alice. Alice blinked. Couldn't blame her for feeling stunned. I felt the same. I didn't like her. There's nothing wrong with me feeling... I flicked my hand toward Alice, my voice rising in defense. She's been acting like a decent person. Well, for the last hour or so. For once. Don't lower your guards, Alice said with a smirk. Rest assured, this is transient. We share a single purpose, which means we're temporary allies who'll eliminate the Bespeller, then pick up our weapons come dawn. And you? She nudged Moira's thigh with her foot. Back up there. Why is Flora worried about Donovan?
She's not!
Patty and Tria shouted.
She is,
Moira said. I'm not wrong in this. And that's another thing. She turned her saber-sharp gaze to Alice, who actually flinched. You don't like Donovan any longer. Just saw that emotion. Alice crossed her arms on her chest. I like him. Not the way you used to. More as friends. Which is healthy, actually, because you know... Please. Alice rolled her eyes. She lowered her voice. Stop, please. Her gaze flicked my way. There's nothing wrong with getting tired of chasing someone who's taken. Would she pick up her chase again if she knew he was no longer taken? But he was, sorta, deep inside. I barely held in my groan. What if he started liking someone else? Not necessarily Alice, but someone. Could I let him go? If it made him happy. The stabbing sensation in the back of my throat made it a challenge to swallow. I wanted to ask Patty to hug me, because I sure needed one. Donovan might never remember me, and if I wasn't around any longer, he'd stop seeking me out. We'd barely gotten started, and it was already over. Maybe forever. Now you're sad, Flor, Moira said. And I get it, but you shouldn't give up. Give up what? Alice asked. The tip of her shoe poked Moira's thigh, though gently. What's going on with Flor and Donovan? Do you sense anything from him? I asked, desperate to hear something, anything that could give me hope. He's still there, but it feels like that part of him is lost in a maze. Her somber gaze fell on me. He can't find his way out. Really want to know what's up with Donovan, Alice ground out. At my nod, Tria explained. He's bespelled. Ah, Alice frowned. That third bespeller gets around. Awkward silence followed her statement. What did I say? When we all said nothing, Alice shook her head. What's he bespelled to do? He's forgotten he knows Flor, Patty whispered. I imagined she hated naming it to Alice, but if the other girl was going to be a part of this, she would need to know. It wasn't like I could keep it a secret for long. Someone would tell her, or she'd see it for herself. Oh, that's rich, she said. Not the work of our third bespeller, after all. I assume this was done at the command of the king? Yeah, I said, slumping against the wall. Interesting, Alice said. I bet. Let's get back to the plan, Tria said, thankfully redirecting the conversation. 5 issues. You'll hit Katya up for a charm to slow or halt the serum's progress. You do realize a sorceress won't want your cointage, Moira said. That's only for simple charms and concealers. For something strong enough to interfere with Seeker Serum, she'll expect to be paid well. Tria glanced at my blade. Your moonstone would do. I won't give it up for my hand. Wouldn't expect you to, but why take a chance? Unless you hope to buy time to... Tria's eyes widened. I get it. You hope it'll give you time to reach a level 5 and unravel Donovan's bespelling. My single goal, it seemed unobtainable already. You have an Unraveler, Skapti? Alice said in awe. That means you would be able to... Her gaze fell to her feet, encased in her shoes. If I can learn, I said, a promise coming through in my voice, I'll unravel everything I can. It wasn't much, since I hadn't reached level 2 yet, but it was something I could offer. You won't have to worry about changing back into Nightlace, or murdering me, assuming she was worried about that. Biting her lower lip, she gave me a quick nod. With that, we added another layer to our truce. While you asked us to meet up and talk about your plan, you're not truly that worried about your hand, are you? Tria asked. I am. Do you actually think you'll be able to whiz through all the levels and achieve a 5 overnight? Alice said with a sneer. What's wrong with that? I spit out, daring her to mock me for my dream. Her shoulders limped. Well, nothing, I guess. It's not impossible, I said to Tria. It isn't, and it makes sense if you're willing to pay Katya's price, Tria said. Though it's not a perfect solution if she can only slow the progression. You'll still end up losing your hand. I yanked on a clump of my hair. Not next week. Eventually. We'll worry about that later. I cleared my throat. Back to the second problem. I'll rely on you guys for flitting. Easy enough solution unless someone or something's chasing me. I'll protect you, Tria said fiercely. Ping me and I'm there. Me too, Patty shouted, bouncing on the bed again. Moira jumped in with a grin. Me 3. Everyone looked at Alice. Don't push it, she said sullenly. I laughed. Couldn't help it. The others joined in, even Alice. There had been too many times in the past when I'd hated this girl, my freaking sister. But maybe there was hope for us yet. When you begin negotiations with Katya, Patty said, don't let her know she's in control. Good point, Moira said. She'll take advantage of you. Keep her scared, Alice said. We were talking about Katya. I can't see her afraid of anyone, not even the king. Especially the king. She's in this world on the She's good grace, Patty said. The third family sponsored her coming here ages ago. If she messes up, she'll be sent back to the Fae world and her children will die. The Fae will kill them? I wasn't keen on spiders, let alone billions of tiny Katya spawn, but I wouldn't smush them beneath my shoe. Not too many of them, that is. Who are these people, the Fae? My ancestors. Whoa. Still not used to considering myself as elite. What a cluster this was. The Fae won't kill her children, Patty said. Her son, the Arachnoid King, will. He'd kill his siblings? In front of Katya, Moira said. Then kill her too. Why? Because she murdered his father, Patty said. He hates her and would do anything to cause her pain. As if she knew as little as I did about the she, Tria seemed to be sucking this information up as eagerly as me. She said she'd moved to Grathia recently with her mom and stepdad, but why didn't she know more about the Fae history than I did? Katya murdered the father of the king? I asked. Ate him alive, Moira said. I shuddered. Wow. I guess she'll be on her best behavior with me to keep them from shipping her through the veil. Not so, Patty said. If you enter an agreement with her, it'll be binding. The she won't be able to intervene. But my point was, she won't do anything that would offend the king. Which meant she wouldn't be eager to reverse or find a way to suspend Donovan's bespelling. I was surprised she'd been willing to do it the first time, but Donovan could be persuasive. Maybe his connection to the throne had made her willing to take the chance. I'd worry about all this once I'd heard Katya's price for my hand. Moving along, what about the rogue bespeller? I asked. How can we expose whoever it is before they kill me? Or before they make me kill you? Alice said dryly. Neither was a good scenario. Tria pointed at Alice again. Warned you. Alice huffed. I'm merely stating the truth. Any idea? I asked. We can set a trap for the bespeller, Patty said. I lifted my eyebrows. I assume you mean to use me as bait. Too dangerous, Tria said. I don't think we have any other choice, I said. There are lots of options, Tria said. I splayed my hands wide. Like what? She shrugged. I'm thinking. Okay, you come up with a plan and get back to us. Soon, like before they bespell someone else to kill me. Tria scowled. Not happening. As if she could prevent it. Next agenda item, I said. The Beatley Carn. What Beatley Carn? Moira asked. I explained about how it had escaped, that it had locked its prankster focus on me. I have an idea about the prankster, Tria said. We all looked to her. She rubbed her hands together. We'll trap it and return it to the cave. Once we do, she tapped the diamond on my chest. This will disappear. At least I'd know when the creature was gone for good. How will we catch it? Patty asked. They're mushy and slippery. Plus, they're sneaky. We're 5 women, Tria said. We can outsmart a slug. A clever slug, I said. Still, I'll come up with some traps and we'll spring them, Tria said. That Beatley will be back in the cave within days. That would be a relief. Give me a day to come up with some solid ideas, and then we can put them in place, she added. We all nodded. What about Donovan? Alice asked, returning to the subject I'd hoped to avoid. I'm going to deal with him myself, I said. I'd never involve Katya, the fiend who'd given him a charm that allowed him to remember me, while draining away his magical powers. Alice huffed. You'll be in a nursing home before you're able to unravel his bespelling. I grinned, hoping my inner sting didn't shine through, because, ouch. Love how you believe I will eventually reach a level 5. She poked her tongue against the inside of her cheek, then let out a long breath. It was meant to be a taunt. Turned it back on you, didn't I? If she thought she could outsmart me, she was wrong. We'll go with you to Katya's, Tria said. To keep you safe, Patty added. Here we go again, Moira said with an easy grin. You're not leaving me behind either. I'm going too. We all looked at Alice, who colored. Please, she said. Naturally, I'll go. She would. Had to admit, my heart actually jumped, then floundered, because her relenting meant nothing. Someone has to look after Moira, Alice said, but her lips quirked up despite her appearing to fight it. Aw, come on! Moira jumped to her feet. Group hug! Tria and Patty leaped off the bed and dragged me up and over to Moira. Alice, Moira said sternly when the other girl remained seated. Do I have to? We're making a pact to watch out for Floor, Moira said. For each other. We need to cement it with a hug. Sappy alert, she grumbled. Moira smiled. You know you want this, deep inside. A heavy sigh puffed out of Alice. No, actually, I don't. Moira tapped her foot on the floor. Okay. Alice ground her teeth. I'll hug you. She pointed to Tria. And you. And to Patty. You? She rolled her eyes at Moira. You're given. Her scowl fell on me. But her? Be nice, Moira said. Alice crossed her arms on her chest. I can be nice. Moira held out her hand.
Prove it.
Alice's lips thinned. Okay. Inching closer, her arm smacked down on my shoulder. Don't read anything into this. Wouldn't think of it. But I couldn't stop a tiny dream from sprouting inside me as we giggled and stumbled around the room, locked together. Family. I had a sister, even if she hated me. We parted, each returning to where we'd originally been seated. While I appreciate the offer, ladies, I said, I have to go to Katya's Curiosities alone. Patty turned pleading eyes my way. She'll lure you in and never release you. If we're there, we can watch out for you. Facing death already. I nudged my chin toward my hand lying on my thigh. Twitches and pinches underneath the bandage told me the serum continued its work, eating away at my flesh. Patty told me the healers had covered it with a magically renewable bandage. Who could watch the flesh disappear before their eyes? Not much Katya can do to make things worse. You haven't met her babies, Patty said, and I hoped I never did. Why can't we go with you? Tria asked. I get the sorceress bit, even why her being a bespeller adds danger, though it makes sense that you'd ask her help. But we're in this together. I loved that, loved having these 3 girls as my friends. Well, 2.1 girls as my friends. Although this assumed I had even 10% of Alice's support, that might be too generous. You can't go because she'll use you against me, I said. You know she seeks out vulnerabilities. Then I should be able to go, Alice said. She'll never see me as a weapon she can use against you. Actually, Katya would. Despite trying to hold myself back, she'd sense my weakness for Alice. It's easier if I go alone. Let that serve as my excuse. I wouldn't explain further. You're right, Patty said. But I can handle it, I said. What did I have to lose? Anything else? Alice asked. I rolled my eyes. That's enough, isn't it? Sucks to be you, she said. The comment came out mean, but her eyes sparkled. A day ago, I never would have thought me and this girl would be communicating, if only on a superficial level. Sucks to be you too, doesn't it? She shouldn't forget, I could give it back better than she could fling it my way. Her scowl deepened, but her eyes shimmered. The unexpected punch in my belly from knowing I'd hurt her made my skin itch. I shouldn't feel guilty for hitting her back as hard as she'd hit me. I need to study. She jumped to her feet and rushed toward the door. I missed a month of classes. Alice, I called. She froze mid-step but didn't turn. Yes. Thanks. You're welcome. She bit out. Moira rose to her feet and stretched. I should go too. She tilted her head toward Alice. I need to make sure she doesn't fall asleep when she's supposedly studying. I wouldn't do that, Alice snapped, returning easily to the girl I'd known since I arrived at the academy. Sure you would, Moira said easily. She opened the bathroom door and waved for Alice to go ahead of her. But don't worry, her voice faded as they crossed the bathroom. I'll poke you whenever you close your eyes. Alice groaned. Beatrice, our room's brownie, popped into view as I shut the bathroom door and leaned against the panel. Sweet, Beatrice said when she took in me, Patty, and Tria. Party? Her smile fell when her blue-eyed gaze fell to her empty bowl. Not sweet, not party. Scowling at me, she stomped her tiny foot. Me see big issue here. Only 5 inches tall, and she could make me scurry. Brownies like Beatrice kept our coven rooms clean. The school paid them, but to keep them from turning into malicious boggarts, we regularly left them treats. Beatrice had a voracious appetite. Don't get in a huff, I said. Light words that didn't cover how fast I ran to the fridge and pulled out the white waxed paper bag I'd placed there yesterday. I'd discovered the cutest little bakery on campus near the clinic, With the healers after me, I wouldn't be going to the bakery to buy goodies for the next month, however. I opened the bag and pulled out an eclair, then laid it carefully in Beatrice's bowl. Her grin grew as I added the second eclair, then a third. Tria's eyes widened. Patty snickered. "Good things come in threes," I said. "Right?" My teeth ached just looking at the pile of concentrated sugar.
"This!"
Snatching up an eclair, Beatrice stuffed all of it into her mouth. She chewed and swallowed. Where the fay did she put it? She lifted a second and flicked it in the air like a wizard's wand.
"This sweet!"
Chapter 11. Kara was a first-year student like me. Red hair, blue eyes, and flirty ways. She was a direct descendant of the second family, which made her infinitely suitable for the heir to the throne. I'd hate her if she wasn't so nice. Scratch that. I hated her anyway. She sat across from me in a lounger in Cloven's class, laughing at something Donovan must have whispered. During class, Donovan had spent part of his time learning to control threads that would enhance his innate ability with weather, another part of his time glancing around the room, catching me sitting across from him and smiling, and the rest of his time talking with her.
"Ignore them,"
Patty hissed from beside me.
"It doesn't mean anything."
Sure it did. He was giving her that half smile that used to belong to me. "It doesn't," Bryce added from beyond Patty. "I know." He shrugged, and the concern in his gaze made me like him all over again. "I know he thinks about you." Other than when he was a dragon? Patty scowled at Kara, whose eyes widened at the unexpected malice shooting her way. Her laughter cutting off mid-snicker, she slunk lower in her chair. "Focus on class," Patty said to me. I did need to pay attention. Cloven was talking about different colored threads and how some worked better for certain scapties than others. He'd mentioned he'd be testing us on the material next week. But I couldn't stop watching Donovan and Kara. Easy to say I wanted to see him happy, that I'd let him go if he wanted to be with someone other than me. Harder to put the idea into practice. It hurt. Patty leaned over and rubbed my arm. If we were alone, I had a feeling she'd hug me, because her hug brimmed in the softness of her eyes. Bryce grumbled, but I knew he couldn't say anything to Donovan because Donovan would say, "Whose floor?" And Moira, well, her empath scapty must be picking up on my down mood because she looked like she was about to cry.
"Dee doesn't know what he's doing,"
Patty whispered.
"If he did?"
He might never know what he was doing. He'd move on with his life, completely oblivious I existed, while I'd be left floundering without him. I couldn't give up.
"Any questions?"
Cloven asked. As he'd lectured, he'd paced back and forth in the long oval space between our loungers.
"I have one."
Moira sat forward and raised her hand, probably excited for the distraction. "With my empath scapty, I've found dark blue threads help me focus on emotions better than any other color. Is that normal?" Cloven smiled. Hands clasped together in front of his waist, he rocked back on his heels, making the hem of his velvet academy robe swish across his black shoes.
"Excellent question. Unfortunately, there's no definitive answer. Magic is highly selective. Just like with elemental magic, what works for one person may provide an enormous challenge for another. The same holds true for the stone power we draw in via threads to enhance our scapties. The key to honing your abilities is discovering which colored thread provides you with the most consistent results."
"So I'll focus on dark blue then, because that works almost every time." Moira's gaze slid my way before moving back to Cloven. "Not black, though, which is very similar."
"Wizards have a rainbow of colors to choose from, but we're excluded from two. White belongs solely to bespellers,"
Cloven said.
"And black,"
He nodded to me.
Black can only be drawn in by an Unraveler, the counter wizard to a Bespeller.
Moira nodded.
Any other questions?
Cloven asked. When we all shrugged or shook our heads, he clapped his hands.
Then our class is dismissed.
Everyone rose and gathered their things. I remained where I was. Next, I had a free period, which meant I'd use the time to work with Cloven on my Unraveler scapty. So far, we hadn't made much progress. He was doing all he could to help me, but he wasn't a master Unraveler. I'll see you for lunch? At my nod, Patty shot me a solemn look before leaving, holding Bryce's hand. Donovan strolled from the classroom beside Kara. His gaze didn't slide my way, indicating he was fully focused on her. Her high-pitched giggle echoed in the hallway. What if I worked really hard and somehow found a way to achieve a level 5 Unraveler, broke his bespelling, and then he told me he'd fallen for Kara? The ache in my throat wouldn't go away, no matter how hard I swallowed. As the door shut behind them, Cloven dropped down onto the lounger beside me, the one vacated by Patty.
That boy is making a big mistake,
he whispered, his attention focused on the door. Like other professors, Cloven probably assumed Donovan and I had broken up. My fellow students had caught on quickly to what happened. Donovan constantly introducing himself to me must have given it away. Most had treated me with utmost sympathy. Only a select few, thankfully, savored my pain.
You're 17,
he said softly.
Plenty of time left for you to fall in love.
He didn't understand, and I couldn't share. What could I say? That Donovan was bespelled to forget me? That we hadn't broken up? And that this was why I was so determined to learn how to unravel? Cloven nodded pertly, as if dismissing my heartache away as teenage angst.
The best thing to do is focus on your magic. That will be the one constant in your life you can always count on.
I'll try.
That's the spirit.
His shoulders relaxed.
Let's see if we can get you to a level 2 today, shall we?
Level 1 included locating black threads, which were elusive buggers that seemed eager to hide. To achieve a level 2, I had to consistently grab onto the threads that continued to annoyingly waver beyond my reach and tug them near. After that, I was on my own. Cloven had told me the higher levels involved creating various braids, weaving more and more complex combinations that could be used to unravel intricate bespellings, and storing them in my moonstone. A solid comparison would be a level 5 cooking scapty, being able to make an exquisite version of a dish unachievable by a level 3, like boxed mac and cheese compared to making your own pasta and whipping up the smoothest cheese sauce imaginable. I had a feeling the court bespeller had cast his most potent spell on Donovan. I'd need to become a solid level 5 to break it. Does everyone have to create complex weaves to reach the highest level? I asked.
Indeed. Nothing with value ever comes easy, does it?
He smiled ruefully. But I worked with black threads already. I unraveled the bespelling on the night lace.
Not the one on Alice. She snapped momentarily because Tria cut off her little finger. Pain, as we've discussed in the past, can temporarily neutralize some bespellings.
Why was it so easy for me then, but impossible now? No keeping the whine from my voice.
I believe the black thread, recognizing your danger, sought you out and forced the unraveling. High emotions can make the difference.
Can I repeat it? Because I was getting desperate. My emotions were running rampant.
Perhaps, if you were thrust into danger again, but I wouldn't rely on this method, because it might fail you when you need it most. No, the best way to be sure of your abilities is to learn what you need to achieve each level until you can create a spell for that level when you're half asleep and your eyes are closed.
He chuckled.
More or less. No relying on luck.
Too bad my luck didn't extend to Donovan.
Focus on the black threads,
he said, waving toward me. He swung his legs around and up onto the recliner, then leaned back against the cushion.
Push all the other colors away.
Simple to say. The other colors kept shoving themselves in front of the black, as if eager to show me they were happy to spiral into my moonstone, even a few random white ones. Damn black threads. If only they'd behave. A black strand darted past me faster than an arrow, and I snapped my hand out to grab it. Yes, I said.
Got it?
Excitement came through in Cloven's voice.
If so, you can...
I groaned as the strand wiggled and slipped from my grip.
I take that as a no,
Cloven asked.
Try again.
I did. And again. For over an hour. I reached for the black threads I'd called, but they darted away, playing a game of tag I would never win. While I hated to do it, I opened my eyes and gave up for the day.
Time to stop?
Cloven asked.
You must be exhausted.
That was an understatement. Mush had replaced my brain matter. Cloven stood.
If you'd like, come by my office for dinner.
His gaze drifted to my hand.
Not just to visit. We still need to talk about options.
Not if they include chopping off body parts. He sighed.
I understand. I wouldn't want to do it either.
I'm going to find another way out.
Ideas?
I dragged my gaze from his. None I'm ready to share.
Don't.
What? His hand landed solidly on my shoulder.
I worry about you, Fleur.
I won't do anything wild. Reaching underneath my lounger, I grabbed my pack. I'll come by for dinner, as long as you don't grill me about my plan. He studied me for a long moment before his shoulders dropped.
I can agree to that.
Then I'll see you later for dinner.
Yes, looking forward to it.
I yanked open the door and stepped into the empty hallway. Soft murmurs drifted from the classrooms as I strode toward the lobby. I should be going to my history class, but my heart wasn't in it. I needed peace, quiet, and a momentary break. Maybe I could find a good book in the front parlor and curl up on a velvet chair like I'd dreamed of doing my first day at the academy. Leaving the classroom hallway, I stepped into the corridor outside the auditorium. As the door thudded behind me, something fell from the ceiling, smacking into my head. It scrambled through my hair like an egg had burst, releasing 1,000 baby spiders. Chapter 12. A guttural scream erupted from me. I reached up and yanked something slimy and gooey and wiggly off my head. Thrusting it out in front of me, I shuddered. Snarling, the Beatley Carn struggled to break free. It smushed and gave under my fingers like a sack of greasy marbles. I tightened my grip and snarled along with it. You're not getting away this time, Beatley Gook. I'm taking you back to the cave and burying you so deep underneath your mushroom, you'll never again see the light of day. The Beatley Carn thrust its butt up toward my face. A lardlet shot out, a projectile determined to maim me. Yelping, I dodged sideways. The lardlet plopped on the floor, and before it could scurry away, I slammed my shoe down on top of it. It popped, an orange gook shot out each end. At least it stopped wiggling. Another lardlet dove toward my chest, and I ducked. It shot over my head and skidded along the tiles before smacking into the door, where it lay stunned. I stretched my leg out and stomped it flat, adding its pumpkin innards to the mess collecting on the floor. Hefting the Beatley Carn to eye level, I gnashed my teeth. Just you try me. Another lardlet popped out and slithered down my leg. Good thing I'd chosen to wear pants today. When the lardlet hit the tile, I smacked out with my shoe but missed. My fingers slipped on the Beatley Carn, and it squirted from my grasp and flung itself toward the ceiling, where it impacted and stuck. It scrambled along the tiles, and I gave chase, stomping the lardlet on my way by. Like snapping bubble wrap, There was something immensely satisfying about eliminating lardlets. I jumped up, trying to grab the Beatley Carn as it scrambled across the ceiling, but missed. The door on the other end of the hall swept open, and the Beatley Carn leaped through the same time Alice entered the hall. She ducked. Whoa! I skidded to a stop beside her. She pivoted, and we collided. As we tumbled to the floor in a pile of limbs, the Beatley Carn scrambled across the parlor and flung itself toward the fireplace. The unlit fireplace, unfortunately. In seconds, it had skittered up the chimney. "What was that thing?" Alice asked, rising to her feet. She actually held out a hand to help me stand. Normally, I was all about doing things for myself, but this time, I took her hand and let her help me up. "That was the Beatley Carn prankster," I said. Her eyes grew big. "You really have a prankster locked onto you?" "Geez!" I propped my hand on my hip. "Did you think I was making it up?" "Your hand?" Her gaze slid that way and she winced. "No, that's easily confirmed with a trip to the clinic." "You didn't." Sister or not, I'd kill her if she went to the healers and quizzed them about me. "No, I decided to trust you." That was a shocker. "You trusted me with this?" I held up my injured hand. "But not about the prankster?" "You have to admit, it is a bit unbelievable." Fists clenched at my sides. I fumed. Why would I lie about something like that? She snickered. My anger popped. By the Fae, Alice, my sister, was teasing me. I wasn't sure if I wanted to laugh or cry. Enough sobbing. I'd run dry. I smacked her shoulder and let my laughter burst free. "We need to catch that thing before it does any more damage," Alice said, nibbling her fingernail as she stared toward the fireplace. "We? I thought we were only allied to defeat the Bespeller." She frowned. "I guess I can be persuaded to help with the Beatley Carn, too." "You're softening in your old age, Alice." "Don't get used to it," she barked, but a smile teased across her lips. No faking on my part. I grinned. Chapter 13. Tria pinged me after my next class ended. "You have time to go to the secret room under the academy?" "About an hour. Then I have another class, History of the She." Fun times would be had by all, yet nothing significant would be revealed. We'd discuss a Fae war, or be given another list of elf names to memorize. But we'd learn nothing about the sixth family, because the world was bespelled to keep everyone from discussing what happened 100 years ago. I'm almost to my room. In fact, I was walking down the hallway. "Want to meet at the Western Bridge? While there's a hatch near the front entrance, entering the water there might attract attention." "Yeah, someone might notice two girls going swimming in the moat. I'll come to your room and we'll flip from there. It's safer." "Yes, mustn't forget the Beatley Carn. Nasty thing." "I assume we should wear swimsuits?" Tria said. "Unless you bought a wetsuit." Fresh out. I was shivering already. It was December for Faye's sake. There were icicles hanging from the roof lines and snow coated the ground. "We'll bring warm clothes to put on after we get out." And blankets. After changing and flitting to the bridge, Tria and I leaned over the railing, and I called Sira. When she glided up out of the water, I explained. She scowled. At least I thought it was a scowl. Her eyes darkened and her scaly brow dove toward her nose, or the two holes in the middle of her face that served as her nose. "Two goes to room?" Tria's eyes widened, and I knew what she was thinking. Naturally, this wouldn't be any easier than other things in my life. "Yes?" Well, I hadn't undressed yet. I quaked already. Snowflakes fell through the air, and the wind whipped around the buildings, seeking us out. It bit through my coat, my flannel shirt, and my skin. Would that be okay? Was I pushing it? I'd bought her goodwill with a concealer to change her nail color. Maybe I needed to beg Katya for something else that might please the moat's naiad. I was racking up debts fast. Sierra's lips stretched wide in her version of a smile. Hard to feel happy about it when it revealed her fangs. Will owe favor. You already said you'd give me access, I said. Use, not seeker. Tria tugged me around until our backs faced Sierra, and leaning near, lowered her voice. I don't trust her. She's sneaky. I don't need to go to the room. But you want to. Her face creased. More than anything, Minerva's my family. I'd love to meet her. And that journal. Then we do it and worry about what we'll owe Sierra later. Ghosts? Sierra asked. She swayed above us, and murky water dripped on our heads. Grumbling, I waved my good hand at her. Give us a sec, would you? Yes. She slithered backward, only a bit chastened. 1 sec. She won't make it too, Tria said, nudging me toward the rail. Go. Minerva invited you, remember? Not me. Sadness came through in her voice. You sure? She nodded. This is the only way it can be. I turned to face Sierra. No deal. As if to strike, she zipped in close. You sure? Yes, we agreed you'd let me go to the room, and I'm the only one going. Place? I'd love to. Not. But it's cold. Can we wait until spring when it warms up? Yes. Deal. I had a feeling I'd just agreed to something terrifying, but I'd figure it out in a few months. Spring and grass and pretty flowers felt like a lifetime away when I worried about my hand rotting off and dying within the next week. After yanking off my knit hat and mittens and handing them to Tria, I peeled off my coat and flannel shirt. My skin prickled with goosebumps, but anticipation lit my veins on fire. Minerva had asked me to return, and now I would. Would she share more secrets about the sixth family? I climbed up on the rail and sat, swinging my legs around to dangle them over the water. Dark, fathomless, and skimmed with ice, the river diverted to fill the moat, slunk lazily below me. Sierra watched, her gaze intense. You're going like that? Tria asked, her eyebrows lifted. I glanced down at my leggings and tee. I'm going to freeze no matter what I wear, but a bathing suit felt foolish in December. I suppose it doesn't matter. Tria came up behind me, standing near. The second you're back, I'll flit us to your room. You can take a hot shower and change. Thanks. She patted my side. Good luck. Stay safe. Leaning close, she whispered, Watch out for Sierra. I know she said she'd let you do this, but she can't be trusted. I'll be careful. I leaped off the rail and fell down, hitting the surface with my sneakers, breaking through the thin ice. I was sucked into the water beside Sierra. Following, she slunk beneath the surface, watching, waiting. My skin shrunk, and shock froze my limbs. My lungs choked, and I bit back my gasp before I took in brackish water. Move. If I didn't, I'd turn to a block of ice in seconds. Pain sunk icy fingers into my bones, and shivers racked my frame. I treaded my legs and looked around, trying to locate landmarks. The stone wall encrusted with slime appeared seamless. Where was the hatch? Swimming around Sierra, I kicked furiously, aiming for where I remembered finding it. The last time I'd been here, when I'd fallen into the moat, Sierra and her sisters had grabbed me, held me, tried to drown me. They'd do it again if I gave them the chance. Place! Someone called from deeper in the muck. Shadows floated there, moving closer, becoming defined. Sierra's sisters. Gliding around me, her tail teasing my spine, Sierra grinned, revealing her fangs. "Tell them you said I could be here," I shot into Sierra's brain. "My promise, not theirs," she said. "That's not fair." "Life never fares." I growled and pulled my blade, then hauled in threads. Deep green, brown, burnished gold, and fed them into my moonstone until it threatened to explode. Fire roared in my lungs as I swam toward where I remembered finding the hatch. The outline appeared through the slimy water, calling me. I kicked faster, straining for it. Someone snagged my foot, bringing me to a jarring halt. Whirling, my heart fluttering furiously behind my ribcage, I lashed out with my knife, connecting with flesh. Sierra's dark-haired sister hissed and reeled backward before looming over me. Anger slashed through the water around her like lightning. She'd rip me apart in seconds. "Leave me alone," I screamed into her mind. "No place?" she shrieked, her voice slamming against my eardrums. "Dies." "Not today, witch." I called my power and unleashed a fireball, shooting it toward her, something that shouldn't be possible in the water. Magic had its own rules. The ball hit Sierra's sister in the chest, and she shot backward. She snarled and snapped, baring her teeth, but she approached me more cautiously. I needed to get out of here before it was too late. I couldn't go much longer without air. Spinning, I stretched toward the hatch, only to slam into it when I was pushed from behind. Nasty naiads. Claws snagged my ankle as I thought, "Open." The hatch gave way, and I was dumped inside, the solid wooden structure slamming closed behind me, locking the naiads out and me inside in relative safety. Like the first time I'd come here, the water remained outside other than what sleuthed off my body. It drizzled along the sloped tiles and trickled down the drain recessed into the floor near the right wall. Rising to my feet, I squinted around. "Minerva?" Silence greeted me, that and my chattering teeth. My breath created opaque clouds in the air, telling me the space was below the freezing point. Like before, a wooden desk teetered against the wall, propped up on 3 legs, the 4th leg missing. Along the left wall stood a low bed frame with a moss-covered mattress. I'd lain there during my dream after my encounter with the lardlet and Beatley Carn. I approached the desk and the journal that still waited to be read. Runes scrolling across the front resembled the words on the coven banners. I flipped through the pages but was no closer to reading than before. Water-stained and faded, much of the writing remained illegible. Turning, I crossed to the bed and stooped down in front of the chest. This was one of the main reasons I'd come here. I was determined to get inside, even if only emptiness greeted me. Last time, I'd tried to jimmy the lock with the tip of my blade. Sparks and flames had erupted from the opening, sending me flailing backward. Today, I had a different plan. Closing my eyes, I sorted through the power stored in my moonstone, tossing aside yellow threads and blue, pink, and red, until I found a solitary strand of black. Only an Unraveler could manipulate the most powerful thread of them all. Too bad I was only a baby Unraveler. When I fought the Night Lace months ago, I'd somehow stored this minuscule amount of power, and I was convinced the chest lock was bespelled. I tugged on the black thread, coaxing it up from where it lay dormant in my stone. It wavered in front of me, just beyond my reach. Snapping my mind out, I grabbed a hold of it and pushed it from my mouth with one word. "Unravel!" The power burst from me and hit the chest. A dull click resounded in the room. I opened my eyes to find the top of the chest cracked open. By the Fae, I'd done it. Done something. I wasn't sure what. My second unraveling? Fingers trembling, I reached out, bracing myself for the burn. But the top parted as if the hinges had been oiled this morning. The lid hit the bed frame with a dull thud, and I leaned forward, anticipation dripping from my skin, wondering if I'd find anything inside except air. A small velvet bag lay in the bottom, nothing else. Holding my breath, I reached inside and picked it up. Something solid yet light in the sack shifted. The golden string securing the top parted when I tugged on the loose ends. The string fell to my lap, and the small bag gaped open. "What's this?" I whispered. I upended the bag and a silver ring fell into my palm. Tossing aside the bag, I lifted the ring. An oval moonstone winked at me, shooting blue and purple fire. Mesmerized by the colors lighting the stone from within, I slipped it onto my left middle finger, then stroked the stone. "I did say you're smart, now didn't I?" Minerva said from behind me. "You were able to unravel the spell." Whirling around, I clutched my hand to my chest. The ring. It wasn't mine, and I tried to wrench it off, but it felt as if it had been glued in place. "Don't remove it yet," she said with a laugh. "I just got here." "Wearing the ring called you?" "Clever, just as I'd assumed." She clapped her hands. "I'm going to love teaching you everything I know." "What are you going to teach me?" "I'm the one you've been seeking, child." With a soft smile, she dipped into a shallow curtsy. "I'm a master unraveler." Chapter 14. My mind immediately shot to Donovan. "If I bring someone here, could you unravel the bespelling someone placed on him?" Somehow, I talked Donovan into following me. Into the moat for a swim in December. Right. But could fixing this really be that simple? "I'm afraid I can't help," Minerva said sadly. "You see, I'm dead. Threads can only be drawn by the living." "You're an unraveler, but you can't unravel even one simple bespelling?" Simple might be a stretch, but I was desperate. "Not any longer." Her lips curled up and her eyes twinkled. "But someday, you'll be able to unravel even the most complex bespellings." "Someday is too long from now. I need to unravel a spell now." Her laugh came out like she was indulging a clinging toddler. I expected her to pat me on the head. "Impatient, aren't you?" "You would be if you were in my situation, too." I paced back and forth in the room. I was agitated because I needed answers, but also because I was worried I'd turn into a block of ice if I stopped moving. Shivers quaked through me. "Are you chilled, child?" A wave of her hand, and a pile of sticks beside the bed burst into flame. No smoke, but I wasn't going to look into this too deeply. "I thought ghosts couldn't do magic." "It's a lesser-known and simple spell, using elemental magic." Another spell I needed to learn. Warmth coasted through the room, drawing me closer to the flames. I crossed over to stand in front of it, my hands outstretched to catch the heat. Pure heaven. Floating to the bed, Minerva sat, sorta. She hovered over the mossy surface. Patting the mattress beside her, she said, "Have a sit. Tell me what's troubling you." When I joined her, the frame groaned and the mattress sunk down, disintegrating under my weight. Leaning back against the wall, I lifted my feet and roasted them like marshmallows on sticks in front of the flames. "There's this guy," I finally said. "There's always a boy." Her grin hinted at nostalgic memories. "Or a girl, for some. Do tell me more." "He's special." She chuckled and nudged my arm like we were best friends, gossiping about the new cute boy in class. "Aren't they all?" "He's the king's younger brother. We met on our first day here at the academy, and we've been together ever since. But after I stabbed the king..." "Ah, there's a story there, I assume." "It was an accident, but the king didn't believe me. He asked me to back off to let Donovan choose, but Donovan wanted to be with me, which pissed off the king. He had his court bespeller cast a spell on Donovan, and now he no longer remembers me. My heart ached all over again at my loss. Then Donovan got a charm from Katya. Minerva hissed. No one should trust the bespeller, sorceress. A tip I should apply to myself, except I had no choice now, did I? When I asked Katya to help, I'd have to guard myself against tricks. The charm let Donovan remember me, but the cost was too much. It was draining his power. I asked him to destroy it, and he did. And he reverted back to his bespelling and no longer remembers you. Grief came through in her voice. I wondered, did she think about the loss of her consort? The bespeller who'd gone rogue and cast a spell on the patriarch of the third family and then been killed for the crime? I wanted to tell her that Donovan knew who I was when he was in dragon form, but his shifter ability was his secret, not mine to share. And this is why you're determined to reach a level 5? She asked. To unravel his spell? As soon as I can. Cloven has been working with me. How is Cloven? Her longing couldn't be denied. I miss him. Your son. She leaned away from me and studied my face. Someone has been talking. A friend. She knows more about the past than most. And how did Tria know so much? She'd alluded to her seeker scapty being a reason, but that didn't explain why she wasn't subject to the same bespelling as everyone else. Cloven's doing great. He's a nice guy and an awesome teacher. You'd be proud of him. It's been ages since I've seen him, she sighed. And my family lives for a very long time. But death steals everything. Staring down for a long moment, she said nothing before seeming to gather herself together. My grandsons, what have you heard about them? I couldn't betray Tria's confidence by sharing, not without asking permission first. If they were dead, wouldn't Minerva know this already, since she was dead herself? Or didn't everyone meet up in the afterlife like I'd always assumed? I think your grandsons may have passed on. Such a benign way of saying it. Passed on. Cloven thinks they're dead, though he's unsure about Blaine. The scoundrel. Yeah, I've heard he was a bad dude. Cloven had speculated that Blaine might be involved with the Nightlace attacks. If he'd found a way to drive them to kill, was he still around cooking up another plan? Actually, was he a bespeller? Cloven had said no, but it was something to think about. Avoid Blaine at all cost, Minerva said. How could I do that? I didn't know what he looked like. I could ask Cloven about a picture, though cameras didn't seem to be a thing in the she world. Would you like me to tell Cloven hi for you? I asked. Oh, she clapped her hands. That would be wonderful. Tell him I think of him all the time and hope he's well. I will. My clothing was drying out. I might not freeze to death after all. As I said, Cloven has been trying to teach me unraveling. Lovely, she beamed. Then show me what you can do, apprentice unraveler. Hope, a wispy thing I'd struggled to cling to, blossomed inside me. I could do this. We could do this. I'd found a master unraveler to teach me. Cloven has taken me as far as he can. I'm able to call, some of the time, black threads, I said. You've achieved level 1. Well done. It didn't feel like much of an accomplishment when I'd been unable to progress further than that. As for black threads, she scowled. They're pesky things, aren't they? Why won't they cooperate like the other colors? I asked. All the other threads seemed eager to donate magic. I spent too much time shoving them away, but they wouldn't give me what I needed to unravel spells. Black threads will do what you ask once you teach them. You're in control, and they'll soon learn to behave. Which means I'm still a level 1. to reach 2, I need to be able to consistently store them in my stone. So far, I've only stored 1 by accident.
I assume you mean that, in a time of great need, you were able to jump levels?
Something like that.
Someday, you'll be able to do it with barely a thought.
Someday wasn't near enough for me. Can you show me how to get to level 5? Desperation came through in my voice. I have spells to unravel.
Spells? Not just one bespelling related to the boy, then.
I've also been bespelled. I can no longer flit. She reeled away from me.
Who did this?
We have no idea. There are only 2 known bespellers alive, the court bespeller and Katya. No unravelers other than me, as far as I know. Cloven believes we're dealing with an unknown bespeller, a rogue.
This person, this fiend, has caused you harm.
It's not just about taking my ability to flit. The person has been hunting outlings. There were 8 of us on campus when I started in September, but now there are only 5. Her green eyes widened.
My goodness, this bespeller killed 3 outlings?
2, Sarah and Drea. My heart ached for my friends. Jenny was nearly killed. She asked the headmistress to strip her of her power and send her back to her family. The bespeller tried to kill me too, but my friend rescued me.
And this person is still after you?
She fisted folds of her gown.
You're in danger. You must leave the academy until the bespeller is caught.
Give up and run? No way. I'm not leaving. My friends and I have a plan. We're going to set a trap for the bespeller. She scowled.
With you as bait, I assume.
The bespeller does seem particularly interested in me. And why was that? What made me different than any of the other remaining outlings? As far as I knew, the bespeller wasn't yet targeting Eli, Carly, Miguel, or Evan. Maybe because, unlike them, I was in attack mode, not waiting for something to happen, and I kept snooping into the 6th family. It couldn't be as simple as that, could it?
Minerva huffed. I can't imagine my son is allowing you to conduct your own investigation or endanger yourself by laying a trap.
Unable to meet her gaze, I squirmed. I haven't exactly told him about the plan.
How is he handling the investigation?
Cloven and the headmistress created wards that minimized the bespeller's magic on campus.
Excellent idea.
And the council sent seekers. After they learned an elite student, Alice, was bespelled to turn into a nightlace cluster and hunt outlings, they kicked their investigation into high gear.
You need to leave this to my son and the seekers, then. They'll take care of the bespeller.
I refuse to give control of what's happening to me to everyone else.
I do understand.
She stared forward for a long moment.
There was a time in my life when I, too, was eager to learn who was using magic against me.
Her consort? Had he not only bespelled the patriarch of the 3rd family, but Minerva as well? Can you tell me what happened back then?
I'd like to tell you everything, but can't.
Nothing new there. You already suggested you're not bespelled. Or do bespellings remain locked onto a person beyond death?
I'm free to speak of it, but I believe, for your safety, it's best that I don't.
Another roadblock when I was getting so close. I growled.
I'm asking you to promise me you won't look into this further, she said.
I crossed my arms on my chest. I can't give you that promise. I'm sorry. If that means you won't teach me, then so be it. What the fey was I saying? Without a master, I wouldn't progress further with my Scapti. The last thing I needed to do was antagonize her.
I will teach you.
Her hand reached out, but it passed through my shoulder. Cold. It felt colder than a block of ice. Shivers rippled through me, not caused solely by the temperature, but by the fact that a ghost was touching me. But I worry about you, child. I don't like to think of you endangering yourself. My chin lifted, and my arms relaxed at my sides again. I'll be careful. I can promise that. And my friends are watching out for me. We're a team. Including, to some extent, Alice. Never thought I'd be thinking something like that. I'll have to be satisfied with this promise. She clapped her hands. But level 2. We need to work hard and use our time wisely. The sooner you're an Unraveler, the better. My thought exactly. I may not be able to protect myself from a bespelling, but I can protect my friends, my professors, you, if you need it. You're sweet, but I'm safe from just about anyone. Her arm went around my shoulders, a thick icicle sliding through my shoulders, beyond creepy. But I didn't shift away from her. I didn't just have my friends looking out for me. To some extent, I also had Minerva. I'll come here as often as I can. I couldn't hide how eager I was to get started, to reach the next level. It was hard to hold myself back. I wanted to do everything, now. You won't need to come here again unless you wish. You're going to teach me how to get to level 5 today? How is this even possible? Everyone said I needed a master, but surely there was more to this than one lesson. That would be impossible. My gut sunk. So close. I'd been so close. Would she snatch my dream away? Come now. An ice block patted my thigh. You have my ring. When you're ready for more training, tap the stone 3 times, but only do so where we won't be disturbed. Remember, only you can see and interact with me. Someone watching would believe you are speaking with yourself. Her soft chuckle rang out. Didn't want that. Can I call you a lot? Like 2 or 3 times a day? Whenever you wish. Her lips took on a wry twist. Death is dull, uneventful. I welcome the opportunity to liven things up by working with an apprentice. I sat forward, eager. I'll practice all the time. I know you will, but one thing you must consider. I tilted my head. You said you're doing this for a boy. She frowned. To reach level 5, you'll need to do this for everyone. Anxiety twisted inside me. I'd been driven to do this for Donovan. What do you mean? With 3 bespellers, this world desperately needs an Unraveler. Balance? Was that what she was saying? Exactly. Life needs balance. These bespellers are unchecked. They can do whatever they please without repercussions. How horrifying. If corrupted, they could change the world and no one would know. No one could stop them. Hold on. Who had bespelled everyone to forget the history of the 6th family? I shook my head and brushed off the thought. The bespelling had been done for a valid reason, and likely at the request of the king. Families must have taken sides, some with the 3rd, others with the 6th. Making everyone forget allowed them to get along peacefully. Had the council asked for a spell to prevent a civil war? A far-fetched idea on my part, but the thought kept picking at my brain, telling me to pay attention. No one should be able to control others without their permission and knowledge, Minerva said. You, my Unraveler student, will be tasked to keep the bespellers in line. I couldn't imagine policing the court bespeller's actions, let alone Katya's, but the unknown bespeller? Yes, I'd welcome the chance to rein that person in. But this conversation is for another day. For now, we must work on getting you to level 2. She turned to face me. First, show me your selection stone. I pulled my blade and laid it on my lap. She reached out to touch, but her fingers passed through my moonstone. So, she sighed out. I'd wondered. After all this time, Tears brimmed in her eyes. The dead could cry? It is you. What is me? While I'd warmed up some, chills suddenly racked my frame. Again, someone was suggesting I was more than just me, Floor, a maybe outling, maybe elite wizard in training. Her lips jerked up at the corners, but her eyes continued to swim. All the clues were there, but I didn't dare dream it could be true. Who do you think I am? Tell me, because you're not the first one to say something like this. Speaking of it could change the outcome, but knowing you could possibly. She shook her head. It brings me great joy. Tell me, I growled. I'm tired of hints that lead nowhere. Wait, was this about Alice? Or the fact that I might be a member of the third family? And why would knowing anything change the outcome? One would think the future would be more secure if I had all the facts before acting. The third family. Minerva's consort had betrayed everyone by bespelling my ancestor. How should I feel about that? Cloven's father had hurt my grandfather? Great-grandfather? I wasn't sure. Like I was unsure about everything else regarding what happened with the sixth. You'll understand soon, she said. The time is coming when all will be revealed. While I won't be there to see it happen, it thrills me to believe the time is at hand. More vagueness that might never be explained. I hated watching and waiting for something to happen. I wanted to lead the charge and create the change. Moonstone is special, she said. Some stones, as you know, grant the witch greater power than with others. In Cloven's class, I'd learned that Moonstone was the strongest stone of them all. Had it seen my Unraveler Scapti and chosen me? It must have. My ring, the one you now wear, Minerva said, is also a moonstone. I stretched out my fingers and studied the stone, set in intricately etched sterling. Blue and pink streaks arced through the creamy white oval stone. It chose me, she said, and I'm proud to see you wearing it. Do all Unravelers get selected by moonstones? If so, had Cloven known I was an Unraveler the moment the stone chose me? Not always, but like with Bespellers, an Unraveler needs a strong stone. As you've discovered, black threads provide a greater challenge to draw in than others. The stone, too, must be worthy. I hoped my stone was forgiving. Too often, I didn't feel worthy of the task I'd been given. If I achieved full Unraveler power, I'd be asked to reverse spells made by the court Bespeller and Katya. Minerva was right. This was bigger than me and Donovan. Why can only a level 5 Unraveler undo a bespelling instead of any level? It's equal, meaning you'll be able to unravel at lower levels, but only spells cast by a bespeller at your own level. Since you're dealing with level 5 bespellers, to unravel a spell cast by one of them, you also need to be a level 5. And this is assuming the unknown bespeller is also a level 5, though he or she must be, to have cast such complex spells. That made sense, except I've unraveled a spell already. I explained about the night lace and how I'd shouted unravel and the plant seemed to awaken. They'd stopped attacking and slunk away. She nodded. You're saying you drew in black threads, wove them, and then released them with the command. No, the threads rushed into me, into my moonstone, then drove themselves out of me as I shouted unravel. A fortunate accident, then. You got a taste of a higher level, she said. You have such potential. There hasn't been another like you since... Since what? Not what. Who? She released a modest smile. Me. I wasn't surprised. Fate had brought me here, to this chance to do something good not just for me and my friends, but for our world. Then I picked the right master, I snorted. Actually, there was no other master. Your odds of achieving level 5 are quite good because the threads recognized your need. They chose you, much as your moonstone did during stone selection. Perhaps this is what she meant by me being the one. Let's get started, shall we? At my nod, she said, Close your eyes and seek the black threads. They're all around us, though they do hide on occasion. Whenever I try to grab them, they slip away. Therein lies the difference between an Unraveler and all others with power. We don't grab the threads. What do? We command them. It was that simple, huh? I'd just think, black threads get your skinny bodies over here and they'd... By the Fae, a black thread approached and wavered in front of me. If it sat, I could say, good pup. Take the thread and gently feed it into your stone, she said. I tried to, but it slipped away, making me shoot out a snarl. Again, she said. Keep at it. Another black zipped past me, and I told it to stop in its tracks and bring its slender body closer. Like with the other, it obeyed, but also like the other, it fled when I reached out to touch it. It's not working. Practice, child, and you must have patience. Few reach a new level within minutes. Calling black threads, I kept trying to snag them until my brain felt worse than a cracked egg, sizzling on a flame-red cast iron pan. Giving up for the moment, I flopped back against the wall. You're tired, so let me take a moment while you rest to tell you more about our threads. As you may have discovered, they come in a variety of lengths. While we can't always be picky, I recommend seeking strands that are uniform in length. Not the extra long and rarely the short. Those lengths are useful, but present more of a challenge to weave. Does everyone learn to braid threads to enhance their power? Would achieving a level 5 really be this simple? Only Unravelers and Bespellers use complex weaves. Our task is more challenging. She rose off the bed, and her gaze darted to the hatch as if someone had knocked. And I'm afraid that will have to be all for today. I peered up at her, my hands linked together like a needy child. But I've only called one thread. I was able to do that already. Hard not to sound like I was complaining, but I'd thought, well, I wasn't sure what I'd thought. Okay, I thought I'd reach a level 2 today, that I'd feed a few strands into my stone, then I could haul them out and fling them at Donovan. You not only called the thread, you made it behave. Mostly, until I tried to touch. This is new for you, is it not? It doesn't get me to a level 2. I sounded like a petulant child, but I couldn't help it. I'd been driving myself for weeks, hoping for this chance. And now that I'd found it, it felt like she was snatching it away. You'll be there before you realize it. We'll work hard, she said. While I admire your drive, you must realize this won't happen overnight. Your mind needs to rest and... She tilted her head. Someone, they keep calling. They're worried about you. How long had I been here? With the room warded or bespelled, I couldn't sync with the sundial in Grathie. My friend. I stood. Syrah wanted a favor in exchange for letting her come here with me. She was curious to see this room. My gaze darted to the desk and the journal. Donovan had taught me a few elemental magic tricks, and there was one I'd only used once. Did I dare try it now? I crossed over to the desk. Would you mind if I took the journal? I have no need of it. Moving to the desk, I picked it up, thinking, encasement. I wouldn't see anything different about the journal, but I'd find out if the spell worked when I submerged it in water. Syrah, you said. Minerva scowled. She asked for a favor, did she? Do not trust her. I don't, most of the time. She and I have a truce, but I know she could change her mind and betray me in seconds. But I need her to get through the water to the bridge, which will be an issue from now on. In addition to the king, I also pissed off Sierra's sisters. They won't cross me, Minerva said. I have ways of keeping them in line, much like black threads. She nodded toward the hatch. If you'll allow me. I waved my hand in that direction. I'd love the help. The hatch door swung inward. So strange to see the water suspended outside the room, as if we looked through glass. Sierra's dark-haired sister waited. Comes, she grated out. A command, not a request. We plays. Yeah, sure. Minerva clapped her hands. None of that, Cyrene. This child is my apprentice, and she will be treated with respect. Wait, I said. She can see you? She told me no one could. Only you and the naiads can. Girl is Unraveler, Cyrene said. Soon, you wouldn't want to offend her, now would you? Minerva turned to me and lowered her voice, making her words just for me. The naiads benefit from a bespelling. The last thing they want is for you to practice an unraveling on them. Keep that in mind. Thanks. I squinted at Cyrene. How was she bespelled? There were endless mysteries at the academy. In my short time here, I'd probably only scratched the surface of them. Allow my apprentice to pass, Minerva told Cyrene. You will not harm her. Her voice deepened. Or else. Cyrene's growl rippled through the water like a shockwave. She hurt us. Apologize, Minerva whispered. I dipped my head. I'm sorry, Cyrene. I did my best to sound contrite. It was a challenge. Promise never again? Cyrene said coyly. Don't do it, Minerva said. Never promise them anything. Too late, but I wouldn't point that out to Minerva. To find out the name of my sister, I'd granted Sierra another favor. Chapter 15. Phew, Tria said when I dragged myself up onto the shore and crawled around to the bridge. I was getting worried. Grabbing the rail, I struggled to my feet. My clothing, skin, froze over with ice crystals as I stood dripping on the rough-cut stones. After Minerva spoke with the naiads, they'd left, as easy as that. I'd been able to swim here without a single challenge. She told them to leave me alone from now on, but if I had any say in it, this was my last swim in the moat. Inside, I quaked out, stomping my feet to keep them from turning solid. Can you flip me to my room? Thrusting out my hands, I gave her the journal. Here, you might, my teeth chattered. Want to take a look at this? It's... Staring down at it, she shook her head, making her dark hair flick across her shoulders. Let's get you upstairs where you can shower. Her gaze remained on the journal. By the Fae, is this what I think it is? Minerva's journal. I put an encasement spell on it. My hands shook, and my eyelashes were fusing together to form icicles. Not sure. I gulped as shivers took over my frame. If the spell worked, but it was worth a try. Only way to get it out of the room. It's fantastic, she whispered, her finger stroking across the cover. Tria? My lips must be turning blue. Tria! Jolting, she looked up. What? Her eyes widened. Oh, sorry. Reaching out, she latched onto my forearm. A quick flash and I stood dripping in my room. Beatrice was not going to be pleased about the muck I tracked across the floor as I sped to the bathroom. I'd have to double up on her goodies tonight. As I shut the door, Tria slumped into my desk chair and lowered the book onto the desk's wooden surface. Crossing the bathroom, I knocked and then creaked the door open on the other side. I poked my head into Alice and Moira's room. "I'm showering." Alice sat on her bed, one of her feet lifted. She clutched it as if it caused her great pain. At my words, she jumped to her feet so fast, a pillow fell off her bed. Sniffing, she stuffed her feet into her slippers while swiping her fingers across her eyes. After lifting the pillow off the floor, she clutched it to her chest. I took a few steps into the room. "Are you okay?" "Sure." She lifted her chin and her gaze met mine, hers daring me to ask her what was the matter. "What makes you think anything's wrong?" Should I call her on it? Sister. Despite my determination to maintain a rock-solid wall, my resistance to this girl was fragmenting. It didn't help that she occasionally acted nice. Well, sorta nice. Each unexpected thaw on her part chipped at my ability to keep her at arm's length. A longing to be close to her rose inside me, but I beat it back. She wouldn't welcome my hug or even a pat on the shoulder. "Why are you dripping on my floor?" she asked, blinking. You're wet." "Yes, I went swimming in the moat." Why did I have to be this honest? One would think I'd be used to stretching the truth by now, since I did it so often with Cloven and the headmistress. Her gaze drifted down my front, and when her lips curled, I braced myself for a blast of her usual mockery. "You look cold. Maybe make the shower an extra hot one." Not the statement I'd expected. My spine limping, I backed toward the shower before she reconsidered and served up her usual fare. "Yeah, I'm freezing." "Yet you went swimming?" She shook her head. "Outside in the winter? Sometimes you make no sense at all." That was me, completely senseless. I grabbed the door handle and pulled the door fully open. Go into the bathroom, take a shower. Why was I lingering? I shouldn't allow myself to feel any emotion for this girl. My fingers stilled on the doorknob, and I studied it as if it contained every unrevealed secret at the academy. "If you want to talk, anytime, I'm happy to listen." A quick peek showed me her posture softening for 1 second before she stiffened, her guard solidifying between us as quickly as her expression went blank. Why would I want to do that? Yes, her comment hit where she'd thrown it, right in my chest, and it stung more than it should. But I was better than this, better than the person who'd flung snappy, mean comebacks back at her. We'd declared a truce, and I wouldn't break it. I couldn't break it. "Because, you know I wouldn't use it against you," I said. "Not now, anyway." "Everyone else would." Turning back to her, I studied her face, but she gave nothing away. She dropped back onto the bed again and shrugged her feet out of her slippers. My jaw dropped, and I stumbled toward her, unable to look away. "When did you start growing scales? Did she have dragon blood in her like Donovan?" "They're not scales," she croaked out. "Not the usual kind, anyway." Her gaze remained locked on her feet, either because she also couldn't stop staring at them, or because she didn't dare meet my eyes. Did she think I'd mock her? "What's happening to you?" I asked. Shoving her blonde hair behind her ears, she finally looked at me. The stark devastation in her gaze made my breath catch. "Never forget, there's always a price for a bespelling. You really need to reconsider asking Katya for a spell." I waved toward her feet. "This is the cost the court bespeller asked for holding back your night lace?" Her spine stiffened. "My night lace?" It's a figure of speech. Much like Donovan's dragon, not that I'd bring that up to Alice. As quick as her fire had taken hold, it snuffed out. Limp, she leaned back on the pillows. "In some ways, I might prefer to be Nightlace." When I blinked, she quickly added, Not the murderous kind, just regular old vines. What's happening to you? What price was she paying? I'm slowly turning into a troll. Her laughter contained zero mirth. Ironic, isn't it? The creatures, people I've mocked will soon become my family. I'm sorry. Not about the idea that she'd become a troll. Esther, despite her gruff exterior, had shown me her own version of kindness. There wasn't anything wrong with being a troll. To me, that is. But to a girl who'd savored her elite status and taken too much pleasure in making fun of those she felt were beneath her. The court bespeller had chosen a worthy punishment for a snooty elite, maybe murderer. How long do you have? I asked. A year or so before I'm a full troll. On the outside, that is. I won't become a Sketar witch. I'll still use elemental magic, plus my Skapti to create diplomacy spells. But the career I imagined with the Fae? Her lips took on a bitter twist. They're universally gorgeous. They'll never hire a troll to work in their court. Like with Donovan, this punishment would hurt Alice the most. Was that the point when someone paid for a bespelling? Any chance you can speed up the process and achieve a level 5 soon? She asked. The words came out like a joke, but there was no punchline. Because I could sure use an unraveling. I've found a master. She pressed back against the pillows. You have? Where? She's a ghost. Alice glared at her feet. So much for not using this against me. Death came through in her voice. I wasn't joking. My master might be a ghost, but she's going to teach me. Her head tilted. You're telling the truth. No denying the pain on her face. You weren't mocking me? Not at all, it's true. She's a ghost. I'll work hard, I promise. I'll reach level 5 and... My gaze drifted to her feet. I'll help you. Thank you. Blinking fast, she tucked her feet back inside her slippers, hiding them away. How long before the skin on her legs took on the same scaly appearance? I didn't want to know. Not really. The weight on my shoulders was almost more than I could carry already. Another boulder would drive me to my knees. Chapter 16. After showering and dressing in warm clothing, I stood staring into the mirror while combing my hair. Should I leave it its regular black or go with a different color?
You look fantastic,
someone said from behind me. Jumping, I whirled around, hitting my hip on the sink. I rubbed where it stung. Alex! My tiny dragonfly friend hovered in front of me.
Thought I'd stop by and chat.
I'm always happy to see you. I welcomed a moment of normalcy. Too often lately, I'd relaxed my guard only to have the next bad thing happen. Do you have anything cryptic to share today? Something that'll lead me in the right direction? Because lately, I felt lost. Yes, I had a plan, but what if none of it worked as it should?
You're already going in the right direction.
Zipping over to the flowered shower curtain, he hovered, like a hummingbird tapping pollen. That's a relief.
It is and it isn't.
Whirling around, he flew in close again, and I was the one acting bug-eyed. What does that mean? I asked.
What it always has meant.
This conversation wasn't getting me anywhere, like usual. Oh, almost forgot to tell you, I found a master unraveler. I couldn't wait to share the news with my friends.
Minerva!
No denying the sting in my chest. You knew about her already, and you didn't tell me? He could have saved me months of heartache.
You didn't ask, and...
Let me guess, you wouldn't have been able to tell me. This time, he was the one to sigh, while his tiny chest expanded and he puffed air past his buggy lips.
Would you really want me to tell you?
Yes. No. I growled, because I was unsure. I suppose not?
Anything you work for has more value.
Too true. I never had wanted things handed to me, but just once, it might be nice to have something come easy. He cocked his head as if he heard someone calling.
I should go.
Wait! I held up my hand. Minerva's part of the 6th family. You're a dragonfly. His lips quirked up.
Your insight astounds me.
My turn to smirk. Thanks, but what I meant is that a dragonfly is the companion to the 6th family.
Was.
Not any longer?
I'm not a companion. I'm your friend.
One of my best friends. Despite him holding things back, I loved seeing him.
Don't forget.
I frowned. Don't forget what? He morphed into the pendant I wore always, but his last word echoed around me.
Everything.
Okay, more vagueness to shelve with the rest. Leaving the bathroom, I walked into my room and found Tria still nose deep in the journal. I'd say you found more to read there than I did, I said. All I'd found was water damage and random scribbles. She grunted. Care to share? Another grunt. Well, she'd tell me eventually. My interest in the journal had waned now that I could talk to the source instead. I'm going to the library, I said, sitting on my bed to put on my shoes. She waved my way. Tria? I asked. Yeah. I grinned. Enjoy the book. Intend to. Standing, I grabbed my backpack off the floor. I'll see you later. I unzipped the bag and dumped a few notebooks and a textbook inside. Yep, she mumbled. Leaving the room, I shut the door behind me. Hey, Thorn, I said to the lips on our door. Outlined in deep red today, he'd filled in the rest with bright yellow. Interesting look.
Ah, Flora, how goes the hunt? Any new information for my team?
A team of doors was spying on the campus. Never would have thought something like this could happen. Nope. Nothing about the Bespeller. I wasn't sharing about Minerva. How about you? Has the neighborhood watch found anything you can share? Last time we talked, Thorne had suggested Ashton was behaving in a suspicious manner. Had they caught him doing anything incriminating yet? I had a hard time believing he was a hidden Bespeller, but who would have thought Alice was shifting into Nightlace? Thorne dropped his voice to a whisper.
Door 212 in Windcoven has some interesting news.
It was wild to think we had a spy network made up completely of doors. Did Cloven or the headmistress know? After a quick glance up and down the hall to ensure we were alone, I leaned closer. Yeah? What did you hear?
Eben, he's an outling.
Yeah, he's the self-appointed president of the Outling Club. And a jerk, but that was beside the point.
He and Vic, that's Ashton's brother, in case you don't know, were seen sneaking out of the eastern door of the main building last night, at about 1 a.m.
My voice grew hushed. Where did they go?
The big question is, where were they going? Because they didn't get far. The Seekers caught them.
What happened after that?
Well, they squabbled.
I think Eben and Ashton are the friends. Vic's along for the ride. Whenever I'd seen them together, but without Ashton, they'd been arguing.
Not this time, he said. They were in this together.
Did they run? Get away?
Caught. They were taken to the headmistress's office.
Did Justine's door listen in on the conversation?
Unfortunately, no.
Thorne's lips scrunched, smearing some red into the yellow, creating a streaky sunset.
The headmistress has wards to keep others from overhearing.
Naturally. Did anyone hear anything that might be helpful before the Seekers caught them?
The exterior door heard a few snatched words, and the shed door corroborated them.
I leaned so close to Thorne, I was practically pressing myself through the wooden structure. Do tell.
Slork.
Slork? My magical creatures and how to tame them class had an after-dark meeting tonight. The syllabus said we'd be raking the Slork's interior. Vic was in my class. Eben was not. Anything else?
One of them growled your name.
I huffed. What were they planning now? When the Nightlace was hunting outlings on campus, Vic, Eben, and Ashton had stolen Nightlace vines from Professor Grimm's greenhouse lab and then rigged it to scare me. Their prank hadn't worked. I'd notified Cloven, who'd intervened. They'd hoped to spring a supposedly harmless prank, per Cloven's report to me. But what if they didn't plan something harmless this time? I doubted they'd been out for a walk at 1 a.m.
I want you to be careful, Fleur,
Thorne said.
We doors are the eyes and ears on campus, but our reach, let alone our ability to act, is limited.
I'm not taking any risks.
That's not what the Western Door told me.
I scowled. What did the Western Door say?
You were seen jumping into the moat.
Straightening, I linked my arms on my chest and kept my face neutral. Maybe I was going swimming.
Fleur.
He said my name like a chiding parent. Where I went is a secret.
I won't ask you to tell, but maybe stay out of the moat. The Naiads live there.
And they were deadly. I will. I don't plan to jump into the moat ever again.
Good. The Western Door will be delighted to hear that.
Anything else? I asked.
I believe that's it. But we're on patrol 24/7, and I'll let you know if we hear anything further.
I hitched the strap of my bag up higher on my shoulder. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Instead of going immediately to the library, I took a detour. Entering the parlor off the right of the lobby, I dropped my bag onto one of the high-back squishy chairs near the blazing fireplace. I skimmed my finger along the built-in bookcase shelves and randomly grabbed a book, then took it back to my chair and sat, dropping it onto my lap. A case study of Banshee sexuality. Blinking down at it, I couldn't stop myself from flipping back the cover and scrolling through a few pages. Because banshees. Last I'd heard, they roamed the countryside looking for those about to pass on and wailed to herald the imminent death. How did a banshee hook up while doing that? By the Fae, the book had pictures. A snort of laughter burst out of me. A guy studying in a chair a few over from mine glared. Yeah, you try keeping a straight face while reading this book. But this wasn't why I'd come here. The book was a cover. Leaving it open on my lap, I closed my eyes and sought black threads. There. A thick one a few feet long shimmied across the books as if looking for a good read. Sorry, Magic, but the good read was lying in my lap. Another, thinner and longer thread skipped along the ceiling, playing with a wide band of yellow, twisting and swaying. With my mind, I nudged the yellow aside and then mentally stroked the black. While Minerva said I needed to show the black strands who was boss, there was no harm in warming it up first. Thoughts of banshee sex must be influencing me. Come, I whispered. The tip of the thread had started toward the yellow again, but spun toward me as if intrigued. No one had manipulated black for almost 100 years. The threads had gone wild. Come play with me, I thought. The entreaty worked too often for Syrah. It shot in my direction, and I yelped when it hit me in the chest. My eyes popped open and I gasped, suddenly finding it a challenge to breathe. Rolling his eyes, the guy who I'd disturbed closed his book. He dumped it into his backpack and, grumbling, rose and strode from the room. Where had the black thread gone? I closed my eyes again and found it wavering so close to my face, I could call it Alex. Reaching out with my mind, I ran my fingertip along the top of the strand. It rippled underneath me like a pup, enjoying a vigorous patting. Another black thread shot past us, heading for the yellow, but it paused as if it saw me interacting with the other. Gliding this way, it stopped beside the first and seemed to stare. I nudged them together, and they twisted into one thread, resembling a black stick of licorice. Yes, I sighed, like that. When the ends snapped together, completing the link, I grabbed the tip and pulled the band inside me. It struggled, the end snapping like the tail of a furious dragon. With a crack, the The strands yanked away from me and unraveled. Fleeing in opposite directions, they bolted from the room, leaving me alone with the yellow. I could swear the remaining thread glared. When the black threads didn't return, and calling for others resulted in nothing but a cluster of blue and green threads joining the yellow, I returned the Banshee's sex book to the shelf and went to the library, where I located an empty table and dumped my backpack on the smooth surface. I hauled out a chair and sat. On Monday, I had a history test, and I hadn't looked over my notes in days. I'd intended to review the material yesterday after Grimm's class, but worry about my rotting hand had distracted me. My hand stung, all the time. I kept picturing the serum burning through my skin, muscle, and tendons, seeking bone. Tomorrow's trip to the mall and a visit with Katya couldn't come soon enough. Since I'd still been unable to master content storage, an elemental magic trick that allowed wizards to memorize class material, I'd resigned myself to the old-fashioned way. Index cards I'd go through over and over until I'd committed them to my mind. Boring and time-consuming. You'd think that just once, something would go easy in my life. I scribbled down details about the Yulfrin War, a battle that had taken place among the Shi, the 6th and 3rd families, actually intending to run through my notes 1,000 times before I left the library. A few more reviews over the weekend should help me pass this test. Setting aside my notes, I got up, stretched, and took the stairs to the 3rd floor. Months ago, I'd found a book about the 6th family here. At the time, I'd speculated the book would only allow me to read it while in the library, because when I snuck it out and flipped through the pages, they were blank. When I returned with it to the library, the words had magically reappeared. Sadly, Will, the librarian, had come up the stairs before I could read much, and I'd had to hide the book behind the sofa. When I returned after he'd closed up for the night, the book was gone. I'd looked for it, but hadn't found it since. I drifted through the lonely stacks. Almost everyone had gone to class, leaving this part of the library empty. Where had I found that book? It had been shelved on the inner side of the last stack. A wink of light pulled me to the book, like the crystal dragon in the fountain on the front lawn did whenever I saw it. Dragon Sworn. Cloven had told me the legend of the crystal dragon, that in a time of great need, the creature would come to life, take wing, and defend the one it cherishes most. But I didn't have time for legends today. They were for the future, many years from now, most likely. I had enough to deal with already. The book winked again, just like the crystal dragon's heart glistened deep within its chest whenever I watched it closely. I snatched the book off the shelf and stuffed it underneath my shirt before anyone saw me with it. Creeping back downstairs, I was tempted to toss the book into my bag and flee, but what if it still could only be read in the library? I retook my seat, and after making sure no one watched, there were only a few other students near, their heads buried in books, I laid the book on the table in front of me. After inhaling deeply and puffing out the air, I flipped back the cover. Bright colors of the coven banners greeted me on the first few pages. Last time I'd read, I'd learned Minerva's consort had been accused of bespelling outside the council's jurisdiction. The spells directed at the patriarch of the 3rd family, the Dunna Cladria clan. Why had the bespeller attacked the 3rd family? A power grab was the excuse. But what kind of power had they hoped to achieve? The 5th family, Donovans, ruled the kingdom. Unless there was some sort of hierarchy beneath the king, it was unclear how the 6th family could take power from the 3rd. The council tried to intervene, and a magical battle ensued. Many Shi in both families died, and the majority of the deaths were in the 6th family, including the consort. Horrified and angry about the loss of her husband and family, Minerva continued the battle. Realizing the feud would go on forever, the council captured her, stripped her of her power, and banished her. No one knew where she went after that. But I knew. She'd hidden in the room beneath the academy, given birth to Cloven. though she must have raised him elsewhere. Cloven had grown, married, and had 2 sons. Bastian, Cloven's favorite of the 2 sons, had produced a child, Tria. Wait a minute. The 3rd family had accused the 6th. My family was part of the 3rd. That made me pause. With everyone bespelled to keep them from discussing what happened, it was hard to tell fact from fiction. History was written by the victors. Mom told me that once. But this book was written by a Sketar witch. Had she included the truth, or was this book written under the direction of the council? The council had believed the patriarch of the 3rd family, and I had no reason to doubt the details written in this book. What would Minerva say if I asked her? It was anyone's guess why all this was such a big secret. Why bother bespelling everyone to keep them from talking about what happened? Lessons could be learned from this. Use your power for good. Never bespell anyone against their will. The court bespeller had cast a spell on Donovan, forcing him to forget me forever, even beyond the death of the bespeller, for all I knew. Interesting that the consort got into trouble for doing what the court bespeller did under command of the king. Maybe being in charge made the action legal, but I had my doubts. I flipped through the pages, hoping I'd discover something new, but I found nothing. Just the same old details I had already learned. Except, when I turned to the final page, I found a folded piece of paper. Had the last reader used it as a bookmark? I lifted it, and after looking around again to make sure no one watched, I unfolded it. Scratchy handwriting, but I could make out the words. He didn't do it. Who didn't do what? But he did. Chapter 17. I bit back my growl. No need to draw attention. What did this mean? More useless statements that made no sense. Dropping the paper onto the book, I buried my face in my good hand. I'd never figure any of this out. Why the Fae was I bothering? Maybe because my curiosity was eating me alive.
Ah, Fleur.
Will, the librarian, stood at the end of the table, a half smile on his face.
What do you have there?
My spine jolted up through my head. Think. Gulping back air, I flipped the book closed and pulled the pile of index cards I'd made up and over the book's back cover, hiding it. I'm studying for a test about the Ulfern War, I said. He leaned against the table, his posture relaxed.
Index cards. Why not use content storage?
I'm having a hard time with that form of elemental magic.
Interesting. It's simple, actually.
For everyone else, maybe, but not me.
Tell you what,
he said.
Find me when you have a free moment or two, and I'll show you a trick. You'll be storing notes in no time.
My shoulders eased. He mustn't have seen the book, or if he had, he didn't care if I looked at it. It was shelved in the library. That would be awesome, if you have time.
I always have time for students.
Thanks. He bumped off the table.
You're welcome.
After doling out another smile, he walked to his desk, stopping at a few tables along the way to speak to other students. His bald head gleamed in the overhead lights, and his bushy eyebrows wiggled when he spoke. Nice guy. But then, other than the power-sucking slake Professor Mueller, everyone working at the academy was kind. I'd started to slide my index cards off the book about the 6th family, intending to study the note again, when the door to the hall opened and Eben strolled inside. He glanced around, and his lips twisted when his eyes fell on me. At least he didn't decide to come over and pester me. Instead, he strolled over to the librarian's desk, and his back to me, spoke with Will. Will's bushy eyebrows lifted, and when Eben's voice grew louder and he said something about Crystal and acing Professor Grimm's class, Will held up his hand. He nudged his head to the office behind the desk. Eben's hands flexed at his sides, making me wonder why he was so peeved with our librarian, but he released them and followed Will into the office. The door only partly closed. enough to cut the rest of us off from their conversation, but not enough I couldn't hear distant murmurs. Maybe it was just as well. I needed to get back to the Ulfern War, not snoop on what was probably a boring conversation between Eben and the librarian. I was curious, however. How did Eben think Will could help him do better in Grimm's class? Was there another elemental magic trick like content storage Will could teach Eben that would give him and maybe me an edge? No harm in finding out. Standing, I stuffed everything into my backpack and slung it over my shoulder. I wandered casually over to the main desk. Then, after looking around to make sure no one appeared to be watching, I scurried over to the ladder-back chair sitting outside Will's office and casually sat. That was me, a student politely waiting my turn to speak to the librarian.
I can't do that for you, Eben,
Will said in a reasonable tone.
Do what? You said you would.
Desperation came through in Eben's voice.
You promised. We had a deal. And I've done all I could to help. You know that, as I would anyone.
How had Will helped Eben? Was this about giving Eben the edge he needed to be declared the best outling on campus? Or something else?
If you remain patient, it will happen, Will said. Exactly as I said it would. Just keep playing your part.
Eben grumbled, then released a heavy sigh.
Don't think I won't tell.
What are you doing here? Someone said. I jolted upright, realizing I'd been leaning close to the opening, trying not to miss a single word. Hi, Alice, I said, standing. My fingers twitched where they clutched my backpack strap, and I nearly dropped it. While I was glad to see my sister, sorta, she could have picked a better time. I'm, waiting to see the librarian. I gnashed my teeth. Talk about inconvenient. The conversation inside the office had started to get interesting. What would Eben tell? You don't mind if I go ahead of you, do you? Alice said, pleasant enough. I won't take long. Not at all. She'd saved me from using content storage as an excuse for why I was sitting here. Yes, I wanted to learn the elemental magic skill, but not right now. In fact, I'm not sure I really need him any longer. I can look up my information. Couldn't say online, since computers didn't exist in the elite world. Who needed them when you could ping someone and get your answer from the source? I'll look it up in one of my books. She huffed, telling me she'd rebuilt the steel fence between us. Her momentary weakness in her room had passed, and she probably hoped I'd forgotten all about it. I'll see you tomorrow then. While we won't go into Katya's with you, we can flit you there and make sure you get back here safely. The wince she released indicated someone must have told her what happened to me and Jenny when we tried to flit back to the academy after our first trip to the mall. We'd been diverted to a cave system full of nightlace that attacked. If Tria hadn't used her seeker skills to find us, we'd both be dead.
Just you remember,
Eben said inside the office.
You owe me more than I owe you.
By the Fae, this was getting good. Could I make Alice go away so I could sit and listen some more? Alice frowned. Who's inside? Eben is. With Will. The librarian, that is. Tiny lines crinkled around Alice's eyes when she smiled. I know who Will is. It would be weird if she didn't, I supposed. She'd been at the academy as long as I had. Of course you do. Why was I shouting? Nerves. They hit us all. The door swung open and Eben stepped out. He frowned when he saw me standing outside the office.
What do you want?
Not you, I said. When I first met him at Outling Club, I'd thought we might end up friends. After all, we were united in surviving when every elite would be happy to see us flunk out. Or, for a few, to see us die. Yes, Eben was anal and controlling, but I could live with it. I had no interest in running for president of our small club. But then he'd allied with Ashton. Totally hadn't seen that one coming. Why would Ashton, who hated Outlings, become best friends with Eben? I could understand Eben kissing up to Ashton. Determined to be crowned the best outling on campus, he'd stand a better chance if he was supported by a coven prefect in Ashton. Eben shoved past us and strode from the library, banging the entrance door closed behind him. Will appeared in the doorway to his office. Shadows haunted his usually twinkling eyes, but they drifted away when his gaze fell on me and then slid to Alice. Like a mask had been pulled over his face, it smoothed, becoming neutral. "Alice," he said sternly. She jolted as if he'd scolded her. Okay, so what was going on between them? It was clear to me that the smile lifting Alice's lips was fake. Her back tightened and her lower lip trembled. As if she took on a task she dreaded, she walked over to Will and gave him a brief hug, a kiss on his cheek. "I have something I need to tell you." Although her voice came out pleasant enough on the surface, it contained an edge of fear. "Do you have a moment to talk, Dad?" Chapter 18. The academy could burn around me, and I wouldn't notice. Dad. Alice had called him her father. She'd kissed him on his cheek. A newborn, Alice had inadvertently drained too much power from her mother, who died. Moira told me Alice's father had blamed Alice for her mother's death ever since. I'd half despised the man on Alice's behalf, even when she'd been in peak mean girl mode and she'd drive me out of my mind. But this meant that Mr. Zoriati, Will, was my father. My legs unable to support me, I collapsed onto the chair. Planets and stars floated around me, blackening the world on the edges. I dropped my head down to my knees, praying I wouldn't keel over onto the floor. "Are you okay, Floor?" Alice asked. When I said nothing, my lips and tongue frozen from shock, she actually came over to stand with me, as if she cared. But she couldn't care. She wouldn't care. We'd only declared a temporary truce. It would end as soon as we'd caught the bespeller. Why then was she placing her hand on my shoulder and stooping down beside me? "Do you want me to call for a healer?" Who'd be eager to chop off my hand? No. When she jumped, I lowered my voice. "No thanks, I'm okay. Just a little dizzy. I didn't eat breakfast." Alice straightened. Behind her, Will, by the Fae, my father, stared at me with equal concern. "Would you like some water? A snack?" He gestured toward his office, his face coloring. Was he used to dealing with lightheaded teenagers? "I keep crackers and a few granola bars in my desk. I can fetch you one in a flash." As if he hoped to escape before I threw up or asked for a tampon, he edged into the doorway. "I don't need anything, thanks." I rose to my feet, and when the world rushed into my head, scrambling it, I nearly keeled over. But the room righted itself, and I turned to face Alice and Will. Faced my family. Frozen with shock, my tongue refused to function. "I'll just run to the cafeteria. I'll ask a chef to make me something good." "Sounds like an excellent idea," Will, Dad, said. "Eat something solid. No need to feel faint with level 5 chefs on campus." "Nope," I said. How was I supposed to deal with this? Panic rushed through me, telling me to run. But I was afraid if I bolted from the academy, I wouldn't stop until I'd reached Donovan's aunt and uncle's place miles from here. "You sure you're okay?" Alice asked, scrutinizing my face. What did she see? Hopefully only what I wished to share, which wasn't much. I shouldn't read anything into the concern in her eyes, in his eyes, my family, and I could never tell them. "I'll see you two later?" Without waiting for a reply, I snatched my bag off the floor and fled from the library. I ran down the hall, through the mini-mall area, up the stairs, across the skywalk, and down the hall to my room, shouting, "Sexy!" before I arrived. Thorne greeted me and started to say something else, but I pushed my way inside and locked the door behind me without stopping to chat. I didn't have it in me at the moment. I staggered across the room and collapsed on my bed, my face awash with tears. Chapter 19. I'd barely pulled myself together when Cloven pinged me.
Are you still coming for dinner?
That's right. I'd told him I would. Had that really just been this morning? It felt like 3 lifetimes ago. My belly rumbled, telling me it was past due for sustenance, assuming I could shove something down my throat. Will was my father. I couldn't believe it. He was nice, friendly, and kind. I liked him. It was anyone's guess what he'd think if he ever learned he was my father. He might despise my background, but he couldn't hate Outlings if he'd been with my mom, could he? What if? I shouldn't be letting myself dream like this. It was silly to think he'd welcome me as his daughter. My hands trembled, and my heart grabbed onto the idea and bolted with it. I'd have a dad, someone I could claim as family. If he accepted me, we could talk, maybe have fun together. My heart pinched. I shouldn't do this to myself. Nothing could come of it. But what if I told him? Cloven spoke, reminding me we were in the middle of a mind-speak conversation. Good thing he could only hear the thoughts I chose to send.
I've asked the head chef to prepare a regular smorgasbord for us,
he said with laughter in his voice.
Even nachos. I've heard they're your favorite, right?
They are. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and raked my fingers through my hair. I'll be there in a few minutes.
Looking forward to it.
I rushed to the bathroom and splashed cold water onto my face, then stared into the glass hanging above, seeing nothing. Will was my father. It didn't seem possible. Returning to my room, I sank down on the chair in front of my desk and put on my sneakers. When I closed my eyes, a black thread zipped past me. Before it slid through the wall, it paused, turned. Come closer, little one, I thought. The thread flicked back and forth as if flirting. Yes, I whispered. Like that. You want to be friends? It came closer, so near I could reach out and stroke it with the back of my hand. Leaning into my touch, it seemed to sigh. Were the black threads happy there was now someone who could work magic with them? It twined itself around my finger, then glided down my arm to my shoulder. My moonstone hummed, and the black strand paused. Don't go, I said. I coaxed the thread closer to my blade, and it didn't resist. My eyes opened as the thread reached my stone and was absorbed. Dark fire flickered across the gleaming surface before it died away. I'd done it. Not quite a full level 3, because I hadn't braided a number of threads together, and I doubted I'd succeed again without multiple failures. But I'd stored one black strand inside my stone. I couldn't wait to tell Minerva. Rising, I left my room in a daze. Like always, my spine tingled and my brain shot into alert mode as I crossed the skywalk. I hated being here alone and after dark. If I'd had more time, I could have exited my coven and crossed through the paths outside, but darkness had smothered the daylight, and I didn't want to run into Medusa yet. Wasn't quite ready for that cut. My only other option would be to ping Tria or Patty and ask for a flit, but I hated to bug them all the time. Patty was meeting up with Bryce for dinner, and Tria had a class. No reason I couldn't take this route. We'd vanquished the night lace, and Alice had sworn to wear her charm. It was only a short walk. All valid excuses that did nothing to keep goosebumps from rippling down my spine. The glass walkway encased me like a clear cocoon, or a tomb. Better not to think that way. Outside, stars peppered the sky. The moon shone brightly, lighting up the ground below me as I scurried across the smooth glass surface. I reached the opposite side and pulled open the steel door. Just the stairs and a short skip to Cloven's office. I'd be there in seconds. Bolting down the first flight of stairs, I skidded around the landing and took the second set. From above me, a shuffling sound rang out, reaching down the stairwell like a beast's claws. The sound grabbed hold of my heart, and it fluttered. Not stopping to ask who's there. Been there, doing this too often already. I picked up my pace, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I'd be there soon. Soon couldn't come fast enough. Whirling around the next landing, I continued down the stairs. 1 flight left after this, and I'd be in the mini-mall area. People would be around. I'd be safe. "Hey!" someone called out from above. Not pausing to chat either. I rushed down the next flight of stairs. Something slammed into my back, pushing me forward. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a creature about the size of my forearm, scurrying down the steps. It flew around the landing and kept going. So did my body. Grappling for anything I could hold on to, my arms flailed out. My bandaged hand slipped along the rail, but was unable to find purchase. My feet twisted. Damn things. My toe caught on the lip of a stair, and my foot skidded down to the one below. Gravity yanked me forward. Lungs afire and my heart beating double time, I slammed against the rail, jarring my shoulder. My fingers scrambled on the metal as I tried to slow my fall. No use. My body had its own plan. No, the Beatley Carn had its own plan. Crying out, I tumbled downward. The stairs rose up to meet me. Chapter 20. "Gotcha," someone said, snagging the back of my shirt and bringing me to an abrupt halt. I dangled a second before he tugged me back and up onto the step beside him. His arms held me close. I knew that voice. Too many times, I'd ached to hear him say my name with recognition. I was doomed to live with disappointment. Clutching Donovan's forearms, I stared up at him. "You okay?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. He glanced around. "Did you trip?" "Something pushed me." Damn Beatley Carn. I peered over my shoulder, hoping I'd find it waiting so I could stomp on it, but it had fled the scene of the crime. It was out to get me. I needed to ping Tria ASAP. It was past time to set those traps. "Someone pushed you." His eyes widened, and his hands tightened on my arms. "You don't think I—" "Not at all." Great. Wasn't it just like me to offend him when I'd rather talk or stand beside him? Not that he'd remember 2 seconds from now, but still. He'd think I was out of my mind if I told him a prankster had locked onto me. "I missed a step." Easier answer. "I'm Donovan, by the way," he said. "Fleur." One would think it would get old introducing myself to him over and over again, but it never did. The fact that he sought me out whenever he saw me bathed my wounded soul. I liked that he still held on to me. It gave me a chance to pretend that above us, someone opened the door to the skywalk. It banged shut, and footsteps thumped toward us. Donovan leaned over and squinted in that direction before returning his attention to me. "So, Fleur, do you want to, get an ice cream? I know we just met, but—" "You remember my name," I breathed out. He chuckled. "I might not have the best memory around, but it's not that bad. You just told me who you were. How could I forget so fast? Besides, I like it." His gaze skimmed across my face and his smile widened. "It's pretty." "My name's French, for flower," I said by rote. He remembered. Was the bespelling wearing off? My heart stumbled over the idea and rushed down the staircase. I grabbed the rail and yanked myself to a halt before I was dragged away. Bitterness tainted the back of my tongue. Bespellings never wore off. They lasted forever, unless they were unraveled. Unraveled. Reaching into my moonstone, I sorted through the waiting threads, seeking the black. Where was it? I tossed aside a yellow, a blue, a red. No black. "You still with me?" Donovan asked. "You're not feeling like you're going to pass out, are you?" "I'm fine." Damn black thread. Where had it gone? I needed to focus on what was happening with Donovan. He was still touching me. Did contact make a difference? Eben rounded the stairwell and stopped before he ran into us. A sneer rose on his face.
"Isn't this sweet?"
He barreled down the stairs, jarring us sideways. Donovan steadied me before his hands fell to his sides.
"Ass."
He watched Eben open the door to the second floor and step into the hall. When his eyes fell on me again, that spark I'd savored had snuffed out. As if we'd randomly met in the stairwell, he nodded and moved around me. Turning, I watched him walk out of my life all over again. "Hey, Donovan!" I called out before he rounded the landing. He glanced up. "Hey." The crooked grin he casually delivered kicked me in the chest. My knees shook. "Do you know my name?" I croaked. There was no hiding the agony in my voice. Catching the tone, he frowned. "I don't," he said slowly. "Should I?" I shook my head. While I bit back my tears, he continued down the stairs. My footsteps dragged as I followed. I reached Cloven's office and went inside.
"Floor,"
he said.
"Just in time."
Smiling, he waved to a small buffet table set up along one wall.
"Our dinner awaits."
I gaped at the platters filled with burgers and fries and chicken tenders. A big bowl of salad sat beside it. Crusty hunks of bread released a warm, yeasty aroma, waiting to be topped with thick slabs of butter from the small plate sitting nearby. A steaming platter of loaded nachos oozed cheese over the edge, and bowls of various heat levels of salsa awaited chip dipping. Heartsick, I didn't feel like eating a bite. Rounding his desk, Cloven rubbed his hands.
"I'm famished. While I was tempted to dig in without you, I held myself back."
The laugh bursting from him told me how much he'd looked forward to us sharing dinner. I'd make myself eat rather than disappoint him. Yes, I was a wreck about Donovan, but my belly must have decided it didn't care. It told me to load up a plate and dig in. "Is that all for us?" Beaming, Cloven hefted his arms out at his sides as a rueful grin rose on his face.
"I'm hungry. Thought you might be too."
I shut the door behind me and stepped farther inside. "I am, but this is enough for an army."
"Maybe we're preparing for battle."
His comment shut down the light mood I'd been striving for. He was right. With a bespeller and a prankster on the loose, we were at war.
"Load a plate and have a seat,"
he said. His grin grew again as I scooped up salad, a few chicken tenders and spicy dip, plus a generous load of nachos. I drizzled hot salsa over the chips and added a scoop each of sour cream and guac on the side, then sat at the desk on the visitor side. After taking salad and grabbing the plate containing the rest of the nachos, Cloven joined me, sinking into his leather office chair with a hearty sigh. We munched in relaxing silence for a while. The only sound in the room are huffs of appreciation. Yes, my life was tenuous, but we were talking level 5 nachos. With our plates ditched on the buffet table, we sat again at the desk. A low clunk drew my attention back to the buffet. I found the table and leftovers gone, spirited away for cleaning.
"First off,"
Cloven said. He leaned back in his chair and settled his clasped hands on his belly.
"I wanted to assure you that Justine and I have hired the best warder in the parallel realm to create the spells here at the Academy. You can feel completely safe on campus."
"The Beatley Carn pushed me in the staircase a few minutes ago." Eyes popping, his chair clunked forward.
"What?"
I explained. It also jumped from the ceiling into my hair earlier, after I left our private lesson. When it threw cookies at me the other day, I stupidly believed the pranks would be cute.
We can't let this happen again. There is another, more permanent solution,
he said, holding up a finger.
I'll call a magical exterminator right away.
Such a thing existed? He mind-spoke for a moment before nodding.
They'll be here within the hour. No need to worry any longer. This crew comes highly recommended.
What will they do? I pictured the time we had an ant problem and Mom called the exterminator. They went around the house, spraying stinky stuff that made me sneeze.
Set traps. They'll catch and rehome the Beatley Carn by morning.
That would be a relief. One thing less to worry about. I could let Tria know she was off the hook. So back to the wards. Not to be unkind, but you and the headmistress created wards to keep Professor Mueller from calling students into the woods to kill them. I'm not sure I completely trust them.
You're right. That was bungled, but partly because the professor was in on the plan. We couldn't know he'd been masking his Slake background for years, but we did operate with good intentions when we set the wards.
I appreciate that. Tell me more about this warder. Will these spells work differently than the others?
That's the ingenious part.
He leaned forward, his eyes alight.
The wards are designed to prevent a bespeller from casting more than a weak, ineffective spell.
He rubbed his hands together.
I imagine she or he is feeling the pinch already.
Sounds awesome, but they'll wear off. Unlike a bespelling, wards faded.
The council has made this a special project. In addition to the warder specialist, they've sent 2 additional level 5 warders who will renew the wards on an ongoing basis before they begin to dissipate. This is why I can speak with complete confidence about your safety. You will not be harmed again.
His fierceness came across like a mama bear protecting her cubs. Tria should tell him he was her grandfather soon. He mourned his wife's death, the loss of his sons. He'd be happy to learn he still had family. Feeling relatively assured with council warders on campus, I shifted in my seat, eager to quiz Cloven about a few other things. Can I ask you a question? Or 2 or 3, but I'd build up to it.
Sure.
Sitting back, he propped his heels on the corner of his desk and clasped his hands behind his neck.
Shoot.
Can you tell me more about bespellings? Someone told me a bespeller can't bespell themselves.
Completely true.
And that an Unraveler can't eliminate a bespelling directed at them.
Also sadly true. I can see where you're going with this. A bespeller eliminated your ability to flit, and you're hoping to unravel the spell once you reach the appropriate level Scapti.
I can survive without flitting. I forced a chuckle to reassure him, but inside, the thought that someone could make me perform in any way they chose with a simple spell unsettled me. I'd yet to pin down the exact moment I'd lost my ability, though I'd identified the loss the day we defeated the Nightlace. My friends can flip me as needed, and if nothing else, I'm getting some exercise.
If you'd like, I can ask the court bespeller for a charm.
You think he'll help me?
She,
then. The king isn't exactly a member of my fan club. And I wasn't sure I'd want to pay the steep price. I wanted my feet to remain scale-free. Flitting wasn't that vital.
We could. I hate to even suggest it, but we could ask Katya instead.
Let's hold off asking for a charm for now, okay? I was already in debt to Syrah, and if I knew Katya, I'd owe her a favor soon enough. No reason to owe her for a charm as well.
You say the word, and I'll flit you to her shop,
he said.
A charm could be delivered to you within a few hours.
I appreciate it. I swallowed and pressed for more information. My friends said there are rules to magic, and that's why I can't use an unraveling on myself. But I can see why a bespeller would want to cast a spell on themselves. His shoes landed on the floor, and he placed his forearms on his desk, leaning forward.
While I understand why an Unraveler would wish to undo a bespelling directed at them, such as you with your flitting, what sort of spell would a bespeller cast on themselves?
To change their appearance.
Interesting notion, and you've made a solid point. You're suggesting our bespeller could be wearing a disguise, much like when the bespeller turned Alice into Nightlace.
He shook his index finger at me and grinned.
Very clever on your part. We're dealing with someone devious. While they couldn't do it themselves, the other bespeller is quite capable of creating the bespelling for them. It's worth looking into.
He frowned, and his gaze narrowed, telling me he was pinging someone. After a moment, he nodded to me.
The headmistress will speak with Katya and the court bespeller and ask if they've created a disguise for anyone in the kingdom.
What if it's Blaine? When the Nightlace killed Sarah, you were worried he was on campus, directing the Nightlace to hunt outlings. What if he's still here, still after us?
With a decent disguise, the bespeller could be anyone. Blaine, a professor, even a student. But remember, Blaine's scapty isn't bespelling. He could manipulate plants, remember? That's why we suspected it could be him controlling the Nightlace. But short of getting someone to make him a charm.
Cloven held up his hand.
Hold on, Justine's pinging me.
His brow drew together, then cleared.
She spoke with them both, and they swear they didn't bespell anyone to change their appearance. She'll also ask about charms, but I assume that's a no as well.
My hands tightened on my legs. What if we're dealing with two rogue bespellers? Or a rogue bespeller working with someone like Blaine, each completing one part of the puzzle?
Everyone is tested when they're young. The odds of even one bespeller slipping through are nearly impossible.
Yet here we are.
You're right, but I don't believe we're dealing with two individuals. Just one, and we'll catch him or her. I promise. Until then, you can trust in our wards to protect you. Protect all of us.
He chuckled.
Have to admit, though, you had me for a moment. Imagine if Blaine was actually hidden among us, hunting outlings, hunting you. It's a nightmare.
Living one, actually.
At this point, he said, I suggest you focus on your classes and leave finding the bespeller to us.
His gaze fell on my hand, resting on the table. The bandage had recently renewed itself, and it gleamed whitely.
You have enough to deal with already.
The last time I'd left things to seekers, I'd almost died. Like before, I'd look into this myself. I'd just have to be careful to scoop beneath Cloven and the council's eyes.
How is your hand?
Cloven asked, sharply. His gaze hadn't left it. It hurts.
We're all terribly sorry it happened.
His voice grew hushed.
Professor Grimm had to be sedated.
He did?
He was horrified. Took it very personally. In fact, he was tempted to return to the cliffs and destroy every Beatley cairn in the cave to ensure something like that never happened again.
I hadn't thought my heart could warm to the Grim Reaper, but it did now. It's not Professor Grimm's fault, I said. It's scary having a prankster after me, but the bespeller has made things worse. Swallowing deeply, Cloven lifted his eyes to meet mine.
Have you decided what you'll do about your hand?
If I told him about Katya, would he prevent me from going? A charm to let me flit was one thing, but for something like this... I have time to decide, I said.
5 days.
Please. As if it sensed my anguish, spasms shot through my hand. I flexed my fingers, grateful they still responded to my brain's command. How long before they lay limply when I tried to use them?
Don't ever think a hand is worth dying for,
he said gravely. I know, someone will make me a prosthesis.
While that's certainly true, it wasn't what I was saying. I meant you're special.
You've said this before, but you haven't explained what it means. And I have no idea how me being special, I made air quotes, relates to my hand.
From the moment I met you, I've believed you would achieve greatness. That's been proven by the moonstone that shows you and your multiple skapties.
Multiples are not that uncommon.
Only 0.5% of wizards have more than one skapti.
Okay, so it was a bit unusual. I'm an Unraveler. The other skills are just anomalies.
Few wizards can throw fireballs.
I brushed his comment aside with a flick of my hand. By the way, I found a master to teach me. A long pause was followed by his shout.
What?
Minerva.
Minerva?
The name shot from his mouth, and he strained forward.
Where did you?
I grinned, savoring his excitement. It wasn't often I had the chance to stun Cloven. She says hi. Said to tell you she thinks about you a lot and hopes you're okay. He slumped back in his chair, his shoulders falling.
It can't be.
I held up my left hand with her ring encircling my finger. I'd kept it hidden from view until now, to surprise him. She's awesome. Rising, he strode around the chair and held my wrist steady, studying the ring.
Where did you get this?
I explained about finding the room. To avoid mentioning Tria, I didn't bring up the journal. I unraveled a spell attached to the chest in the room, and inside I found the ring. When I put it on, Minerva appeared.
Unraveled?
I believe it was a level 1 unraveling, since I used bits of black threads left from the night we defeated the Night Lace. It made sense Minerva would hide the ring with a simple ward that could be released at the right time, or with the baby unraveling. She'd been waiting for someone to find her. Me.
You mentioned meeting her while you were unconscious, he said, but I thought it was a dream.
As if he needed the support to hold himself up, he braced himself against the side of his desk.
I didn't dare believe you'd actually met her. She was the last Unraveler our world has known.
And to think they'd banished her. None of this made sense. Without an Unraveler, a Bespeller could do whatever they pleased and no one would know. Shivers rippled through me, and I bolted upright in my chair. Everyone's bespelled to forget about the 6th family. I tilted my head and studied his face, taking in his achingly sad expression. Yet you haven't forgotten, have you?
Not everything.
His sigh went on for a long time, and for whatever reason, he didn't meet my eye.
But what I know is elusive, like a wispy memory I can't bring to the surface.
Interesting. If I asked, would he tell me what little he remembered? His face shuddered, and he crossed his arms on his chest, suggesting no. Who wanted everyone to forget? I asked.
The council. I imagine they thought this was the best way to make the situation disappear. The other families, while not directly involved, were upset as well. A bespelling ended any lingering conflict immediately.
Your mother was the matriarch of the 6th family. You're the child she was pregnant with when she was banished.
Justine is the only other person who knows this about me.
Tria did. But again, I wouldn't betray her trust. What about your sons? You must have told them. And your wife? His gaze fell from mine.
I didn't.
Why? He shrugged.
To protect them. Many despise my family for what happened. Why bring it up and subject my wife and children to scorn?
It's your history.
It hurts to think about it. And it's best if everyone in the elite world forgets.
What happened? Rounding his desk, he sunk back into his chair.
You know much of it, I believe.
Your mother's consort bespelled the patriarch of the 3rd family. He dipped his head.
My father.
Horror filled me. I'd been flippant about something that had to be painful. He was killed for the crime, I whispered. Cloven's chest rose and fell. Your mother continued the feud, and they banished her, I said. She hid in the room beneath the academy, maybe even gave birth to you there.
And there it is, my past brought back to life.
While he confirmed this, he didn't meet my eyes. Why? I'm sorry you can't claim your heritage, I said. You're one of the original 6.
My father was an outling. He met my mother here at the academy. They fell in love and everything should have been perfect.
Why did he do it? Cloven's gaze met mine, his filled with sorrow.
No one knows, or they've been bespelled to forget.
Resettling in his seat, he braced his hands on the arms of his chair.
I'd like you to forget this too. It's safer if you let it go. Stop investigating.
I couldn't. I had to know.
Let the world remain oblivious to what happened.
We sat in grim silence. I hadn't meant to hurt him with my questions. I just wanted answers. But maybe some secrets were better left hidden.
My mother will teach you to unravel then,
he said softly, a statement, not a question. She said she would. Though I was sad for Cloven, I couldn't hold back my smile. She even called me her apprentice.
I'm proud of you, Flor. Life keeps throwing challenges your way, but you never give up. Your determination is one of the things I admire about you most.
Thank you. Heat made my cheeks ache. I wasn't used to receiving praise from anyone. Minerva said I can call her whenever I have time to learn, which would be as often as possible. I just needed to find the right location, a place where no one would overhear, where we wouldn't be disturbed. I knew just where to go. Winter had grabbed hold of the campus. Surely Donovan wouldn't go to the roof often. I'd watch. If he went there to jump, I'd follow and wait until he was gone. Donovan. My throat spasmed, but I shoved my agony aside, replacing it with a spark of the determination Cloven had said I possessed. Donovan had been my sole reason to master my Scapti, and I would do this for him. He deserved to keep his memories, not have them stolen from him. But Minerva was right. I also needed to do this for everyone else. The spellers couldn't go on unchecked. I was a solitary unraveler in a world filled with some spells that should never have been cast, like the one on Alice, Donovan. Who else? Once I was a full unraveler, I could make a difference. Ever since Mom left me to make my own way in the world, I'd believed I was worthless. I had no one to care, no one to love me. Some of my fellow students had reinforced that belief, even the one I now called sister. But I wasn't alone. I had Patty, Tria, and Moira, about 10% of Alice, a bit of Donovan buried deep inside, and I had Cloven. How could I tell him how much his support and affection meant to me?
I know,
he said softly. His clasped hands pressed to his chin. His green eyes, much like Tria's, glistened. Could he read minds, or was I still unable to keep my emotions from blazing on my face?
From the moment I met you,
he said with a tender smile,
I sensed I'd found a kindred spirit.
Because we're both outlings? Half elite, like him.
Because, even without sharing blood, we're family.
Chapter 21. It was time to dive into the belly of the beast, or in this case, a slork. While I'd wanted to flop on my bed and dream up ways to manipulate Katya at the mall tomorrow, I had a magical creatures and how to tame them class I had to go to first. With night descending, I joined up with my fellow classmates, and we left the main building through the eastern door. Stark, chilly darkness greeted us outside. We milled on the bridge with the murky moat water icing up beneath us, stomping our feet and blowing on our hands in an attempt to keep them warm. Not happening when it was only 10 degrees outside. "This way, students!" Professor Trarian called out. Lifting her arm, she led us off the bridge and onto one of the paths leading toward the eastern forest. Our buckets and tool bags clunked against our legs, while our boots shuffled through the light dusting of snow on the ground. Brr! I snuggled deeper into my coat, grateful I'd pulled on my fuzzy hat and forced both my hands into my mittens before we left the building. Professor Trarian strode beside me, her robe swishing around her high black boots. We passed the greenhouse lab, dark and empty for the moment. A hive of wilty sparks bobbed past us, shifting from pinks and greens to blue and purple. They seemed to mimic our professor's bright purple academy robe, and her lighter purple dreadlocks shot through with blue ribbons. The blue matched her mittens. She'd pulled her hair back in a low ponytail, and the tight strands swished across her back with each step. Tall posts with balls containing swirling liquid had been spaced along the path to light our way. I'd been told the balls contained an iridescent plant that grew at the bottom of the sea. Regular doses of moat water kept them aglow. "Delighted to see you in class this evening," our professor said, her nod taking in my right hand. "I wasn't sure you'd be here." "My other hand works fine," I said, holding it up. "And I don't want to miss any of my classes." We passed 3 stout trolls, dressed in matching uniforms with magical extermination emblazoned in red letters on their backs. Steel tanks with narrow hoses in hand, they darted among the vegetation, spraying steaming white liquid around the bases of the trees and across the tops of the stone park benches. A cluster of vrillas burst from the bushes and scolded the exterminators in high-pitched trills before swirling across the path and into the woods. Grunting, the trolls kept working. Yay, they'd soon eliminate the prankster, one less thing for me to worry about. "You have a commendable attitude," Professor Trarian said, drawing my attention back to her. "I appreciate your dedication considering your condition. You do know I would have excused you until I'd been fitted with a prosthesis? I'm sorry," she breathed out, her steps faltering. She turned watery eyes my way. "All of us are horrified. No, we're devastated about what happened." Her grief made my high-flying kite take a nosedive. "I'm sorry I snapped at you. It's completely understandable." Rubbing my shoulder, she pressed for a smile that didn't make it to her eyes. "Please know we're thinking of you as you go through this rough time. Thanks." We fell in behind the others on the path. Ahead of us, Eben walked behind Vic. "Why is Eben here tonight?" I asked Professor Trarian. "Did he sign up late for the class?" "Yes." She lowered her voice and leaned close to me as we walked behind them. "He added a few classes in hopes of lifting his average, enough to win the Outling of the Year award." "What's the prize if he wins the award?" I asked. "A change in status." I frowned. "As in..." Professor Trarian winced. "He'll be granted full elite status." That explained why Eben was so eager to win the award. I'd thought, I don't know, that the award was partly a joke. Who would have thought it was real? Did Eben's goal of winning also make him eager to eliminate the competition? I'd thought he might be behind the Nightlace attacks, though that had been disproven when it was revealed it was Alice. And while Eben could manipulate plants with a scapti, I doubted he was also a bespeller. I studied Eben closely, looking for clues he could have been involved in the Nightlace attacks. Not that he'd give himself away, but it didn't hurt to keep an eye on him. Thorne told me Eben and Vic had been caught sneaking out late at night, perhaps on a nefarious mission. They'd been overheard saying my name, and Slork. And here we were, walking toward the slork. Had Eben joined the class to increase his grade, or had he planned a more sinister way to win elite status? With me gone, his chances improved. I thought once you were born an outling, you remained one for life, I said. There are rare opportunities to become elite. Interesting. Eben flicked his Zephyr rake back and forth, periodically poking Vic's backside. I shook my head. What was he up to now? One poke too many, and Vic whirled around, scowling. Remember, each of us will help you through this, Floor, Professor Trarian said. Never think for a minute that we're not in this together. Except for the looming amputation, which belonged solely to me. But I held in my snark. She was trying to be supportive, and I hated to see her sad. Professor Trarian, Vic whined. Eben won't leave me alone. Eben, Professor Trarian said sharply. Yeah? Eben called over his shoulder, his voice projecting pure innocence. The Beatley Carn wasn't the only prankster around. Maybe the exterminators could take care of Eben after they'd handled the Beatley Carn. How did he think he'd get a good grade if he kept fooling around? He partly shielded his rake with his body and gouged it toward Vic again. Vic groaned, then glared at Eben. Professor Trarian flicked her fingers toward Eben, and his rake was yanked from his hand. It rose up to dance above him while he leaped, trying to grab it without success. Giving up, he stomped forward, growling at Vic as he passed. The rake flipped down and tapped Eben on the butt. He yelped and, thankfully, the gesture stunned him into submission, a benefit to all of us. He scooped his rake off the ground and carried it carefully at his side, his shoulders cowed forward. Cool, I breathed out, creating a puff of white in the chilly air. Can you teach me how to do that? I'm afraid it takes special threads, she said, sliding a quick smirk my way. What color? Fluorescent green, orange, and yellow, woven into a braid. I'm learning how to braid threads. Or I would be learning soon. Once I could consistently create a simple braid and store it in my moonstone, I'd reach level 3 of my Unraveler Scapti. But I haven't seen fluorescent threads before. Not yet, but I'd look for them. If you find any, she winked. Come see me, and I'll teach you my trick. Deal. We strode up the gardener's path I'd taken with Patty and Bryce when we rescued the captive dandy buck lions. We'd caught them as part of our assignment in Professor Grimm's class in order to milk them of their antivenom. Professor Grimm said the antivenom could be used against dragons, but I'd discovered, with Alex's help, that it killed nightlace. We'd taken the dandy buck lions to the eastern pasture and set them free. Sadly, we'd been caught by seekers, then scolded by the headmistress for our actions. We reached the eastern pasture and paused. Professor Trarian pulled small lanterns out of her pocket, lanterns that should take up the space of 10 pockets. A puff of breath, and wilty sparks inside each glass chamber burst into color. They bobbed around inside, bumping against the walls. With our small lights outlining the trail, we entered the woods, following a snow-covered track that snaked slowly higher in elevation. Moonlight filtered through the leafless branches above, making slender shadows dance across the snow. Eventually, we came to a broad meadow. The dusting of snow coating the grass and trees brought back memories of winter holidays when I lived with my mom. I missed those days, missed her. It still hurt that she'd abandoned me, but being with my friends helped lessen the sting. A small hill projected up in the middle of the meadow, strangely bare of snow. "This will do, students," Professor Trarian said in a cheery voice. "We can stop here while we talk about our project, the slork." "What's a slork?" someone whispered, their voice overly loud in the hush of the untouched meadow. "Someone hasn't done their reading before class," our professor said, her lips twisted. "For everyone's benefit, I'll explain. Slorks are normally sedate, sluggish beasts, but when riled, they can turn quite deadly. as a few unlucky wizards discovered long ago. I peered around her, at the motionless mound that looked much like the landscape surrounding it, grass-covered, motionless, and inanimate. And again, no snow. My skin prickled, and an uneasy feeling rushed through me. What were we getting into here? We learned by accident how to keep the Slorks happy, Professor Trarian said, swirling her arms out at her sides. As long as we regularly rake their blight, they remain calm and cooperative. Blight? Yes, I'd skimmed the material a few days ago, but I couldn't remember what blight was. I guessed I'd soon find out. While inside the Slork, a few exploring wizards accidentally stirred up the blight, and some was excreted. The beast calmed, and when it yawned, the wizards were able to return to the surface. They were regurged, actually. How intriguing. Not. Regurged sounded a bit too much like being vomited. Let's hope today is a good day for the Slork, Eben said. He lifted his rake. Let me at it. I'll rake a bunch of blight, and we can head back to the academy. He stomped his feet. It's freezing. We have 3 Slorks we maintain on campus, Professor Trarian said, ignoring Eben's comment. Today, students, we'll rake blight. Hold tight to your buckets and trowels, your rakes, your lanterns, and follow me. She trooped across the field, heading toward the small hill that remained unmoving. This Slork was recently raked, and thus is quite tame, she said over her shoulder. It'll be happy to accommodate us for this lesson. Turning, she walked backward, slowly getting closer to the mound. Can any of you explain how to approach a Slork and encourage it to invite you inside? I nodded and half lifted my hand. Floor? You walk up to it and recite the chant, I said. Then it allows you inside. I hoped. I'd hate for it to take a bite out of me before sending me down its gizzard. Perfect, she said. Remember, it's completely safe. Like Beatley Carnes? Who will volunteer to enter first? She asked. Extra points for the student. Vic stepped forward. Me. Eben elbowed him to the side. No, me! Thank you, Vic. I'll add 3 points to your next quiz grade, Professor Trarian said. Eben, you may go second. Ha, no points for him. Call me snarky, but the guy got on my nerves. Our professor turned toward the hill and lifted her arms. Mr. Slork, we've come to fork. Thought it was a rake, Eben whispered beside me. Shh. Jeez. Couldn't he wait with someone other than me? He was half the reason my Beatley Carn got away during Professor Grimm's class. If Eben hadn't chased it, I might have caught it. Then we could have skipped the exterminators and me almost dying on the stairs when the prankster shoved me. If you don't give us a fright, Professor Trarian trilled to the Slork, we'll rake your blight. Lame, Eben said. Shaking my head, I left Eben and went over to stand with Faith, another first-year student. At least she wouldn't make ridiculous comments or mess this up. Oh, Slork, Professor Trarian sang. We've come to fork. A groan echoed through the meadow, and the hill shuddered. The grassy embankment in front of us split, and a gaping black maw about 4 feet across appeared. I'd studied the mechanics of this task and knew what to expect, but my hands still trembled. My jaw dropped along with Faith's. Holy, she blurted out. How are we going to find the guts to go inside that thing? Guts was right. I had a suspicion blight wouldn't be found in the entrance. Otherwise, regurging wouldn't be part of the plan. March, students, Professor Trarian shouted. We mustn't waste time. The jaws will close within minutes, and we won't make it inside. She nudged Vic's back. Go on, step lively. Everyone will be right behind you. I'll take the rear. Sure, remain outside where it was safe while we trooped into a living cave. In the distance behind us, gruff shouts filled the air. Professor Trarian paused. Faith and I turned to look back. Nothing but woods, and more woods behind us. Oh, and a bunch of snow. No one ran this way. When the world went still again, our professor lifted her rake. "Inside, everyone! Don't dawdle!" Faith stared past my shoulder. Something rustled behind me, making my skin crawl, and I whirled around. A few leaves skittered across the forest floor, but nothing appeared out of place. "What did you see?" I asked, turning back to face her. "I'm not sure I saw anything," she frowned. "Maybe it was a squirrel." The exterminators had located the Beatley cairn, hadn't they? I didn't like how my spine trembled, as if it sensed a creature watching, hunting. If only I could feel more confident about the wards. Chapter 22. "Come along," Professor Trarian shouted again. Wilty's spark lantern held aloft. Vic ducked through the opening with Eben right behind him. The rest of us marched forward, our tools and lanterns in hand. "I don't remember what the book said we're supposed to do with the blight," I said to Professor Trarian, who walked immediately behind me. We paused by the entrance and she waved. "After you, Fleur, dear." "Thanks." Not. I took one step inside, another. As I was swallowed by the dark room, a musty odor dove into my sinuses, stinging like I'd inhaled rotten milk. My boots sunk as if I'd stepped into a pool of slime. When I lifted my feet, strands of goo stretched up with it, reminding me of when I'd been caught in Katya's web. Not a pleasant thought, now that I was inside a beast. We clustered together, none of us daring to venture far from the professor. When the ground beneath us shifted, Faith whimpered and latched onto my arm. "Never fear, students," Professor Trarian said. Her lantern, lit up blue, bobbed in her hand like a guiding beacon. "That movement you feel is just the Slork's tongue beneath us." "Awesome. Keep going, everyone," she said cheerfully, waving her lamp toward a hole on our right. "That way. Down the gizzard we go. The blight awaits." She turned to me as Vic and Eben continued into the hole, their lights reflecting orange and pink against the walls of the tunnel. The ground, gizzard, sloped into the earth. "To answer your question, Fleur, the blight is used as a neutralizer." "What does it neutralize?" Now that we were inside the Slork's mouth, Faith hovered against my back as if she believed I'd protect her. With my track record, she might be safer with Vic. Professor Trarian waved for me and Faith to go ahead of her, and we started down into the hole. Gizzard. We used to think it would neutralize serum, but that was sadly not proven true. We tried and it didn't work. Bummer for me then. I'd roll in blight if it would stop my hand from rotting off. Ahead of us, Vic, Eben, and a few other kids groaned. "This is so gross!" Vic shouted. "Wait till you get to the bottom," Eben told him. "It's even grosser." Vic huffed. "I'd rather wait outside." My hand clenched on its own, tightening on the handle of my bucket. Pain shot up my arm and my fingers jerked open. I dropped my bucket, and it smacked onto the gizzard, then slid a few feet forward. Giving chase, I snatched it back up and juggled everything in my good hand. At least I hadn't dropped my Wilty Spark lantern. "Blight, we've found." Professor Trarian's voice shot off the walls as if 10 professors walked through the Slork gizzard behind me. My boots found a decent grip on the rough ridges as I continued downward. "We found blight neutralizes the sting of a banshee bite." Banshee? Maybe when they weren't heralding death or, having sex? Perhaps I should hold back some of my soon-to-be raked blight, just in case. Never knew when I might run into a banshee. Crap! Someone yelled ahead. Vic, maybe. Yuck! A bubble of dank air whooshed past me, as if the slork had burped. I ducked sideways, and it thankfully missed my head. Faith wasn't so fortunate. She snorted and danced sideways, banging her shoulder into the ridged gizzard. See? This was why no one should hover behind me. Choking, she leaned forward, gagging and flailing her hand out. Her wilty spark clung to the far side of her lantern as it rocked. Nothing to worry about, dear, Professor Trarian said, patting Faith's back. Vomit if you must. It'll help you feel better. But rest assured, the gas is harmless. Sure, like Faith would believe that when she was hurling her guts out. Straightening, Faith wiped her mouth and shuddered. Her panic-stricken gaze met mine, and I winced in sympathy. You should hear the next scourge coming, our professor said. You'll be wise to duck to avoid it. I will, Faith said limply. She renewed her grip on her tools and lantern. Below us, someone groaned, the sound, the voice, echoing up the passage. It seems they've reached the slork's first belly, Professor Trarian said with laughter in her voice. The slork had more than one belly. Now comes the fun part, she added. Moving around me, she skipped ahead, soon turning into a dancing blue light, leaving me and Faith behind. Not for long, Faith darted forward and caught up to the professor, nearly riding her back. Wise move. When something gurgled behind me and a swishing sound headed this way, I burst into a run, my boots slamming the rough gizzard as I raced after the professor and Faith. I skidded to a stop at the bottom when the ground leveled out, but my feet kept going. Arms pinwheeling and my tools clanging together, I gained control of my skid and brought myself to a halt. As I stared down at the gloppy green stuff bubbling around us, I was never more grateful I hadn't fallen. Vic hadn't been so lucky. Slime coated his right side from his feet to his hair, that now stuck up in a crooked green mohawk. Light from our wilty spark lanterns danced along the slick walls of the two-story cavern. Round and about 20 feet across, the floor of the room was coated with the ankle-deep sludge. All right, students, Professor Trarian said. Settle your buckets in the blight. You'll find small ridges on the outer side where you can hang your lanterns. The base of my bucket sunk into the gook, but mostly floated. Raking blight is a simple yet satisfying task, our professor continued. How do we rake liquid? Vic asked, without a hint of mockery in his voice. A valid question. I wasn't sure I would have been able to hold in my snark while asking. You'll see, Professor Trarian said. She glanced around. Her face lit up ghostly in the rainbow light. I recommend holding your trowel in your non-dominant hand and your rake in the other. That way, you'll find it easier to control the blight. Control it? Faith said from beside me. Her green, wilty spark light blended in nicely with the goo coating the floor. You'll need to shove your zephyr rake through the outer blight to reach the rich, thick goodness beneath. The professor demonstrated, gouging her rake down through the green gook. When her rake hit something solid beneath, the ground trembled and the walls around us shook. Had the walls moved closer? I could swear the room had been larger when we entered. No shrugging it off. I'd already learned the dangers of not paying attention in class, the Beatley cairn being a prime example. Once you've dug into the subsoil, you'll need to maintain pressure on your rake as you drag it toward you, Professor Trarian said. Stoop down and lower your trowel into the upper sludge. When you drag your rake closer, you'll feel bits of the thicker blight hitting your trowel. Scoop them up fast. She lifted her trowel, filled with darker green sludge that glistened in the wilty spark light. And plop the blight into your bucket. A wet smack resounded when the blight slid off her trowel and into the metal container. Any questions? She asked. Seems simple to me, Faith said. She lifted a half smile my way. If you need help with your hand, just let me know, okay? Thanks. Rake smacked and Gook splatted as we worked to collect blight. Once I got the hang of the movement, it wasn't difficult, just messy.
Get your own blight,
Vic told Eben, shoving him. Eben's rake fell from his hand and hit the surface with a wet smack. Grumbling, he picked it up and attacked the slork's belly again.
Not so rough, Eben,
Professor Trarian said. Gentle. We need to take care with Academy creatures. I'd soon filled my bucket, as had Faith and the other kids nearby. I rested my Zephyr rake across the top of my bucket and carefully lowered the trowel into the gook for easier carrying. I'd probably leave my Wilty-Spark lantern hanging on the side. Then I could carry everything in my uninjured hand.
Everyone finished?
Professor Trarian looked around with a satisfied expression on her face.
I see you are, and you can take pride in knowing you've settled the soul of a slork tonight.
She lifted her bucket.
Now comes the easy part, taking the blight back to the lab.
Do we climb back up the gizzard? I asked, squinting that way.
How else will we be regurged?
Professor Trarian bubbled out, complete joy in her voice.
This has been so much fun. I'm delighted I've had the chance to share this adventure with you.
Her excitement would be comical if slime didn't coat my arms and legs. I had a feeling I'd touched my hair more than once during the raking process, and the dampness on my backside suggested I'd sat in the blight, though I knew I hadn't.
I'm going first this time,
Eben said in a superior tone, his bucket hefted high in front of him.
Points for me, Professor.
It's not a competition, I said, elbowing him to the side.
Eben,
Professor Trarian said,
please allow Floor to advance up the gizzard ahead of you.
He smirked my way and whispered, Take a number, outling. Hardly an insult when he was an outling too. He shoved me hard enough I stumbled into the wall of the passage. It squished, releasing more blight that slid down my coat and plopped on the floor. Eben scrambled up the channel with Vic right behind him. Vic tossed me a smirk that told me he enjoyed watching Eben best me. Professor Trarian sighed.
Boys, slowly if you please. We don't want to irritate the slork.
She hustled behind them, her bucket banging against her leg.
Boys, wait at the top, please. Do not proceed any farther.
Faith and I shrugged and followed with the other students. Behind me, the walls of the belly rushed in, pushing blight up along with it in a gooey wave. Was this the regurge Professor Trarian had mentioned, or were we about to meet the same fate as the unlucky wizards who'd had an unfortunate encounter with the slork before us? I was tempted to abandon my bucket, but I'd collected this gook, and I was determined to get it to the lab.
Come along now, students,
Professor Trarian said. Her words came out as if she hadn't a care, but the edge of panic lifting her tone 2 octaves suggested otherwise. What was going on? My heart jumped, and a little voice inside me told me to get the hell out of here. Professor waved for us to hurry, her gaze locked onto something behind me I didn't dare turn to discover.
It appears the slork is getting feisty.
Is that what she called it? If we weren't careful, we'd be swept into the second stomach like the slork's latest snack. Hanging out in a slork's digestive tract until it excreted me wasn't my idea of a good time. Ahead of us, something, roared. A lion on a rampage. Faith and I shuddered to a halt near the top of the gizzard. A gurgling chomp and a shriek of agony cut through the air. My Wilty-Spark light reflected off a pool of glistening wetness near the opening of the slork's mouth. Legs, no longer attached to a body, squirted redness. Blood. Beside me, Faith leaned over and hurled whatever was left in her belly. My guts rolled, insisting I was ready to eject the nachos and chicken tenders I'd eaten while talking with Cloven.
Out! Get out!
Professor Trarian yelled. She braced herself over the dead body, her hands prying open the slork's mouth. "Get out now!" She must have pinged someone the second someone screamed. The council, for all I knew, because 2 seekers passed me as I dashed between the red-stained rows of the slork's sharp teeth. Yuck. Who was it? Outside, Justine grabbed my arm and pulled me around to face her when I would have turned and stared. Shock took over, and I found myself blubbering something inane and stupid and worthy of a scared 2-year-old. She gave me a soft shake, then handed me off to Cloven, and 1 second later, we stood in front of my coven room door.
"Floor!"
Thorne, our door, said.
"You'll never believe what I've—"
He gulped.
"Excuse me, Professor. I didn't see you there. I was greeting Floor."
Cloven turned to me.
"Go inside and remain there for the rest of the evening. Your roommate—"
"Patty," I said dully. After the adrenaline rush from the horror had passed, numbness had sunk into my limbs.
"I'll ping her. I don't want you alone."
I'd be safe in my room, wouldn't I? He couldn't be calling Patty because he feared someone would harm me. I was beginning to believe I wasn't safe anywhere at the academy.
"I need to return to help Justine,"
he said.
"But I'll come back after and speak with you."
What happened? Wait to hear. I had to know now.
"Eben is dead. He rushed ahead and attempted to leave the slork without asking the proper permission. It
bit him. My mind flashed back to the scene. Too much red. My stomach bolted, and a surge of bile swept up my throat. Cloven lifted my bucket I'd somehow brought with me when we flitted, and my dinner soon coated the blight with a stinky sheen.
"Are you okay?"
he asked gently, patting my back. He lowered the bucket onto the floor. I nodded and pressed my hands against my belly.
"It was a horrible accident,"
he said. Was it? Did the exterminators destroy the prankster? I asked. It couldn't have been involved, could it? His pause told me he mind-spoke with someone before he nodded.
"The exterminators were successful. You no longer have to worry about the Beatley Carn."
No, I just had to worry about being chowed by a slork. I couldn't stop remembering that Eben had shoved ahead of me, taking my place in the lead. He'd rushed ahead without waiting, and the slork had. If Eben hadn't pushed me aside, would the jaws have closed down on me instead? Chapter 23. There was no other way to describe how I felt, except bleak. "Kara is slime," Patty said, glaring across the flit circle at them. After what happened to Eben, I thought the headmistress would cancel the shopping trip to the mall in Grathie, that I'd be stuck begging Tria to flit me there secretly. But the Seekers had concluded their investigation and ruled the incident an accident. Eben had rushed through the slork's mouth without following the slork-approved protocol. Vic corroborated this, pointing out that Eben had not only skipped asking permission, he tried to pry open the slork's mouth with his Zephyr rake. Grumpy on a regular basis, but stirred up by Eben's antics, the slork had gotten even. Eben had paid the final price. "How can she do this?" Patty growled, flicking her finger at Donovan and Kara standing opposite us, completely absorbed in each other, or so it seemed to me. "She knows he's yours." Was he? It was kinda hard to have a relationship with someone who didn't remember who you were, let alone what you used to mean to each other. Still meant to each other. I needed to remember that. Deep inside him, nothing had changed. Patty, Tria, and I waited in the flit circle for our guide to arrive. Moira and Alice were supposed to join us soon. "I want to hit the pharmacy," a girl in the circle behind me said. "Then I want to get new boots. These aren't keeping my feet warm enough." "How about you?" someone else asked. "Where do you want to go when we first arrive?" I had no plans for the day, other than a visit to Katya's Curiosities. My glare rose up from deep inside me and shot toward Donovan and Kara, who completely ignored me. Talking with their heads close together, they held hands. To give him credit, she'd snatched up his hand the moment she arrived, not the other way around. But geez. My ribs squeezed my heart tight, to the point I could barely breathe. He wasn't exactly shrugging her off. Moira and Alice arrived and joined us at the circle. "Really?" Moira said in complete disgust. Her lips twisted as she scowled at Kara. "The nerve of her!" I winced, waiting for Alice's snarky comment, knowing it would make me feel worse. He didn't belong to me. Even if I broke his spell, he'd always be his own person, not mine. But it stung. I tried to tell myself this wasn't a rejection, but seeing them laughing together only reminded me of what I'd lost. We'd lost. Did he take her up to our roof for picnic lunches? Ugh. Had he told her he could shift into a dragon? My gaze shot daggers in Kara's direction. I was surprised one didn't impale her or knock her flat on her back. If nothing else, dislodge her hand from Donovan's. "I overheard her telling a friend that she likes him," Patty sneered. "Now that she thinks you're out of the running, she assumes he's available." "He's not available," I snarled out. "Not at all," Alice said from beside me. "He's..." She shook her head, making her blonde hair dance across her shoulders. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but Donovan is yours, Flor. He doesn't belong with anyone else." Her comment amazed me, but I was even more astonished at the tone of her voice. No pain leaked through. Moira was right. Alice had stopped trying to win Donovan for herself. My hand spasmed, making me realize I'd clenched my fingers too tightly together. The nails were cutting into my palms. Enough mourning. I'd recently latched on to my determination, and I needed to hold on to it. "You know what, Alice?" I said. "Comments like that make it hard for me to dislike you. The feeling's mutual." Her smirk held no sting. "Don't get used to it." "Believe me, I won't." I couldn't hold back my smile, and I couldn't help noticing the friendly gleam in her eyes. Maybe there was hope for me and my sister after all. "There's no reason I can't host an intervention, though, right?" Alice said. My jaw dropped as she stomped over to Donovan and Kara and pried their fingers apart. Taking his hand, she dragged him over to our side of the circle, leaving Kara gaping like the naiad Cyrene when Minerva told her to behave. "Donovan," Alice said, all pleasant and sweet. The niceness hid a conniving witch. It was nice having her on my side. "You were just telling me the other day that you wanted to meet Flor." "I was?" he asked, glancing around. "Who's Flor?" His gaze fell fully on me, and he blinked. The half-smile that always turned me to mush rose on his face. "Oh yeah, you're right. I must have told you that." His eyes met mine. "Hi, Flor. I'm Donovan." Alice lifted my hand and placed it in his. "This is the girl you should be holding hands with." My turn to gape now. "You're going to the mall?" Donovan asked. "Well, sure you are. You're here at the mall flit circle." His cheeks darkened. "Talk about being obvious, huh?" "It's okay," I said, stunned by what was happening. I cheered up fast, however. "And yeah, I am." My hand remained secure in his. For a second, I could pretend. "Oh, Donovan," Kara called out, smirking at me. I groaned, because she knew what she was doing. Witch. To think I believed she was nice. He glanced Kara's way, and I waited for it. Turning back to me again, his smile widened. "Maybe we could get some ice cream together at the mall." Wait just a second. He'd turned away, but still remembered me after? What was going on here? It reminded me of when the Beatley Carn had pushed me in the stairwell. Patty and Tria exchanged raised eyebrow glances. "He," Patty said. I tapped my lips with my index finger and shook my head. Donovan glanced at them, then back to me. His smile held true. "Tell you what, Donovan," I said. "I'd love to get ice cream with you, if the offer's still open." "Why wouldn't it be?" "Because you shouldn't remember offering." "Couldn't say that." "Ice cream, but on one condition." "What?" "Don't let go of my hand." No hiding the excitement rushing through me. If my newly made-up theory proved true, he'd remember me, or this version of meeting me, as long as we maintained contact. This couldn't be happening. It broke all the rules. Beat that, Kara. "Test it again," I said to Tria, who wore a grin that touched both ears. "Donovan," she said sharply, and he looked her way. "Oh, nothing, sorry." She giggled when he turned back to me with his half-smile holding true. "I can't believe it. Totally cool." Despite the knife twisting in my chest, I laughed. Donovan leaned close to me. "I'll hold hands with you all day long if you want." "How about for the rest of my life?" It wouldn't last, but I planned to enjoy the moment. "All right, students," Professor Trarian said. Her red-rimmed eyes told me she'd been crying, and my sunny mood fled. How could I be happy about Donovan when someone had just died? I hadn't liked Eben, but he'd been a fellow outling, part of the team. Patty slid over to make room in the circle for Donovan, and he shifted around, maintaining our contact. "Are we ready to flit?" Professor Trarian called. "Before we leave, I ask you all to please remain at the mall once we arrive. Don't go off alone and—" Her sigh drained every scrap of air from her chest. She blinked fast as tears trickled down her cheeks. "Please take care of each other. I'd hate to see anyone get hurt." We all nodded. Who wouldn't after what happened to Eben? "Time to flit then. On 3, 2, and 1. The world dropped away, then reappeared a flash later. We stood in the mall. Holiday tunes jingled through the air, chirpy voices singing about being merry and bright. Red, green, and white wilty-spark puffers bobbed around the ceiling, running into Wyleens. Snake-like creatures with wings, skimming a few feet below the high ceiling. Wyleens carried people's packages to the transport station, where they were teleported to our coven rooms. A centaur dressed as an elf, complete with ribbons, strung with tiny bells encircling his ankles, and a perky green and red hat on his head, trotted past a line of kids snaking through a fake, snow-covered winter landscape. At the end of the path, Santa sat in a golden throne, greeting the kids waiting to see him. With satin dresses swirling around their ankles, a trio of Vrilla toddlers skipped to the back of the line. Their tinkling laughter rang like tiny bells through the air. "Where to?" Alice asked. Her gaze slid to me. "Other than your project." "Wand store," Patty said. When I frowned, she explained. "They don't make magic, but they're fun. I want to get my little sister one." Everyone trailed behind Donovan and me as we walked toward the wand store. Kara hovered like a hyena over a wounded antelope until Tria shooed her away, hissing something about seekers and serum. The shock and horror blooming on Kara's face made everything almost worthwhile. Patty pinged me. "We girls talked and came to a consensus," she said. "We'll peel away from you two to give you time alone together." The chaperone thing had felt weird. "Thanks," I said. "We'll meet up in, say, 45 minutes, outside the entrance to Katya's?" "Sounds good, and thanks again." "If being with Dee makes you happy, I'm ready to hug him. He better not hurt you." A growl came through in her voice. Hurting me was a foregone conclusion. The moment we pulled apart, he'd revert back to his bespelling. "I can handle this." "We're here for you. We'll handle it together." My heart had gone all warm and fuzzy. If I wasn't clinging to Donovan, I would have whirled around and hugged my roomie. "Definitely. See you in a bit then." We ended the conversation. Donovan and I turned down the corridor that led to the ice cream shop. Tria nodded and gave me a quick pat on my shoulder before the four girls entered a store called Bubbling Bods. I had no idea what the store sold, but I couldn't wait to find out later. We strolled past shops, stopping to look inside windows at displays, slowly making our way toward the ice cream shop. It almost felt like a real date, and while I was having fun hanging out with Donovan, it hurt because this was just a thin slice of time stolen from our usual reality. Soon, he'd forget it ever happened, while I'd go on, storing this memory like I had all the others, a piece of us that was no longer shared. Did you ever find the right frog for the Vrilla maidens to kiss? I asked Donovan, hoping to drag myself out of the pit of sadness I'd fallen into. One time, he'd shared with me that the Vrillas asked him to bring them frogs to kiss, to see if they could turn them into princes. He tugged me to a stop and urged me around to face him. How did you know about that? I could swear. He shook his head. I shrugged. Someone must have mentioned it. Huh, I can't imagine who. His expression cleared. Guess it doesn't matter. And, to answer your question, yes, I did find a frog who was interested in experimenting with Vrilla kisses. When Donovan's gaze drifted to my lips, I leaned closer. Yeah, okay, I'd be more than up for that. Would it count as a first kiss if he didn't remember all the others? I shouldn't let him even if he wanted to. It almost felt like stealing. But my heart had a mind of its own. It shoved me forward, as if someone had pushed me from behind. I stumbled into Donovan, and his free arm wrapped around my waist to steady me. Ashton's snicker raked down my spine like barbed wire. Watch your step there, kiddos. I scowled at him as he sauntered past us and continued toward an Academy clothing store with plaid pants and skirts and blazers on display in the windows. Our cute moment had fled. Donovan frowned as if he wanted to follow and chew out Ashton, and a family of gargoyles had paused to stare, or frozen into hunched poses while they stared. I stepped back, and Donovan's arm fell to his side. He did keep holding my hand, however, so bonus there. Ice cream next? He asked, and I nodded. I think we should get waffle cones, I said. I used to get them all the time with this guy I once knew. Anyone I know? Actually, you do. You're almost like best friends. Tell me about him. How could I share the boy I'd half fallen for the first time I'd met him? He's special. He likes me, and I like him. Yet here you are. With a soft smile, he lifted our linked hands. Hanging out with me. You're special, too. He chuckled. Does my competition have a name? For some guys, the question would shout jerk territory, but Donovan's eyes shouted laughter. Despite us talking about someone he might see as competition, he was having fun with this. Did he know I was already his, or was he just teasing? His teasing had always sent my pulse into overdrive. His name, I leaned in close and whispered, is Dark Princeling. It's the meaning of your name, I finished for him. Quite a coincidence, isn't it? Leaning back, his gaze narrowed on my face as if he hoped to read it. Are you fooling around with me? Me? Tease? Ha. Then what did you mean? As he sounded suddenly serious, I decided to put this aside. It would get us nowhere, and I didn't want to waste even a second talking about another guy, even if the guy was actually Donovan. I think my belly needs ice cream. Pulling open the door to the shop, he waved. After you. Still holding hands, we went inside together where we both got peppermint ice cream stuffed into waffle cones and covered in chocolate sprinkles. We took our cones outside and found a seat on a park bench, where we stretched out our legs and people watched. Creature watched, too, since the ratio was about 60% what I used to call mythical creatures and 40% people. Wizards, that is. All of them. I'd met more magical creatures at the academy than I could count on all my fingers and toes, but my school's residents only scratched the surface of the magical world. Many walked among us here at the mall. Beings with necks longer than giraffes legally sauntered past, their little ones skipping under their bellies and squealing at the bright lights and sparkly items on display. We ate our cones in companionable silence, and I wanted to stretch this moment forever, because being together wasn't always about talking, or kissing, for that matter, though that was a lot of fun. It was about knowing the other person was happy because they were with you. I'd stolen a short time with my boyfriend, and the king wouldn't be pleased if he found out. I wanted to savor this, but I'd come here on a mission. "What happened to your hand?" he asked, nudging his chin to the one not holding his. "Oh." I held it up, showing off the newly regenerated, pristine bandage. "I cut it." "It must hurt. Are you going to ask the healers to take care of it?" "They'd take care of it for sure, the second I walked into the clinic. I may have to, but I'm hoping it'll soon feel better all on my own. After I talked with Katya." "You try an old-fashioned healing?" "The best kind." "Like an outling does." The skin around his eyes crinkled when he smiled. "Outlings are cool." I'd never thought he was faking, but hearing him say this now proved he meant it. He really did think outlings were cool. What would Donovan think if I told him I was actually party lead? "If you want someone to go with you to the healer," he held up our still linked fingers, "just let me know. I'll be happy to hold your hand while they take care of it." It might almost be worth losing it if it meant I could hold on to Donovan longer. But our time together was almost over. Could I fill myself up with the memory of today? "If I decide to go, I'll ping you," I said. "I'll pick up on the first ping." Would he? Or by then, would he wonder who the Fae was calling him? Leaving the bench, we wandered through the stores, and I picked up a few gifts for my friends, even something fun for Alice. Too soon, Patty, Tria, Moira, and Alice joined us, their faces solemn, as if they also felt the emptiness I'd lived with for months. Donovan and I only had a short time left before I had to go to Katya's. I hadn't put it off. More, I'd put off saying goodbye to Donovan. After this brief taste, I wasn't ready yet to let him go. I may never be ready for that, but I couldn't take him to Katya's. One glance, and she'd know he was my biggest weakness. She'd use him against me. But I hated to say goodbye. Turning to him, I took both his hands and squeezed. "I had fun with you today." "It doesn't need to end yet, does it?" he said. "I'll ping you. We can, I don't know, meet up on the roof." My eyes stung, but I blinked fast to hold in my tears. "I'd love to meet up with you on the roof." "You would?" He sounded so incredibly goofy, cute, and it ripped through me completely, leaving pieces of me to drop on the tile floor. Not many girls are willing to go to the academy's roof in the winter. "What's a little snow?" He smiled that half smile I could stare at forever. "I'm sorry," I said, "but you can't go with me where I'm going next." He frowned. "Back to the academy? I'm an Earth Coven. What's your coven and room number, if it's okay to ask?" "I'm right down the hall from you," I said. "Look me up sometime?" A silly wish on my part, but I couldn't ask for anything else. "I will." "Hey, Dee," Patty said, tugging his attention away from me. Reaching up with my bandaged hand, I stroked my fingertips down his face one last time. In seconds, he wouldn't welcome my touch. His quick glance my way held the start of something new, something wonderful, a thing that would fall apart within seconds. I tugged my hands from his and stepped backward. I couldn't do it, couldn't watch him turn and ask my name, introduce himself. It would kill me. Slipping away, I spun and aimed for the door to Katya's Curiosities. Patty had already shared the password, but Katya would let me in without it. She seemed to know everything, and she'd know I was needy. I didn't look back until I reached the steel door. No admittance without prior approval. That was me. Prior approval. Spinning, I leaned against the door, supporting my now limp legs. Donovan was gone. He'd probably drifted away the moment I freed him. My friends stared toward me with a mix of emotions on their faces. Fear on Patty's. Fierce determination on Tria's. Moira cried, like my heart cried. Damn empath. Alice nodded and mouthed, "Good luck." Chapter 24. Creeping down the dark, gloomy tunnel, I followed the stairs to the bottom. My heels skidded off a slimy step and I latched onto the rail to keep from falling, only to release the support with a soft cry when something moved beneath my fingers. I created a light that revealed silvery bugs scurrying along the walls and rail, their wings scratched together. As if they were desperate to escape, they raced for the opening in the steel door above that, slowly creaking, closed behind me, shutting me inside. If I was wise, I'd take off after them, run from this place and never return. But my hand ached. Rot must be sinking through my tendons by now. If I left, I'd have no choice but to beg the healers to cut it off. Or I could keep going and ask Katya's price for a bespelling. Patty could be wrong. Katya might accept money. She'd taken my cointage to pay for the concealer I'd bought for Sierra. If Katya said she wanted something else, however, I could offer her power, something I seemed capable of tapping at will. Katya's curiosities. I stopped beneath the large red sign painted with white and black lettering hanging above an ancient wooden door. The last time I'd been here with Patty, bugs, real or created, had crawled around the letters. Now, the bugs had fled, or Katya's children had eaten them. Despite the sweat skizzing down my temples, cold had sunk into me, making me shiver. It was now or never. I could flee and let the healers remove my hand, or I could take a chance with the sorceress's magic. No contest. Opening the door, I stepped inside. A bell jangled overhead and I looked up, catching the golden cup shudder. Anywhere else, the bell would be considered whimsical, pretty. Instead, the chime masked reality. Like everything about this place, it shouted, "Beware."
Floor!
A creaky old voice said from farther in the room. Tap, 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 tap. Katya moved closer on her 8 spiky legs until she loomed up in front of me with her forearms lifted in the air. Her gray, furry body, the size of a horse, eclipsed the lights overhead. She held out a pincer adorned with a ring, set with a sparkling black, faceted stone that had mesmerized me the first time I saw it. This time, I avoided looking at it directly when I kissed her hand, my lips barely brushing her scaly flesh.
Lovey!
The formalities over, she clapped her pincers.
You've come back for another concealer?
She'd done her best to ensnare me the last time I'd come here with Patty. I'd need to watch my back, my front, and my mind until I was at least 100 miles away from her. Not this time, I said, quite proud that my voice didn't shake because my insides sure trembled. Moving forward, I shifted aside the tacky web spanning the entrance, the slender threads snagging on my clothing and encircling my fingers like rubber bands. With a quiver, I ripped them off and flung them to the side. No children to be seen. Hopefully, they'd gone shopping.
Not a concealer?
She said.
Well, what else might a first-year student come to my shop to buy? A satchel of herbs to convince your professors you've already passed your final exams?
I shook my head.
Interesting. Then how about a bag of snack crackers guaranteed to make you lose 20 pounds by the time you finish them?
Such a thing existed? I glanced down at my waist before I realized what I was doing. I wasn't here for something silly like that. Actually, I'm here for a charm.
Yes, that would make sense.
Katya cocked her head, her beady black eyes narrowing on my wounded hand. Did she sense what was happening to me?
Charms are my most popular items.
Turning, she skittered around the tables overflowing with dusty skulls and finger bones, scorched wooden boxes with brass hinges, and sacks with things trapped inside that squirmed, their rounded limbs bulging against the sides. As I followed her to the back of the room, we passed tall, slender statues that remained perfectly motionless, except for their eyes. The tight network of creases encircling their gazes told me they must be in great pain. Their mouths opened as I scurried by, releasing unheard screams.
Don't touch anything now,
Katya said over her shoulder, and I snatched my hand back, realizing what I'd been doing. Pay attention. Don't let her ensnare you.
So, you'd like a charm,
she said pleasantly as she waddled around to the back of the glass display case in the back of the room.
The last one I made was for a boy.
Behind her, a door marked "No Admittance" creaked open an inch, and a tiny furry face, identical to Katya's, peeked out before the smaller spider ducked back and slammed the door closed. Katya kept speaking as if she wasn't aware of her child spying, but she must be. I had a feeling nothing slipped past this sorceress.
Such a cute boy he was, with thick dark hair and eyes bluer than a stormy sea.
Her low, deep chuckle made my belly spin into a ball so tight it threatened to explode.
His name began with a C.
Scowling, she tapped her pincers on the glass counter.
Or was it a V? No.
Her face cleared.
It was a D.
Don't play games with me. You know what you did to Donovan.
Can't take a little joke, lovey?
There's nothing funny about charms that drain someone's power.
My work is highly complex, and I don't give anything away for free. There's a price to be paid for everything, though some things come at a higher price than others.
Her lips twisted around her fangs.
If you must know, he insisted.
My arms went slack at my sides. He'd agreed because he hadn't wanted to hurt me. My throat closing off, I blinked fast, showed no weakness. While I know you charged too much for the charm, that's not why I'm here, I said, drawing on the well of strength curling inside me. Glaring at Katya, I infused my words with a bit of the black thread magic I suddenly found gleaming inside my moonstone. I had stored some inside. Why had it hidden when I was with Donovan? Katya winced, confirming she felt something. But other than stumbling into the wall, she gave nothing away. Her thick lips curled up, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Like pools of ink, or the endless outer space, her deep wells drew me in, sucking at my soul until nothing remained inside me, but I wrenched my gaze from hers and clenched my fingers into fists. Don't do that! She huffed and reared up on her back legs before stomping her front legs back down. Tap, tap, tap. She moved closer.
The boy demanded the charm. Who am I to deny someone magic?
I also need magic. I held up my right arm. Serum spilled on my hand, and I think you can fix it. She rolled her eyes as if she'd dismissed me already.
You don't need me for that. Locate a healer and let them cut it off.
I won't do it.
Then you'll die.
You're a bespeller. You can make a charm that will stop the serum's progression.
Perhaps.
Her lips stretched wide.
There are risks. Such a thing would be quite costly.
Naturally, I wouldn't expect you to work for free. It was all I could do to hold in my sarcasm. No need to offend the person who might be able to help me. I imagine a bespeller like you could even make a charm that would eliminate the serum.
You can't afford the price of a charm like that.
I took my cointage from my pocket and lowered it on the counter. The tiny stone in the corner meant the device had no spending limit. But would it max out paying Katya?
Put that away. You know money is not what I meant.
Huffing in disgust, she started to turn away.
There isn't enough money in the world to eliminate serum once it has taken hold of flesh.
My ribs grew tight, restricting my breathing. Of course, I should have realized there was nothing anyone could do, that I was trapped. Cut my hand off or die. What kind of choice was that? I should... Wait. There are other ways to pay, are there not? I said quietly. Perhaps we can negotiate a trade. She whirled around, a surprisingly delicate movement for a spider so large.
Sometimes.
The word came out coy.
I accept other means of payment, but I can't imagine what you, a lowly first-year outling, could offer me.
She snapped her pincer points on the glass, creating a grinding click.
You're a child. Useless to me. You might as well leave while you're ahead.
I wasn't ahead, and that was the point. Leaning forward, I braced my hands on the edge of the counter. Name your price, Your Highness. Tilting her head, she ground the skin around her eyes tight, pinching them to tiny black nuggets.
Again, what can a measly student like you offer?
Tell me what you need.
Do you have bone?
Her lips curled back.
My strongest spells are bone bled. I use them to... Well, never you mind. You don't need to know what I use them for.
To protect herself from her son, the Arachnoid King? She'd eaten his father, and he'd vowed revenge.
To generate bone-bled spells, she said, I need bone.
As if they'd been waiting for me for 1,000 lifetimes. Black threads, as thick as my forearm, rushed into the room. They twisted around me, braiding themselves without waiting for my command. I reached up with my mind and ran a fingertip across the bumpy strands. They inched closer, and it was easy to pull them inside and store them in my moonstone. Unraveler warplings. They were seeking me out, protecting me. Why was this so simple when all the other times they'd fought me? It shouldn't be easy.
Power!
Katya blurted, yanking my attention to her gray-furred face. Her fangs glistened in the low light, the tips stained deep red. What had she bitten when my eyes were closed?
My children are hungry, and you, lovey, you have the means to feed them.
Her pincer stretched above the glass counter.
Give it to me.
Should I scream the magic out? Send it her way? I'd be unwise to give in so quickly. Everything inside me shouted caution. Like with Syrah, I needed to be on guard, or Katya would twist this around until only she came up the victor.
Not willing to share?
Leaning over me, she exhaled, a blast of stink coming out with her words.
Then you can give me your moonstone.
Name something else. My hand slapped over the hilt of my dagger, where it had been tucked into the sheath at my waist. I'd rather let you bite my hand off than give you my stone.
Thought not,
she grumbled.
So it is, and so it must be.
Her head tucked down as if to hide her expression.
A bargain, you say? How about this one, then? To hold the serum's progression for 1 week,
she intoned.
I will accept a shaving.
What do you want to shave? But I already knew. None of my professors had suggested we could cut into our stones. If I allowed Katya to take a tiny sliver, what would she gain from it, and what would be left behind? Tell me what this means. Because her motives remained hidden. If only I had one of my friends here to advise me. I sent out a ping, but no one answered. Blocked by a bespelling?
It won't cause your stone a bit of harm,
Katya said.
I'll take a tiny shaving, just a nip, and within a day, your stone will repair itself. In exchange, your rot won't advance for a full week.
I pinged again. Patty, Tria, Moira, even Alice. None of them replied. I'd have to figure this out on my own. You say I lose nothing, but what do you get from this nip of my stone? I asked.
A taste of the power of an Unraveler.
You know my Skapti. Had she always? Is that why she'd acted shocked when we first met? She said she'd seen something in me, something she refused to name. My future?
Your ability to unravel whatever I bespell has always been known, she said. Look at it this way. I'm only asking for a tiny fragment, enough for an unraveling of my choice. A paltry thing in comparison to buying you another week with your hand.
I'm not a level 5 unraveler yet. There's no guarantee the shaving would contain an unraveling.
I just saw you pull black threads,
she barked.
Your level doesn't matter. Once in my possession, I can manipulate the sliver to behave the way I wish, when I so choose to use it.
What spell do you want to unravel?
You will never be able to afford the price of my answer.
The words came out dry, flat, and final. What happens to the fragment of moonstone after you're finished with it?
Without an unraveler to renew its power, it becomes as useless as grit beneath my feet.
What was the catch? There had to be a trick here I couldn't see, because this sounded too simple. But suspending the serum. If it stopped progressing, even for a week, I'd have more time to find a way to eliminate it altogether, assuming that was possible.
Let's not be hasty,
Katya said, her voice merry.
I imagine we can make an even better bargain.
I braced myself, knowing this would escalate. She could help me. The only question was, could I afford the price?
To slow the progression indefinitely, though the rot would remain.
Her words came out lilting, as if she sang them.
The price will be a Kupla stone.
Kupla stone. Kupla stone. Where had I heard that before? There are more ways than one to skin a Cerberus. Cloven's words. I needed to focus. Cloven had said... What had he said? The only way to extract a Kupla stone is from a dead Cerberus. The stones are located under their abdominal fur. I'd asked him what the stones were used for, but he'd gone evasive. He'd only added, they're exceedingly rare, used for a specific type of magic. Magic not seen by the Fae for years. My friends, Capria, the baby Cerberus who loved and trusted me, her siblings, her parents. I couldn't harm them. Your price is too steep, I said firmly. What can I give you instead?
Don't decide yet. You haven't heard all my terms, lovey.
She paused, and her brows hunched together. Shrewdness filled her dark gaze. She knew she had me. Holding up a pincer, she said,
There is another option we might wish to consider.
Here it was. She lifted one eyebrow.
The payment to permanently eliminate the serum from your skin would be a bone.
I tilted my head, wishing I could make her lay this out plainly. No tricks, no subtle hints. I'd be stupid to trust her. What kind of bone? I asked.
A bone from a dragon.
Chapter 25. My insides froze solid. No, I wouldn't.
A toe bone would do nicely, she said cheerfully. Though I'd be even more pleased if you brought me one from a thigh.
This would be worse than cutting off my own hand.
Dragon bones are such a challenge to find, she said. I haven't killed a dragon for its parts in years. Silly things flee before I can snag them in my web.
Horror and anger and an urge to kill rushed through me. I'd rip her head off. I'd slit her throat. I'm not murdering a dragon, I said. I had two choices here. Pull my blade and stab Katya, or cry. I did neither. Rounding the display case, I stomped up to her, every muscle in my body quivering with rage. I won't do it. There must be something else you'll take because it's not going to be a dragon bone.
Isn't this how it always goes? Tisk, tisk.
Her lips curled down, biting into her fangs.
You silly first-year students storm in here and make demands, assuming every whim is yours to command.
Drawing herself up, she slammed the tips of her pincers on the floor, hard enough to crack the tile.
Everything has a cost, and the price to remove the serum from your hand permanently is a dragon bone. And now, because I'm feeling irritable about this, I'm changing my fee for suspending the serum's progression. Now, a shaving of your moonstone infused with black thread power will only halt the serum for 1 day.
Wait a minute. My nostrils flared. You can't do that. You haven't given me a chance to...
Lovey, I can do whatever I please.
She held out her pincer.
Do we have a deal, or would you like me to add more conditions? I'd be happy to oblige, but know my price will only get steeper.
I fumed, fury roaring through me like a jet plane, but I didn't dare give it voice. If I wasn't careful, she'd make demands I'd never find a way to pay.
Actually,
she said, no more.
I'm not finished. If you keep interrupting, I'll ask you to leave, and you can find another way to deal with this on your own. Perhaps by slicing it off.
Her gaze honed in on my hand, seeking bone like the serum did this very moment.
Whichever charm you choose will not be easy to make. It will take considerable power, and mine is not limitless. It's only fair you give me something equally valuable in exchange.
Let's lay it all out then, so I'm sure I understand. I couldn't believe I was even considering this. It was impossible. A Kupla stone? A dragon bone? No. 1 day suspension will cost me a sliver of my moonstone. She dipped her head. The cost to stop the serum from progressing further, though the existing rot will remain, is a Kupla stone.
Exactly.
She clapped her pincers together.
You do understand.
Or I can choose the most expensive option. In exchange for a dragon bone, you'll remove the serum forever. I assume this high a price also comes with a full healing? Why was I bargaining? I had no intention of killing a dragon.
Since you're asking so sweetly, I guess I can be generous. Yes, for a dragon bone, I'll heal your hand as well.
She was completely unreasonable. None of these options were ones I'd ever consider. Why was I hesitating?
Tell you what.
Katya propped her side against the back wall, and it groaned.
To obtain a Kupla stone or dragon bone, you'll need to go on a quest. Since I like you, I'll throw in a bonus charm you can take with you today.
After sliding open the back of the glass case with the tip of her pincer, she reached inside and pulled out a pendant shaped like a triangle with tiny runes inscribed across the surface. She frowned at it quickly and mumbled something, then laid it on the glass surface.
This pendant will grant you a helper.
I grimaced. Your children can stay here. I don't need them. They'd eat me the second I turned my back.
Send my sweet, innocent babes with a wizard on a dangerous quest to find a Koopla and dragon bone? Wouldn't hear of it. No, I meant another.
Holding out the pendant, she urged me to take it.
Go ahead. It's yours for free.
Nothing ever came for free, especially with Katya. My hands remained by my sides. Who are we talking about?
Whoever touches the pendant first, of course.
Just my luck it would be Ashton. A quest, I grumbled. It's cold outside, and I have no idea how to find a dragon bone or a Koopla stone.
Do not lie to me.
Her fangs gouged forward, and I yelped and took a step backward.
You know very well where both can be obtained.
This is impossible. I refused to hurt my friends. There's not enough time. You said one frickin' day. There would never be enough time for something like this. She tiptoed closer.
But you're willing to try?
I growled. What choice did I have? Yes, I'll try. Try to find a way out of this, that is. I'd choose death before I harmed anyone to save my hand.
Wonderful,
she said. I took the pendant and slipped it into my pocket. I'd bury it once I returned to the academy. Forget the helper. I'd happily endanger myself, but no one else. Katya kept her pincer outstretched, the palm side curved up. Her gaze drifted lovingly to my moonstone before settling on mine. I was sucked down into her never-ending depths. I wrenched my gaze away. White threads wove around her, through her, as if she and the magic were one. Bespeller threads. Don't do that, I said sharply.
Do what?
Her voice came out sing-song, lilting, enthralling. Yanking a bit of black power from my stone, I shot it at her. She shuddered, gasped, and stumbled backward.
What? What did you just do to me?
I am an Unraveler.
Your potential I knew, and you were able to pull in black threads. But you're untrained, incapable of creating high-level spells.
High-level spells, huh? Interesting. She stiffened.
You'll never obtain full power.
I wasn't a true threat, in other words. But wait. Watch me. I took great satisfaction from the way her pincers trembled. I'm not so untrained that I didn't see what you were doing with white threads. Bespeller. And it appears I'm not as useless as you assumed. She scowled.
Do not play with me.
Ditto. A growl burst from her.
Then it appears we're at a standoff. You need something from me, and I need a few things from you.
An equal trade, I'd say.
Things will never be equal between us.
She studied my face, and I hoped it didn't give me away. I was scared, afraid she'd tell me to leave before I'd received what I'd come for. Gathering herself, her face hardened, and she stomped forward, crowding me backward.
My final offer. 1 sliver from your moonstone, and I'll give you 2 full days to return with the items.
2 days? She'd said 1. She smirked.
Picked up on that, did you? I changed it to 2 days. This shows I can be generous.
I need a week.
I'm not that generous. Come now. You're trying my patience, lovey.
3 days, I said, my voice rising to screech. Her gruff laughter chuffed around the room.
I do like you, Flora. You're a girl anyone would be happy to claim.
Except my mother, or my father for that matter, and my half-sister could also be added to the equation.
I will not change my mind,
Katya said as if put upon, but that was me.
2 days is my only offer. Do we have a deal?
as if I had a choice. She had me, and she knew it. I wanted to stomp my feet, howl, but I also wanted to keep my hand. I wanted to live. She must have seen my posture loosen, and I hated that I couldn't hide my desperation.
"You'll bring me the things I demand,"
she said, holding out a pincer.
"It's a deal?"
My exhale bled every scrap of air from my lungs. Yes. When we shook, a spike of electricity shot through me, binding me to this creature's demand. Her snicker was cut off when I pulled my blade and slammed it down so hard it embedded itself in the counter. Chapter 26. Overhead, muted screams erupted. Deadened by the doors and walls, dull thuds that shook the ceiling followed.
"Go!"
Katya pushed me backward with her pincers.
"You need to leave now."
What's happening?
"We're under attack."
She peered up at the ceiling and hissed.
"He found me. I knew he would one day."
Hustling around me, she dumped a bucket of herbs on the floor, then started tossing items inside the empty container. Skulls and wands banged together with crystals and candles. Reeling back to me, she glared.
"Go!"
When the ground rocked, I flung my arms out and banged my hand on the wall, hard enough something inside snapped. Pain exploded in my pinky finger, and I stumbled around the counter and dropped to my knees, cupping my right hand with the other. Tears smarted behind my eyes, and I bit my lips together to keep from screaming.
"Get up, girl!"
Katya shouted. Grabbing my arms with her pincers, she hauled me to my feet and shoved me toward the door, stomping behind me.
"Get out of here! I've got to!"
Her inky gaze flew to the ceiling, where pieces of tile rained down on the room.
"My precious babies! I need to protect them!"
Her snarl rang out.
"How dare he! He'll pay!"
Fangs gnashing, she rammed into my back, projecting me into the main entrance door.
"Go! When you have the bone and Kupla stone, ping me and we'll make an exchange. Otherwise, don't bother stopping by for a visit."
Wait, you said I could choose. You can't change the rules now. We had a deal.
"Deal meal. This is what happens when you don't pay attention. Before we shook, I said items. Items. That means dragon bone and a Kupla stone."
My spine stiffened. I won't do it. Coming to a halt, she turned to me, her face blazing with anger.
"How many days did the healers give you?"
A week. 2 days are gone. See, this is why... Her hand swept out, and when she touched my right shoulder, heat shot beneath my skin. It rushed down to engulf my hand. I screamed. What did you do?
"Accelerated things a bit. You no longer have 5 days, little girl. Leave on your quest today, and you'll have your 2. Nothing more. To show I'm kind, I healed your broken finger. Call it a peace offering."
Crying about this being unfair would get me nowhere. If I stayed here another second, she'd outright kill me.
"My business is under attack," she shouted. "To find another hiding place for my son, I'll need power. Lots of bone-bled power."
I stomped my foot on the rumbling floor. The dragon bone or the Kupla, not both.
"It'll be both."
She latched onto my forearm and shook me.
"If you ask the Cerberus nicely, they'll give you a Kupla. As for the dragon bone..."
No. Her lips curled.
"I imagine that boy can help. He'll do anything for you, now won't he?"
Wrenching away from her, my hands curled into fists. Then I choose death. I won't do it.
"We don't have time for this."
Katya hauled open the door.
"Go, get them for me, and I'll sweeten the deal. I'll not only remove the serum, I'll give your cute boy a charm that comes with no price."
My breath caught. You'd be willing to override a spell created by the court bespeller? She scowled.
Is that who did it? I thought.
I latched onto her pincers and yanked her face closer. Who? Who is the third bespeller? Ripping herself from my grip, she scrambled backward, limbs flailing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I advanced on her, rage lighting my lungs on fire. You do. Tell me. She knew more than she was saying, and I was desperate to make her talk. Booms overhead sent hunks of tile flying through the air. I ducked before one impaled my head. Straightening, my heart bolting against my ribcage, I caught Katya rushing toward the back of the room, her legs thundering on the floor. She snatched up the barrel as she passed, then scurried around the counter, pausing only to snatch a few things out of the cabinet and toss them into the barrel.
Children, we must flee.
Her pincers swept out, and I was blasted back against the door by the shockwave. I clutched my head and shuddered. What? Her glare fell on me.
I've warded the door to keep anyone out.
Tipping her head back, she roared loud enough to burst eardrums.
Children, we haven't much time.
A scratchy scraping erupted from around me. Spiders, thousands of creepy, crawly creatures the size of my fist poured from the holes in the ceiling and the cracks in the walls. More squeezed from the cracks in the floor beneath me. They skittered over my boots and around my legs, their pincers brushing my calves. Others flung themselves from the ceiling. They smacked into my head and my back, sending me stumbling forward. I caught myself against a bookcase before I fell. My flesh crawled as I beat them off, shrieking. I turned and wrenched open the door. Dust and smoke poured down the channel, rushing into the room to choke out the air. I had to get out of here before I smothered. Stumbling forward, I took the stairs 2 at a time as the door slammed shut behind me. When I arrived at the upper door, the handle wouldn't turn. Was it locked? I braced my shoulder against it and shoved, hard. And again, with a grinding shriek, the door flung open. Tria, her eyes ablaze, grabbed my arms. Thank the Fae! She threaded her hand down to take my good one, and snatching my fingers in her own, yanked me forward. Everyone else is waiting for us at the Flit Circle. We've got to get out of here. Around us, wizards and creatures fled in various directions. A cluster of Vrilla toddlers, herded by their mothers, raced toward an exit, their skirts flicking up behind them. One fell and was almost run over by a troll carrying a statue of Venus. 5-leggy, giraffe-like creatures loped past the troll, their young wailing as they raced beside them. A mother cyclops pushed a carriage, frantically weaving around centaurs and people and plants who'd ripped their roots out of the dirt and scrambled along with everyone else, their leafy limbs fluttering in terror. Clinging to me, Tria squinted her eyes shut. They burst open. I can't flit. What? Something. She shook her head. No time to talk. Come on. Dragging me forward, we raced around lights and planters. Why couldn't she flit? I didn't like what this could mean. Almost there, Tria shouted, hauling me behind her. We rounded a corner and crowded behind a mom and dad and 2 teenagers. What's happening? I yelled, my voice barely rising above the roar of the crowd. Not sure. She turned wide, panicked eyes my way. Something exploded and chaos took over. Gasping, she yanked me sideways before I was run over by a battalion of centaur seekers. Their hooves smacked on the floor, and they lifted their weapons. One centaur's gaze fell on me, and her steps faltered. She reeled around to face me, her flank smacking into a wizard and sending him flying through a store's glass window. He crashed through and landed in the rubble inside. You! The centaur trained her weapon on me. Tria yanked me behind her. She's with me. We're from Crystal Wing Academy. I saw. The seeker shook her head. making her numerous coils of dark braids flick back and forth. What had she seen? She was in a store when this place erupted, Tria said, ducking when a stream of Wylene zipped by too low. Packages falling from their clutches rained around us like plastic-coated bombs. Floor didn't do anything wrong. But the centaur frowned, as if using mind speak. You're right. It can't be her. Just get out of here. Go back to the academy. This place is out of control. Come on, Tria said, bolting toward the end of this passage, dragging me behind her. We rounded the corner and rushed toward the Flitz Center. My lungs ablaze. I clutched my injured hand to my chest. We wouldn't make it. We were going to get trampled. You said something exploded? I panted out as I jogged with Tria. We flattened ourselves against a storefront as a herd of reindeer, who must have escaped Santa's winter wonderland, thundered past, their antlers slashing at anyone who came near. Someone was hit, and they reeled backward, their hands pressed against their bloody belly. My right hand throbbed as the endless burning sank deep, all the way to the bone, telling me Katya's final bespelling had taken effect. Only 2 days left. Was that enough time to locate a dragon bone, beg the Cerberuses for a kupla, and arrange for an exchange with Katya? I'd find a way. Because she dangled a carrot on a stick in front of me, a way to suspend Donovan's bespelling. Tria yanked on my hand. Come on. With the world floundering around us, we ran for the Flitz circle. Wizards, their robes slapping their calves, darted past us, heading in the same direction. A hive of baby wilty sparks, their bright colors fading, bumped and bobbed, slamming repeatedly against a store window to avoid being hit. One fell and barely avoided being trampled by a centaur. I wanted to scoop them up and take them with me to keep them safe, but Tria yanked on my arm again. Her gaze followed mine, and she groaned. We don't have time. We need to get out of here before the building collapses around us. She must have seen the sadness shadowing my face, because she came to a halt and groaned. I dragged her in the other direction, fighting and shoving our way toward the sparks. We gathered them up and, dumping someone's purchases from a bag, tucked the wilty sparks inside and secured the top. I slung the bag over my arm, and we took off, running toward the middle of the mall. A roaring thunder rose behind us, and, slowing, we spun to face that direction. Their enormous feet stomping on anyone who got in the way, a swath of stony gargoyles rushed our way. Tria yanked me sideways, and we darted into a narrow alley lined with smaller, more exclusive shops. The shaking lessened, as if the alley was untouched by what happened around it. Let's wait here, she huffed, pulling me with her. Stay out of their way. Things will settle down and we can go faster. She turned, and her footsteps slowed. Shock consumed her face as she stared towards somebody, lying on the floor ahead of us. I frowned. Why would someone... The person wasn't lying on the floor by choice. Bands of steel held her pinned to the ground. My gaze was drawn up from her bound feet, but it stalled at her neck. The Beatley Carn crouched over her, its lumpy, gelatinous body pressing its gooey mass over her mouth and nose, smothering her. Cloven was wrong. The exterminator hadn't killed the prankster. It had followed me to the mall. It's killing her! I shouted as I stooped down and punched the Beatley Carn, loosening its grip. It flew to my right, thunked against a storefront, and slithered down the glass, leaving behind a black, streaky line of slime. Landing on the floor, it staggered upright, then streaked away, losing itself in the crowd at the end of the alley. I turned to the girl, hoping I'd find her okay. When I got a good look at her face, I flailed backward and landed on my butt. Floor? Tria croaked, glancing back and forth between the girl and me. Her finger touched the girl's throat before she shook her head. She's dead. That wasn't the only reason for the terror in Tria's voice. The girl's face, her body. She was me. Chapter 27. The girl's face shifted, as if it scrambled to make sense of the world collapsing around us. It twisted and scrunched and moved around before it changed into another first-year student, Carly.
Whoa,
Tria said, skidding backward. Her wide-eyed gaze met mine. Did you see that? I swallowed back bile. What just happened? If I had to guess, I'd say the Beatley Carn believes it killed you. Tria glared in the direction the slug had fled. When I peered over my shoulder, it hadn't returned, probably hiding while it plotted to kill me for real the next time. The bag of baby wilty sparks I'd rescued slipped from my hand. When the top creased open, the babies bobbed out. They drifted up to the ceiling and floated farther into the alley, safe for the moment. Let me call. Closing her eyes, Tria remained motionless. Rourke, Arab, and Lilith, all seekers, popped into view at the end of the alley and trotted toward us, slowing as they took in Carly lying on the ground. As Tria stood and backed away from Carly, Arab and Lilith stooped down on either side of her. These two centaurs had caught me, Bryce, and Patty while we were returning the dandy bucklions to their natural habitat. They played good cop to Rourke's bad. Rourke, the seeker who seemed to take extreme pleasure in grilling me, stood at Carly's feet, staring down grimly. He shook his head and swore. Arab laid a hand on Carly's arm, and he, Carly, and Lilith flitted from view, likely heading for the morgue. They'd been busy lately, dealing with bodies from the academy. Rourke advanced on me.
Did you see what happened?
He barked. Tria and I explained in hushed, shocked voices. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and my heart rate had slowed to sporadic thuds, as if it floundered in mud. Scrambling to my feet, I backed away from Rourke until I slammed against a storefront. An edge of trim dug into my side. The Beatley Carn isn't the only one responsible for her murder, I said. The horror rising inside me made my words come out a shriek, drowning the ruckus of wizards and creatures rushing past the alley. Rourke clumped closer, glaring at me.
What do you mean? What aren't you telling me?
His eyes, darker than the endless pits of hell, drilled into mine.
Spit it out, girl!
The rogue bespeller's involved.
What makes you think that?
He plodded closer while I pressed myself against the glass, wishing I could melt through.
Explain!
That was... Lifting my good hand, I pointed to where we'd found her. She's Carly. His gaze slid in that direction.
A fellow academy student?
A fellow outling. Tria slammed around Rourke to stand between us as if I needed protection. Outlings are dying. What are you going to do about it?
We already took care of the slake,
he snarled. Donovan and I had taken care of the slake. Thank you very much.
And we stopped the Night Lace from killing anyone else,
he said.
It was a bespelled girl. Now she's wearing a charm that keeps her from shifting into the plant.
Actually, Tria had exposed the Night Lace's identity when she'd chopped off Alice's little finger. Pain had temporarily eliminated the bespelling. Someone's still murdering outlings, I said. I think it's been the same person all along, directing the others.
A wild theory.
He raked his hand through his long hair.
Who do you suggest?
At least he was sounding more reasonable and less apt to blame me. That's just it, I said. I don't know who it is, other than it must be the bespeller who performed magic on Alice. The person worked with Professor Mueller, and he or she killed Eben yesterday.
The student incident with the slork?
He asked, frowning but at least listening.
These acts can't be connected.
Eben shoved me out of the way and ran ahead, toward the slork's mouth. If Eben hadn't, I gulped. It would have been me chomped by the slork's jaws. I bet the Beatley Carn was there, manipulating the slork, controlled by the bespeller, since... I held up my hand, the pristine bandages gleaming whitely in the overhead lights. We know someone bespelled the lardlet to eject pure serum. I think it was intended for me. or Eben, the only two outlings participating in the class project.
All of this is too far-fetched,
Rourke said with a growl. Backing, he paced over to where Carly had been lying and stared down for a long moment. The slork was a message for me, I said, following him. Not a trace of Carly remained, as if she'd never existed.
What kind of message?
He said. When we found her, she wasn't Carly. He scowled and waved for me to hurry up and spit it out, but between gulps of air, I'd never get enough. She was me.
How the Fae could she be you?
His words came out as a grumble, but dawn was rising on his face.
You're suggesting she was bespelled?
Someone changed Carly's face to Fleur's, Tria said. They did it to fool the Beatley Carn. They knew the prankster was after her, that it would harm her.
So why not just eliminate Fleur if she's the problem?
From the way Rourke's gaze scanned down my front, I had a feeling he'd like to eliminate me himself.
Why go to this elaborate hoax of bespelling someone else to look like Fleur so the Beatley Carn would kill her?
They're playing with me. I think they've been doing it almost from the moment I arrived at the academy, slowly picking off outlings, my friends, to make me suffer, to push my fear to a fever pitch. Then I'll make mistakes and be easier to get rid of.
Why you?
He asked.
You're no different than any other outling.
I pushed past him, striding across the narrow alley before turning to face him. Because I won't let something go. I'll keep investigating until I figure it out.
Figure what out?
It was something I'd been thinking about for weeks. What if my investigation was driving this bespeller? He or she had a reason to keep me from looking into what happened. I didn't know why, but I'd find out. I need to know what happened with the sixth family. I splayed my hands wide. Can't you see? Everyone's bespelled not to talk about it.
That's ridiculous.
Rourke's dry chuckle rang out. Why couldn't anyone but me see this? A woman poked her head out the door of the shop on our right, frond wands. Her eyes widened when she caught Rourke standing with us, and her head disappeared. The door slammed shut and the lock clicked. A closed sign appeared in the window, as if being closed mattered, with the mall collapsing around us.
You think some random bespeller cast a spell to make everyone forget?
Rourke asked. Why are you bespelled then? I asked. You know you are. I was told everyone was bespelled to keep from asking questions.
I can't imagine anyone would care. It happened ages ago. The perp was banished. End of the case.
I think the consort... No, all of the sixth family was framed. He snorted.
Now you're making up fairy tales. Everyone knows the consort, the matriarch of the sixth.
Minerva.
Yeah, her.
His voice eased.
Everyone knows the consort created a horrible spell that harmed the patriarch of one of the families.
Do you know that as a fact, or have you been bespelled to think it? He blinked slowly, then shook his head.
This is a peculiar theory, but you have no basis for this belief. No one talks about it because it no longer matters.
I strode up into his face. It matters to me. And to me. Tria joined me, glaring at Rourke. He plodded a step backward. What if it wasn't the consort? I said, trying to reason with him. What if the bespeller was involved?
We're talking generations ago. He or she would be dead by now.
Not if we're talking about a descendant of this person. We're dealing with a bespeller here, one who seems determined to kill me for no apparent reason. My voice rose. Why me, you asked? Good question. And this is my only answer. As bizarre as it sounded, the idea was taking hold of me. I knew I was right. This explained why everyone was bespelled not to talk about the sixth family, and why whoever had done it was trying to kill me. I wouldn't stop snooping. Rourke's lips twisted, and he crossed his arms on his chest. Was he relenting, or thinking up another way to shoot down my theory? You're right, Fleur. Rising horror came through in Tria's voice. There's no other motive. This is about the sixth family. We need to find out what happened and expose the real villain to the world.
Now wait a minute,
Rourke said. He reached out and grabbed hold of our arms, as if he believed we'd storm from the alley and announce my idea to the world.
You're talking 1 + 1 and coming up with 3.
5, Tria said with a smirk. 5? I asked, tilting my head. The 5th family, that is, she said. They might have more information, because they were the ones who suggested Minerva be stripped of her power back then. Donovan's family, what else was going on here? In some ways, Tria continued, the 5th family is the one who profited most. The 6th was banished from society, so they were out of the loop. The 3rd family had to deal with the spells created by the consort. The 1st, 2nd, and 4th were reeling from what happened. The 5th stepped up and offered a solution, banish Minerva, and then solidified their claim to the throne. I thought the council made that decision, I said. Wait a minute. How do you know all this?
Now there's a good question,
Rourke said, his narrowed gaze sweeping back and forth between us.
How about an answer?
Never forget my background, Tria said. Yes, that was right. She was Minerva's great-granddaughter.
What background?
Rourke burst out. Tria made a zipping motion across her lips before turning to Rourke. I think Flora and I need to return to the academy. She went suddenly limp and collapsed against me. We're overwhelmed by this experience and need to lie down. Lame, very lame, but also smart. I'm not feeling well either, I said. I cupped my mouth and jerked my shoulders, pretending my belly was heaving. I think I'm gonna get sick. Rourke backed up quickly until his flank hit a door.
Flip back to the academy. Go directly to your rooms. I'll notify the headmistress you're returning a different way than through the flit circle.
As if she'd been renewed with strength, Tria straightened. She struggled not to smile. We will. Turning, she grabbed my arm. Hope this works, she whispered. It feels right when earlier it didn't, as if I'd been warded. So we'd find Carly? As we flitted from the mall, Rourke called out.
Under no circumstances are you allowed to leave the academy.
Chapter 28. Unless I could locate a Kupla stone and the bone from a dragon and get them to Katya within 2 days, I was going to die. Yet the academy was under lockdown. No one was entering or leaving until the council had gotten to the bottom of the Outling murders. With only me, Eli, and Manuel left alive, our professors and the battalion of seekers the council had sent hovered over us like we were newborn babes, crawling along the edge of a cliff. A seeker had even been posted on our coven floor. To Thorne's disgust, he was convinced the Door Federation would be more than enough. I didn't think anything would be enough. At least the council was finally taking this seriously. I need you to cover for me, I said to my friends. Alice, Moira, Patty, Tria, and I sat in my room, trying to come up with a strategy. I'd explained what happened with Katya. No need for a cover, Tria said. She lounged beside me on my bed. I'll flit you wherever you need to go. That's just it, I said. I don't actually have a solid idea of where I need to go. I plan to start where I first met Capria, and hope I'd run into a Cerberus or two, and they'd be open to letting me remove their Kupla stones while they remained alive. 'Cause I wasn't killing one of them to save my own life. If you can find her, will your Cerberus friend lead you to the others? Moira asked. Even better, could she give you her stone? She'll die without it, Patty said sadly. It's part of their life core. And there went my idea of begging them to give me one. I'm hoping the Cerberus parent will have a suggestion. I turned to Tria. Flitting would be awesome, but you've never been there before. Flit rules. You could only travel to places you'd already visited. Except, when you found me and Jenny in the cave, I asked her, how were you able to flit to a place you'd never been? I didn't. I sought you with my scapti. Tria's lips curled down. And you're right. I wouldn't be able to randomly flit you somewhere I'd never been before. As I suspected, I was heading into unknown territory. So no flitting, Alice said. She nodded to Tria. It was a good idea. What about this helper Katya mentioned? Patty said. She pointed to her chest. It could be me. I want to go with you, Fleur. She entreated with her outstretched hand. Give me the pendant. No, me, Tria said, digging for my pocket until I nudged her away. I'm the best protection you'll ever find. What about me? Moira scooted forward from where she sat on my desk chair. Hand me the pendant and we're out of here. Since they were repeating the same pattern, we all looked at Alice, who actually smiled. Sure, count me in, she said. Are we talking a pretty pendant? Because you know I'm not wearing something ugly. We all blinked for a second before she added, Kidding, geez. She climbed off the bed where she'd been sitting beside Patty and held out her hand. I know I'm not your first choice, but I'd like to help. Can I go with you? Something had changed. Me or her, or maybe it was just the circumstances. The threat of death did that to people. They softened. I couldn't believe I'd become friends with my sister, which was only one of the reasons I couldn't give her the pendant, or Patty, Tria, or Moira. It's gone, I said. What's gone? Patty said, looking around. The pendant, I said. After we flitted to my room, I dug for it, intending to put it somewhere secure, but it wasn't in my pocket. Had I lost it while we were running through the mall? It didn't matter. I didn't need it. Didn't want it, actually. What do you mean? Patty asked. Are you saying this to get us to back off and let you take off alone? I heaved a sigh. I wish all of you could go with me, but you can't. Why not? Tears brimmed in Patty's eyes. If we're with you, we can keep you safe. That's just it, I said. There's nothing safe about where I'm going. I'd die if anything happened to one of you. Patty's lower lip trembled. We feel the same. Then you know why I can't risk any of you. Besides, someone will notice if all of us go missing at the same time. Good point, Alice said. We'll stay here. She held up her hand when the other three growled. This isn't me falling back into mean girl mode. Floor's right, as much as I hate to say it. Her snicker held no malice. She'll need a good cover. It's going to take all of us to hide the fact that she's gone. Patty slumped against her pillows. I'm going to be a wreck worrying about you. I'll be careful, I said. The Beatley Carn, Moira said. What are we going to do about it? She cupped her elbows and shuddered. It murdered Carly. It'll follow you. My traps are almost ready, Tria said, rubbing her hands together. I'll have that thing caught soon, and we can decide what to do with it next. I know what the council does with the plant that commits a crime, Alice said in a grim tone. Serum. That only works on wizards and one or two magical creatures, Tria said, drawing our wide-eyed attention her way. She squirmed. This can't just be secret knowledge, right? You guys know serum doesn't work on plants. It only, She swallowed when Alice winced. It worked on you because you weren't truly Nightlace. Yeah. Her fingers traced along a pale blue stone bracelet she wore around her left wrist, her charm. How far had the scales progressed up her legs? How are you going to keep the prankster from following you? Patty asked. Traps are great, but they won't catch it if it's not here. That's the best part about this, Tria said. I've warded my traps to project an image of you, to lure them in. I frowned. What sort of traps are we talking about? Just little things placed here and there around the campus. They'll create a magical holograph of me, and the Beatley Carn will be fooled long enough to creep closer to be caught? That's the idea, Tria said. Maybe we should enlist Thorn and his neighborhood watch, I said. The Door Federation. Alice frowned. Who are we talking about? Our door. He and the other doors look out for us. I didn't know this, Alice said in amazement. I did, Moira said. Alice nudged Moira with her stockinged foot. And you didn't tell me?
I thought you knew. Everyone does.
I didn't, I said. Not until Thorn told me. I asked him to look into them. Let's see what he suggests. Interesting idea, Alice said carefully. What do we think the doors can do? They're like stationary, hanging around. She snickered. Only one way to find out. Rising, I opened our door. Hey, Thorn! His lips, outlined in white with black filled in between, appeared.
Fleur, what's up?
Already told you I've got a Beatley Carn after me. You said you'd ask around, see if any of the other doors knew much about them. Did you find out anything?
Indeed I did,
he said.
Someone told me they love brownies.
I assume you don't mean the chocolate kind. Because I'd bake the prankster 10 pans if that was the case. When it lapsed into a carb coma, I could squish it.
Chocolate?
Thorn frowned.
What do you mean by?
Never mind, I said. You mean our room brownie kind of brownie?
Yes,
he said.
Beatley Carns love them.
My lips flatlined. In what way?
Huh. Not in that way. Not quite, that is. They don't date or anything. Really, it's not like they're the same species. Beatleys are plants. Brownies are, well, you know what they are.
Hopefully, they remained brownies forever. Which reminded me, I needed to make sure Patty kept Beatrice, our brownie, loaded up with treats while I was gone. I leaned against the door frame. You think a Beatley Carn could be... I hated myself for even suggesting this. Desperate to try anything, I gulped back my unease. You're saying a brownie could perhaps lure in a Beatley Carn. Hopefully long enough that a few savvy wizards could catch it.
Exactly,
Thorn said. Okay, good to know. Thanks.
Any time, Fleur. Any time.
I swung the door shut and collapsed against the back of it. You four hear that? I think we should ask her, Tria said, glancing toward Beatrice's empty bowl.
She loves you, Fleur,
Patty said.
If you put it the right way and promise more chocolate-covered cashews, she might be open to the idea.
I scratched my head. I just don't know. Beatrice is...
What is Beatrice?
Someone piped up behind me. Ugh. Our little brownie stood beside her bowl, tapping her foot on the floor. Had she overheard the entire conversation? I've got a Beatley Carn situation, I puffed out.
Oh, Beatley Carn? Pranksy.
I snorted. Yeah, that's it. Pranksy. My cheery mood fled. Except things have gone beyond pranks. The Beatley Carn killed someone who's been bespelled to look like me.
Murder?
Beatrice gasped out. Her tapping foot stalled on the floor.
I showed this Beatley.
She glanced around feverishly.
Where it be?
Good question, I said. Would it be possible for you to... I couldn't say it. I refused to offer up my brownie to a prankster. She poked her thumb into her chest.
Leave to me. I eliminate Beatley. Pest, like roach.
Good analogy. How do you plan to do it? A grim smile rose on her tiny face.
Secret.
Lots of them around here. Then I'll leave it to you.
That and...
Her gaze dropped to her still empty bowl.
Me no likey this
situation.
I scurried to the fridge and pulled out the can of peanut butter squirt whipped cream and chocolate pudding I'd asked a chef to make in the cafeteria yesterday. After scooping the pudding into her bowl, I squirted cream all the way to the top. She dipped her finger in, drew out a clump, and popped it into her mouth. Closing her eyes, she wiggled.
Now, me likey. No worries about Beatley. Gone by morning.
As I would be. Any chance you could take care of this sooner?
Impatient,
She said. That was me.
but me likey you, Flora. Me too.
She popped from the room. The bowl was magically empty. Chapter 29. Past time to leave. Now that the Beatley Carn is taken care of, you can forget your traps, I said to Tria. I grabbed my backpack and started stuffing things inside. I'm out of here in a few minutes. Any suggestions for what I should bring with me? My hands shook worse than my voice. I didn't want to do this. How could I head out alone? But it was bad enough I endangered myself. I couldn't live with it if one of my friends was harmed. I have an idea, Tria said, standing. I'll flit to my room and bring you my seeker stick if you want it. Moira and Alice exchanged amazed looks. You'll let her take your seeker stick? Moira gulped out. Tria's face colored. It's the next best thing to me going with her. What's a seeker stick? I asked. And why would I want to take it with me? If you get lost, it'll guide you, Tria said. I scrunched my face. Like a compass? They looked at me blankly. A compass, I said. I wasn't exactly sure how to use a compass if they offered me one, but I'd figure it out. It wasn't as if I had a phone with a GPS. I propped my knuckles on my hip when they continued to frown. Come on, you guys, you know. You use a compass to guide you through the woods. It always points north. You want to go east to reach the Cerberus caves, don't you? Patty asked, worrying her lower lip with her teeth. You'll just get lost if you go north. I shook my head and barely held back my eye roll. If you explain how to use it, I'll be glad to take your stick, I said to Tria. Good. Be right back. She flitted from the room. Patty lifted her velvet blue blanket and held it to her chest. She pressed her eyes closed and whispered something too low for me to hear, then handed me the bit of fluff she'd slept with since she was a baby. I warded it to keep you warm at night. Snagging the end of the blanket, I used it to tug her close to deliver a hug. It went on a long time that would never be enough. We pulled away from each other, hiding our tears behind our forced laughter. She latched onto my forearms and held me still while she pressed her forehead against mine. I want you home by tomorrow. You hear me? No denying the shake in her voice. I have 2 days. I'd probably need them.
2 days then, she croaked. Be home in 2 days.
I will.
And don't do anything dangerous,
she added. I shrugged. We both knew I couldn't agree to that promise. I'd be in danger the entire time I was away from the academy. I didn't ask her what she saw. Patty possessed a divination skapti, and she'd already reached a level 2. Even if she would be willing to tell me, I wasn't sure I wanted to know if I'd succeed or fail. Best to go into this with my eyes wide open and my heart ready to take on whatever was thrown my way. Like when I'd chosen my moonstone, I'd control my fate. Alice slunk from the room as Moira stood and walked over to me with something in her hands that hadn't been there a second before. I ported this here, she said. It's a plenty. I picked it up at the mall today to give to my little sister for the holidays, but I want you to take it with you. She handed me the small bowl. I stared down at it. What does it do? Wish, and whatever you want to eat will appear. I grinned. Cool. Even nachos? Always nachos. She held out her hand as if for a shake, but when our fingers touched, She yanked me near and whispered by my ear, "I know you're scared. I would be too. But I also know you can do this." She leaned back and smiled through her tears. "Watch out for nips." Creatures that had swept through the trees overhead when I'd visited Donovan's aunt and uncle. I hadn't fully seen them and wasn't sure I'd wanted to. Just hearing their chitter had creeped me out. Tria reappeared with what looked like a creaky wooden wand in her hand. She held it out to me. "Tell it where you want to go, and it'll take you there." As simple as that? Even simpler. "And once you've found the bone and Kupla, ping me, and I'll be there in half a second to bring you home." "Tria," I said, trying not to weep. "Stay safe," she said softly, her hand landing solidly on my shoulder. "I don't think I could stand it if something happened to you." Choked up, all I could do was stand there with my pack and her seeker stick in my hands. "You," she croaked, "you better not get hurt. You understand?" I nodded, blinking hard to hold back my tears. "I'll do my best to keep that from happening." After putting the bowl, blanket, and stick in my pack, then tucking a few more items of clothing inside, I zipped up the bag and dropped the strap over my shoulder. "Bye," I said. "We'll go with you to the eastern pasture," Patty said, standing. "With the herd of seekers out there? They'd engulf me in minutes and lock me up. My hand would rot off and wasn't going there." "The odds of her getting past them are slim already," Tria said. "Except," pinching her chin, she tilted her head before flicking her hand my way. Bits of electricity zipped across my skin. "A ward, I assume?" I asked. She smiled grimly. "You've got 15 minutes before you're no longer invisible." "Invisible? Cool. Guess I better go then." I hustled toward the door but turned because Patty finger-waved, her face meshed with concern. Tria, her lips compressed in a thin line, nudged her head. "Go. 14 and counting." Moira sighed. Waiting for something I shouldn't, I glanced around one last time. No sister. I wasn't sure why her absence hurt. Maybe I'd expected... Who knows what I'd expected? Whatever it wasn't silence. She hadn't even said goodbye. My spine went rigid, but my lips trembled. Weakness would be my downfall. Flames licked inside me, bursting into a blaze. I didn't need her, didn't want her in my life. She could... The door to the bathroom creaked open, but Alice remained hidden in the shadows. Was this it? She'd watch me walk out the door without saying a damn thing? Here. Her thrust-out hand emerged into the light. It was my mother's. She had a jewelette made for me before I was born, to protect me from harm. I don't believe it's done anything for me, but maybe it'll bring you luck. Stepping forward, she dropped a clear crystal the size of a dime and encased in a sterling pendant into my hand. I cupped my fingers around it. Thanks. The fact that she was giving me what might be one of the few possessions she had from her mother meant a lot to me. I'm only borrowing it. I'll bring it back. I turned to my friends. I'll bring everything back.
Just you,
Patty said with a whimper she cut off with her fist.
That's all that matters.
I want... Squinting her eyes closed, Alice lowered her head. Her swallow dipped down her throat. When she looked up, a solitary tear slid down her cheek, and she flicked it away. Don't get too worked up about this. I'm not crying about you. I'm crying because I was thinking about my mother. Oh, sure, I said. Not really. Maybe she did care a tiny bit for me. Thanks for loaning me your Jewelette. Be safe, she whispered. I turned the knob and opened our door. There was no looking back as I left. I couldn't. If I did, I'd stomp back inside and call for the healers. Thorne, thankfully, didn't appear when I shut the door. Knowing the Seekers would be patrolling the grounds and that the wards would be set to trigger if anyone snuck out, I slipped through the shadows, taking the skywalk, then skirting past the dark admin offices. Even Justine's office appeared empty, no light shining from the narrow window in her door. A slice of light did pierce the hall, stretching from beneath Cloven's door. I wanted to knock, go inside, and tell him what I was doing, ask his advice, because I worried I was making a big mistake. But he'd stop me from leaving, then scold me for making a bargain with Katya. Scooting through the darkened shopping area, I ducked along the dark hall and into the ladies' room at the end. Inside the farthest bathroom stall, I climbed onto the toilet seat. I'd pushed up the window and was getting ready to scramble through the opening when Alex appeared in front of me.
Interesting place to hang out,
he said dryly. I swore he scrunched his nose. It did smell in here. I'm going on a quest, I said.
To get a Koopa stone and a dragon bone.
How did you... I smacked my forehead. Were you spying? His little wings drooped.
You know I don't do that.
You're right. I'm sorry. Then who told you? When silence greeted my question, I held up my hand. Got it. It's a secret.
I'd get them for you myself if I could,
he whispered.
You know that, right?
There was no mistaking the desperation in his voice.
No one other than you has seen me before. Me. I'd do anything for you.
So sad. Alex was special. How could they miss you?
To everyone else, I'm a simple dragonfly.
To me, you're a good friend.
Which is why I need to tell you.
He buzzed in close to my ear.
Trust in yourself. When everything seems lost, know you have the power within you to perform miracles.
Trepidation crept up my spine like 1,000 spiders, making me shiver. I reeled backward, almost falling off the toilet. What's going to happen?
One more thing,
he said.
Remember, rules are as fluid as levels.
Rules? Tell me. There was no answer. Alex had morphed back into my pendant. Trust myself, huh? And how could rules be as fluid as levels? I thought about the words and their possible meanings as I climbed up onto the windowsill. Without an answer, I tumbled outside, onto the ground, where I was nearly impaled by a spiky shrub. I pressed myself flat, barely breathing, and listened. Yes, I trusted Tria's invisibility ward, but I wasn't stupid. Seekers were smarter than me. When nothing but the bitter wind howling past the eaves met my ears, I rose to a crouch, and still hearing no movement nearby, I raced for the eastern pasture. My boots created dull thuds on the frozen ground, sounds I hoped wouldn't be overheard. When a stick snapped on the gardener's path to my right, I shuddered. But rather than come to a halt, I ran faster. If someone had heard me, it was already too late. I'd be caught and hauled back to the academy. How many minutes had it been? 8? 10? This is what happened when a girl forgot to sync with the sundial. When I reached the woods, my footsteps slowed. I peered behind me, pleased to see no movement. Maybe this part of my quest was going to work. I held back my snort of derision. Quest? I hadn't even left the academy grounds. I tiptoed forward. The path I'd taken months ago when I'd ridden the Aldecore waited. The platform would be silent, the Aldecore hibernating in their caves for the winter. I'd just crept into the woods and was squinting toward the hills I'd soon be climbing when someone grunted behind me. Whirling, I tripped and fell backward, skidding on my butt across the snowy ground. Donovan came up to stand over me, a half grin on his face. He swept back his hair and then hefted a pack higher on his shoulder. Geez, Floor, were you going to leave without me? Chapter 30. When I scrambled to my feet and leaped onto him, I passed through his body and smacked onto the ground behind him. Sputtering, I turned around and gaped up at him, my mouth behaving like a fish on a line. Well, all right. Yeah, he said, his shoulders scrunching in close to his neck. See, that's going to be a bit of an issue. I got to my feet and brushed snow off my butt and legs before straightening. I don't understand. You're here, but not here? He held out his hand to show the pendant from Katya lying in his palm. Found this and knew I had to help you, but, bespelled. Except with the pendant. Katya was as tricksy as Sira. I reached for the pendant, but my fingers slid through his hand. He shivered. Did you feel that? I asked. Yup. And when you, jumped through me, I'd like to say it felt good because it's you, Floor, and I'd love to get close to you soon. But actually, this passing through me thing gives me the chills. My chin trembled and my heart fractured all over again because he was here. He knew who I was, and I still couldn't touch him. His hands reached out as if to gather me close, but stopped to hover near, without touching. Would I ever be close to him again? How can you be here and know me? I asked in a croaky voice. It hurt to force the words up through my tight throat. When I found the pendant, I knew. That is, me inside, the guy who knows you. I knew. But I also knew the bespelled part of me would be useless. Most of the time, You're talking like he's another person. And so was I. In some ways, he is someone else. Inside, I know you. Know what you mean to me. But the outside guy, the shell, he's kind of clueless. I wanted desperately to laugh, but my lungs had closed off. I could barely breathe. I try real hard to make the outside guy do what I want, but it's been a challenge, he said. I think part of him, you, comes through. That's why he always sought me out, and why he introduced himself. The part of Donovan I'd fallen for might be buried behind a wall, but he was struggling to break through. When I touched the pendant, I knew I had to help you, but I knew that outside guy would bumble around introducing himself over and over. He'd be totally useless when you needed me most, he said. Couldn't let that happen, so I shifted into my dragon, and everything was clear. I went to, Please tell me you didn't go to Katya. Hell no. I'll never trust her again. My Aunt Enoch helped me. What could a Sketar witch do? She taught me how to dreamwalk. An elemental magic trick? No, something handed down through her family. See, only my spirit is here with you. Gulping, I glanced over my shoulder, toward where the academy lights gleamed in the distance. Where's the rest of you? That outside guy? Lying on my bed in my room. My aunt flitted back to my coven room with me. She gave me, that other clueless dude, a potion to make me sleep. She also talked with Bryce. He's watching out for me while I dreamwalk. He'll tell everyone I'm sick. I tilted my head. What's keeping them from sending healers to you? You're the heir to the throne. He growled. Don't remind me. My shrug said what I couldn't. There was nothing Donovan could do to change the fact. Bryce will tell them my brother sent his own healer to treat me, and that I'm to be left alone while I recover. They'll think you were awfully sick if you're not back in class within a day. He shrugged. Bryce will deal with it. His glance took in the snowy trees and the still forest. Where are we going? Well, here's the thing you don't know. I chuffed out a breath that crystallized in the cold air. With a grimace, I lifted my bandaged hand I'd stuffed into a mitten. I got serum on my hand, and it's rotting off. By the Fae, Floor. He reached toward me, but stopped and pulled his hand back before touching. We need to get you to a healer, not take a walk in the woods. Been there, seen the healers. They want to cut it off. I take it you're not letting them do it. Not yet. I went to Katya. Crap, why? You know what she did to me, to us. It's not like I have options. We have 3 bespellers we're dealing with here. One's determined to kill me, so I doubt they'd be willing to cure my hand. The court bespeller might be equally eager to see me dead, thanks to your brother. Katya was the only one left. I thought she could give me a charm to slow or eliminate the serum's effect. I take it she didn't, he said grimly. Does she ever do something kind for someone else? If the price is right and she benefits the most. I could see that. Evil spider sorceress. I had 5 days before I needed to think about letting them cut off my hand. Had. He exposed his palm to the moonlight. Let me guess. You no longer have 5 days. And Katya's the reason. She got pissed off when I challenged her. But geez, she was trying to bespell me. I threw black threads at her. Wait, what? I'm not a full Unraveler yet, but I've found my threads. I couldn't keep the thrill of discovery from coloring my voice. They'd always been around me, waiting. Soon, I'd pull them near and use them. I guess that makes me a level 2, but sometimes a 3, and maybe even occasionally a 4. I want to hear all about this. I knew levels were fluid, but he grinned. You always did amaze me. We started walking along the trail that gradually sloped upward toward the mountains. Since I had no idea where I'd find a dragon bone, and I wasn't begging one from Donovan or his family, I'd start by talking to the Cerberuses about a Kupla stone. You found a master. Awe came through in Donovan's voice. I loved how confident he was that I'd find a way. Minerva. She's Cloven's mother, the matriarch of the 6th family. Whoa, how did you learn all this? I'll explain as we walk. I nudged my chin toward the trail. We've got a long hike ahead. Or I've got a hike ahead. You'll float, right? I may be dreamwalking, but I'm still sorta here. It was all I could do not to laugh at his affronted demeanor. That explains the pack. He hefted it higher on his shoulder. I need clothes, food, blankets for the journey. No snuggling up then? When he leaned in close, I could almost feel the warmth of his breath on my skin. I wish I could snuggle up with you, Floor. He whispered in my ear. Tingles. The guy always made me tingle. While I wanted to tell myself I was in full control of my reactions at all times, I secretly admitted, deep inside, that he made my knees shaky on a regular basis, and I liked it. I've missed you so much, he gulped out. It's been lonely without you. For me too. We'll find a way. I can't let things go like this much longer. Give me time. I'm getting better with my threads. Soon I'll unravel your spell. No more would a bespeller force actions on another. That would be fantastic. Katya tricked me, I finally admitted. It wasn't easy saying it out loud, admitting my weakness. When he could have chided me, I was grateful he didn't. I'm sorry, was all he said. Yeah, me too. My hair drifted forward when I hung my head. Instead of 5, I only have 2 days to find the objects and bring them back to her. Then, she'll eliminate the serum and heal my hand. Sounds like a decent trade, except I know Katya. My lips twisted. She's a snake in disguise, and that's being mean to snakes. She offered me a charm that would remove the serum. You can't blame me for being excited about that. Then why the journey? Why the pendant? She gave me the pendant, saying it would send me someone who could help on my quest. His thumb jerked to his chest. Makes sense it would be me. As a dreamwalker, I'd have to wait and see how useful he could be. But I was more than grateful for the company and to have this small chance to be with him. Seeing him at the mall had felt like a first date, like I was getting to know a guy I kinda liked. If he'd been a stranger, I'd hoped I'd feel the same once he started revealing his flaws. While I'd never regret being given 50,000 new moments with Donovan, I'd missed him, missed the boy who'd revealed the scarred, scratched parts of himself and still come out shining. And now I had time with him. You only have 2 days, he said. He reached out to snag a branch at my eye level, perhaps to pull it aside until I'd passed, but his fingers slipped through it. Oh yeah. He shivered. Sorry. No problem. I ducked underneath and kept going. If I don't bring Katya the items by day after tomorrow, there will be no going backward. I won't just lose my hand. I'll die. And I wouldn't be given a charm that would free Donovan. Then let's get going. He tried to grab my hand, but his fingers jerked through me. He was right. The sensation of a spirit's touch gave me the chills too. Ignoring how much it hurt that we couldn't hold hands, I walked beside him, my feet the only ones crunching through the snow. Donovan did float. "What do you need to bring Katya?" he asked, his voice grim. "A Kupla stone." "That won't be easy to obtain, but maybe Capriya can help." "My thought exactly." "We'll go to their caves and ask." "Would it be that simple?" "But you said items, not item," he said. "What else?" I stopped on the path, not willing to say it. I'd never be willing to say it. "Floor." He turned to face me. "Tell me." An uncontrollable shudder swept through my body. "I need to bring her a dragon bone." Chapter 31. "I can get you one." Standing, hovering on the trail, he stared down at his fingers. Something inside me died at that moment. He'd sever a part of himself to help me. How could I be worthy of that? "I'll find a way around it," I said, sort of shoving past him. In reality, my shoulder flowed through his, but I couldn't face him. Face the willing sacrifice in his eyes. Couldn't let him see the tears on my face. "The bone will be easy." He followed while I sniffed and wiped the wetness away. "That's why I found the pendant, to be here for you, to help you." He grumbled. "Floor." In my mind's eyes, he reached to pull me around, but I couldn't turn, couldn't face him. Not yet. "It shouldn't be like this. Not..." My voice shattered. "Not like this." It would be petty to whine that this was unfair, not while he was the one locked away. "You can't stop me if I decide to do it." "Donovan!" Spinning on the trail, I tried to glare at him, but I knew my heart and soul shone from my eyes, and I didn't care if he saw my vulnerability, because I'd exposed myself raw for him if he asked. "I can't, please. You'll try to make me, and it will rip me to shreds." The wind collapsed from my lungs, and I wanted to curl up in a ball and sob. "I can't do it. Please." His shoulders slumped just a little. "What if I want to?" It stabbed deep. He kept giving, while I couldn't offer him anything of myself in return. I tried. Hell, but I'd tried to become a full Unraveler so I could set him free. I wanted it more than anything, but no matter how I forced it, begged for it, it wouldn't come. "Let me find a different way," I said. "Please." And here I was again, asking him for something. Not a bone, but his agreement to let this go, to let fate take me where it needed. Because I couldn't bear it if he wrenched away yet another piece of himself for me. It created an imbalance between us. "For now," he said. "For always." I strode right up to him and lifted my chin, fully facing him, stealing his gaze. I did not let him look away. "You will not do this. There's another way, and I'll find it." His curt nod said he'd conceded for the moment, but the steel in his eyes told me that, if it came down to the wire, he'd pull my own blade to do what needed to be done. Never. There had to be another way. "Let's go," I said softly, and we started down the path again. Moonlit shadows skipped along with us, created by light filtering through stark branches overhead that clicked together like skeletal fingers in the wind. We climbed up a steep hill and down the other side, each rise taking us higher into the mountains. The last time I'd come this way, I'd skimmed through the air astride Donovan's dragon back, without a single care, just savoring the moment. I'd been stupid not to see how quickly things I care about could be taken from me. Our uneasy truce gave way to companionable silence. I wanted to lean into his shoulder, hug his arm close, touch him, because all I'd had to cling to for months were memories that grew stale and cold with each day without him. "How are you doing with your Skapti?" I asked him, because I had to talk about something. think about something other than what we'd lost. Churning up any storms yet? He snorted. Sure, throwing hail around and diverting hurricanes on a daily basis. The usual stuff. I bet you're doing awesome. I've achieved level 3. He didn't sound conceited, only satisfied. I was grateful I could be happy for him, that not even a twinge of jealousy shot through me. We all took the same journey. Some of us just reached the destination ahead of the others. That didn't mean he wouldn't turn and wait for me to catch up. Do you know where we're going? He asked. Not really, but... Duh. Tugging my pack around to the front, I pulled out the seeker stick Tria had loaned me. While I wasn't sure which end was the handle, I grabbed one of them and pointed it forward. With a touch of elemental magic infusing the word, I said, "Take me to the Cerberus caves." The stick poked downward. Yeah, that wasn't good. Try the other end, he said with a smirk. If I could sock his shoulder, I would, but creepy. Pressing my lips together to hold back my smile, I took the other end of the stick and tried again. Cerberus caves, please. The stick jolted forward, dragging me along with it. Whoa, baby! I laughed because, for once, something was going right. Donovan raced behind me, hooting. Up a hill, down the other side, then up another, until my heart slammed behind my ribs, and my lungs chugged to keep up with my pace. Cold air burned down my throat. We reached a large cave opening. This is it? I asked. It must be. The seeker stick had slumped in my hand. I wanted to pat it like I would a loyal pet, but tucked it into my bag instead. I'd need it later. Any ideas how we'll get one of them to give us their Kupla stone? Donovan asked. 'Cause I'm not sure I'm up for skinning one. We're not killing anyone to save my life, I said firmly, striding forward. I called light with elemental magic, and my finger highlighted the way. As we walked through the tunnel, my feet thumped softly on the stone cave floor. Donovan stayed close beside me, as if he hoped to protect me from every tiny bug, giant, or random attacking creature, a challenge when everything passed through him. Do the Cerberus hibernate? I asked, something I'd worried about when I set out on this quest. There had been no way to verify if they did or not. I couldn't stroll into Cloven's office and ask, and my friends hadn't known. They sleep but wake easily. It is a slow time for them. They're vegetarians, and plant life is limited in the winter. My plan is to stroll in and ask for a stone, I said. That seems like the best strategy for now. Like that would work. Hey, I wouldn't need to worry about losing my hand if I lost my head first. When did you last see Capria? Donovan asked. Not since the Nightlace battle. Her parent took her back to the cave, here, and must have convinced her to stay. I missed her. I'd wanted to come visit her, but was afraid she'd follow me back to the academy again. I'd hate for her to get into trouble. The tunnel gradually sloped downward and curved to the right, where it opened into a huge room with smoky crystal stalactites and stalagmites. About 15 enormous nests had been built in a big circle, as if 20-foot-tall ostriches had set up housekeeping across the cave floor. They'd been constructed from what looked like strands of dandelion fluff, spun into yarn, then stained in various colors, pink, yellow, green, and the nest, spun from fluff exactly the color of my hair, had to be Capria's. A grin rising on my face, I rushed forward, weaving around the other nests to reach the one I hoped contained my friend. Ladder, ladder, I said, running around the circular nest. Nada. A head poked over the top, followed by 2 more, and Capria's bleat rang out. I swore a grin bloomed on all her faces. She bounced up and down and, tipping all 3 of her heads back, squealed in excitement. Leaping up, she extended her wings and burst over the edge of the nest. She dove down and smacked into me, sending me onto my back, my breath rushing from me in a solid woof. Hugging her, I laughed when her head nuzzled my face. It tickled. How you doing, sweetie? I asked. nudging her backward so I could sit up. I patted her heads, her necks, and she leaned into my touch, huffing and softly grunting. Good pup. There's a good pupper. I've missed you. She groaned and knocked me backward again, climbing over me to give me three-headed doggy love. A bit worried I'd be trampled. She was the size of a good-sized horse now. I scrambled out from underneath her and rose to my knees, where I could rub her cheeks and coo until she'd settled down and dropped back onto her butt, whimpering with joy. I bet you want to play, don't you? I said, looking around for something I could throw. She'd had a lot of fun retrieving rocks and sticks when I'd first met her.
There will be no playing during nap time,
Groton said in a strict tone. The right head of the parent Cerberus popped up and leaned out of their nest.
Capria, go back to bed.
Come now. Gunner, the left head said in a snooty British accent, his doggy nose nudging toward the ceiling. Let the pup greet a friend. Gunner's lips curved up slightly when he looked at me. Nice to see you, Flora. Always happy to welcome a friend who saved one of our pups.
We were so close to losing her,
Grugin wailed.
We would have if Flora hadn't been there to get her out of the cave.
Big fat tears rolling down his face. They hit the side of the nest and splattered. Donovan ducked, though I wasn't sure the water would have impact. Would it pass through him like everything else? I was just grateful I was there to help her, I said, grinning at Donovan, who nodded, encouraging me. He must be thinking the same thing I was. I'd been welcomed. This could work out okay. They could have a spare cupola stone lying around they'd give me, and I'd be out of here within an hour. Figuring out the next part of the quest would be challenge enough. Capria flopped on the ground beside me, a solid thud that I swore made the ground shake. She wiggled over onto her back and kicked her feet up into the air. I naturally rubbed her belly while she squirmed and squealed, savoring my touch.
What are you doing?
Groton grumbled. His neck stretched down until his face almost smacked into mine.
You should be leaving, not getting her all worked up. I'll never get her back to sleep now.
Yeah, he could deal. I'd missed my pupper friend, and I was going to enjoy every second with her. I nudged Groton's head to the side so I could lean over Capria and use 2 hands on her belly. She moaned and squirmed when my fingers rubbed a particularly sensitive spot. Donovan stood beyond the pup, shaking his head with that half smile I loved, curling his lips. She loves you, Flor, and I can see why. Around us, other pups peeked over the tops of their nests. So many familiar faces. Phalia! I cried. How's the neck? She'd hurt the right one while retrieving the stick I'd thrown after Capria escaped the cave. Donovan in dragon form and I hung out with them for hours, giving out pats, throwing sticks, and generally fooling around. Like I'd spent a day at a ginormous puppy farm. I'd flopped on the ground and let the pups crawl all over me. Phalia dipped her heads in unison, showing me she was feeling better. One of her heads disappeared into the nest, but reappeared quickly with a stick in her mouth. Uh-oh. Cerberus pup games were going to make bedtime even more interesting for Groton. How about you, Brinzy? I asked the Cerberus, sticking his heads up in the nest next to Phalia's. Did you heal okay after I pulled the thorn from your paw? He bleated. Scrambling up onto the side of his nest, he leaped off the edge and, wings extended, floated down to plunk on the ground on the opposite side of me and Capria. He promptly dropped to the packed dirt surface, rolled over, and kicked up his feet. What was I going to do if all the pups gathered around me? Share the love, I supposed, 1 pup at a time. Scooting down onto my knees, I gave 2 rubs at once, even though it hurt my hand to use it. Why are you here? Gunner said. While we always welcome a visit, this isn't the usual time of year for wizards to come calling. Everyone at the academy knows we doze through the cold months. Groton yawned.
I'm tired. I want to go back to sleep, not visit with a wandering wizard.
His head poked down again, into my face.
Leave.
If you want me to go, I will. I said. Capria whimpered. I know, sweetie, I said. I just got here, but if they say I have to leave, I will. Did I dare bring up the cupola stone? Phalia lowed mournfully, her heads drooping onto the edge of the nest. The stick tumbled down the side and smacked onto the ground.
Yes, leave,
Groton said.
Then we can go back to sleep. I, for one, was enjoying an exciting dream where, well, no need to share. You'll steal my idea.
Like I could make myself dream his dream?
Don't be like that,
Gunnar said.
She just got here.
Though, he frowned.
You're not staying long, are you? We really do need our rest. It's going to take some time to get the pups settled down again. You've stirred them up.
The last thing I wanted to do was stress the Cerberus family. They're right, I said to Donovan sadly. It was fun seeing Capria again, but I don't think this is going to work. Tears smarted behind my eyes. Not because I'd leave without the stone, but because this would probably be the last time I'd see her. I doubted her parents would let her come to the academy, and it was clear I wasn't welcome here. And without a stone, I'd die. I straightened and grabbed my pack off the ground where I'd dropped it. We out of here? Donovan said, coming around to join me, while Phalia and Capria scrambled to their feet. Capria nuzzled my hands, and I scratched behind her ears. Yeah, I said. I'll figure something else out. I nudged my head at Donovan. We need to go somewhere and strategize.
Sure.
His glance drifted over the Cerberus.
Would you mind if we came to visit the pups next summer? I can bring Floor then in my dragon form.
Silly idea when I wouldn't be alive.
Now we've offended her,
Grugin blubbered.
A kind wizard who saved our pup and gave the others such a fun day, they still talk about it. She came here for a reason, and we're driving her away before she has a chance to speak.
He tilted his head.
Why did you come here?
I wanted to ask your help, I said. I need a cupola stone. Grugin gasped, and even bigger tears fell from his eyes, plopping on the ground around me like beach balls filled with salty water.
Run, Capria, darling! She'll steal your stone, and your rest will be filled with nightmares for the remainder of your days. Brinzy, you too, run!
Their stones played a role in their dreams? Groton butted my back, sending me stumbling toward Capria, arms flailing. I nearly fell over her, but her tail whipped out to steady me. Donovan growled, his hands clenching to fists.
Leave Floor alone. What do you plan to do about it, Dreamwalker boy?
Groton barked out, baring his long, pointy white teeth before turning to his pups.
Capria, Brinzy, listen to us. Don't make sudden moves. Get up and back away from the girl.
My shoulders drooped. Did they really think I'd hurt the pups? Capria didn't seem to share their fear. She hummed and wiggled, her tail flicking back and forth on the ground as she begged me to resume rubbing her belly. I'd never hurt them, I told Gunnar, Grugin, and Groton. I held up my hand. And you're right. I came here for a reason. I'm dying. Capria groaned. She scrambled around and onto her feet. Nudging me closer to her, her tail protectively encircled my waist. A Beatley Carnes lardlet released serum on my hand, I said, rubbing Capria's soft, fluffy cheeks. Brinzy got up and circled around to stand between me and his parents, as if he felt I might need his defense. Someone said they'd heal my hand if I brought them a cupola stone. The adult Cerberus growled, low and deep, a scary symphony.
Katya, you mean?
Groton snarled.
Foolish wizard! Didn't they teach you at school never to trust the sorceress? She'll trick you every time,
Grugin wailed.
Now you've done it. You've made a pact with the Bespeller that can never be broken. Don't think we're your solution,
Groton shouted. His head snapped forward and butted me away from Capria.
You won't get a stone from us.
Capria bleated in terror and scrambled to get between us when his head reared back again. Fear bolting through me, I stepped backwards so quickly I almost fell. Grugin snatched up Capria and dropped her into her nest, then Brinzy, leaving me to face their wrath alone. Donovan's hand jutted out to take mine, but passed through me. We both shuddered. Wings flapping, the Cerberus parent lumbered up into the air, roaring with rage. Teeth bared, it snarled and dove toward me. Chapter 32. Backpack in hand, I ran for the tunnel leading to the entrance of the cave. Donovan was right behind me. Go! He yelled. The Cerberus snarled, 3 heads bellowing in unison. Wind buffeted around me as its enormous wings flapped. Dust filled the air, making me cough, and the ground shook beneath me. How could they be making that happen? If their magic extended to controlling the environment, I was toast. My lungs shuddered, and my heart flailed against my rib cage. I hit the tunnel at a dead run and kept going, my feet slamming the hard-packed soil. By the time we'd reached the cave entrance, my legs shook like overextended rubber, and I panted so quickly, the icy air burned my throat. We darted into the forest, where we hit the trail and kept going, running a few more minutes before slowing when we reached a small clearing. You hear them? I whispered, peering back through the woods, but unable to see far in the dark. I didn't dare create a light, because it would draw them to us. Or had they decided to give up the chase? Donovan shrugged. Hard to say, but I think we're safe for now. I doubt they'll leave the caves. Too cold out here. I brushed snow off a fallen tree and sat, wiping the sweat off my face with my mitten. What happened? I thought they were happy to see me. The pups sure were. Groton wasn't, but that's nothing new. He's cranky all the time. Things were going okay until you mentioned the stone. Mistake on my part, but what was I supposed to do? That's why we came here. He sat, hovered, on the log beside me. And now you're still stoneless. And I've pissed off the parent. They'll never let me see Capria again. My heart ached at the loss of my friend. I rubbed my face with my mittens, the scratchy wool bringing my senses into sharp focus. The forest surrounded us. Other than a few small birds flittering from one tree branch to another and the wind moaning through the branches overhead, not a sound broke the silence. Dawn was cresting the horizon, shooting bloody fingers up into the sky, the color of warning. I'd do well to heed it. Almost half my time was gone, and I had nothing. If anything, I was further from finding the stone and dragon bone than I'd been before. Cloven told me a Kupla stone contains strong magical power, which is why Katya wants one, I said. Since Groton said Capria's dreams would turn into nightmares if she lost her stone, I wonder if the magic relates to the dream world. Like me being a dreamwalker, he said. Enoch didn't tell me how she created the potion, but now I wonder. There are rumors the Cerberus and trolls have never gotten along. The conflict could come from the stones. Maybe. It hardly mattered now. Dejected, I scuffed my boots back and forth on the ground, creating grooves in the snow. Cloven also told me the stones can only be removed from the Cerberus after it's dead, that the stone is buried beneath their belly fur. I was hoping they'd have one from a Cerberus who had already died. I can't believe they thought I'd kill Capria for her stone. They obviously have reason to doubt wizards. I've heard visits to their caves are strictly controlled. Sliding his pack off his back, he lowered it to the ground. What are we going to do? I liked that he used we, but I was really on my own. Donovan was the best, most welcome companion, and I'd always be grateful I had this time to be with him again. But he was only partly here, and I didn't dare keep him for very long. He was lying on his bed, hidden away at the academy. He'd need to eat, drink, move around. It was wrong of me to cling to him. One idea, he said. We could sneak back in, look around, see if we could find a stone somewhere else in the cave. Do you know what they look like? I didn't. He shook his head. Then going back into the cave isn't an option. We barely escaped this time. The Cerberus parent will kill us if we try again. Assuming you can die in this form. He shrugged. Probably not. Any other Movement in the woods between us and the cave made me freeze. Dread slid down my spine, and my heart skipped a beat. Had the Cerberus parent left the cave? If they hunted me, I'd be dead within minutes. I couldn't flit, and I couldn't run forever. Donovan frowned, staring toward where I'd heard the sound. A plaintive bleat echoed in the woods, and I jumped to my feet. "Capria," I whispered. She shouldn't have left the cave. It wasn't any safer out here for her than it was for me. She erupted from the woods and skidded to a stop, sliding forward a few feet. Seeing me, she huffed and lumbered closer to drop her middle head onto my lap. A mournful sigh slid from her lungs. "She must have snuck out of the cave," I said. "Is that what you did, sweetie?" I scratched her ears and her tail wagged, but it was only a half-hearted quiver. "You shouldn't be here. It's not safe, and your parents are going to be angry. Not with her, but with me. They'd assume I lured her out here, maybe even to harm her." Standing, I walked around her and started for the cave. "Come on, I'll take you back." At least to the entrance. I could push her inside and tell her to go back to her family. Hopefully she'd do better with that than she had when she'd followed me to the academy. When she grumbled, I turned to face her. "What?" Her heads swooped toward a narrow path that looked as if it led parallel to the cliff and away from the main cave system. Scampering around behind me, she bumped my backside, sending me stumbling toward the new path. "You want us to go in that direction?" I asked. "Is this a good idea?" Donovan asked, scratching the back of his neck. He picked up his pack and shouldered it. "You were right to be worried about her parents. I don't know what they'd do to me, but you. Best not to go there." After nudging me again, Capria headed down the path, her stomping feet sending clumps of snow flicking up behind her. Stopping, she turned and bleated. Then her head swayed toward the path. "Anything big on our agenda for the day?" I asked. His arms splayed wide. "A dragon bone?" "Ha ha." Not really, but he was making an effort to cheer me up. The least I could do was play along. Capria led us down the path that opened to the left of the cave entrance. She ran beside the cliffside and stopped when she came to a smaller opening hidden behind a cluster of evergreens. I peered at Donovan before following her inside, wondering what he thought of this. "Keep going?" "Like you said, you don't have much choice. Might as well see what she wants to show you and decide from there." I generated my elemental magic-fed fingerlight and stepped inside the dark opening, my feet crunching on long dead sticks. Capria plodded ahead of me, not looking back, as if she'd assumed I'd remain behind her, not stand outside the cave, hesitating. Much smaller, this tunnel was narrower than the other, with drippy stone walls crowding us on all sides. Capria, stouter than me, barely fit. We traveled inside a few minutes, my light creating shadows that made me jolt periodically, worried the Cerberus parent had found me. Underneath our feet, small things shifted. Sticks or bones. I shuddered and chose not to direct my light that way. "Still in?" Donovan asked, his voice echoing around us. "Yep." Curiosity had shoved aside my unease, making me eager to see where Capria was leading me. Was this about playing or something more intriguing? Slowly advancing downhill, we remained behind Capria, the passage encroaching on us the farther we walked. A sharp dip downward was followed by a level area, and at the end, an even narrower opening. Capria scooched down and squeezed through the slit, popping through to the other side. Donovan didn't even need to ask. Yep, I said. Still in this. You? Where you go, I follow. Nice. Maybe someday we'd travel a road together with him fully knowing me and no need for dreamwalking. Stooping down, I slid sideways through the narrow opening, wondering how in the world Capriya had fit. I edged along with my hands outstretched at my sides, my lungs struggling to expand. Though the walls didn't crowd in that closely, it only felt that way. I'd never been claustrophobic, but I could see why others hated tight spaces. Capriya bleated, encouraging me to keep going. Filtered light appeared ahead, leading me to believe I was approaching an opening, maybe a small cave. I hoped so. If I remained in the slim channel much longer, I was going to freak out. The light grew brighter as I shuffled sideways. I burst from the narrow space, my breathing and heart rate faster than they should be after a short walk. Capriya stood in the center of a decent-sized cave. On the side opposite from me, a glistening silver waterfall trickled down the wall, a mass of ice crystals. The water gathered at the bottom in a wide pool that had frozen across, except for where the trickle of water entered. Vines, bare of leaves, clung to the walls around me, hibernating for winter. It was difficult to tell, but I didn't believe they were nightlace. A smooth, rocky surface extended beneath my feet, toward the pool, creamy brown marble flecked with gold and silver. And in the center of the room, a pedestal waited with what looked like a stone bowl on the top, emerging from the pedestal itself. Capriya stood partway inside the room. Seeing me hovering near the sliced opening in the wall, she huffed and nudged one of her heads toward the pedestal, as if calling me closer. I turned to see what Donovan thought of all this, but he wasn't behind me. Squeezing back into the wall with my heart on fire, I called to him. Donovan! No answer. I shuffled sideways, panic rising inside me like a tsunami. Where was he? I could swear he'd been with me, that he'd exited the channel right behind me. With my throat tight, I burst from the narrow passage into the cave tunnel and pulled light. Donovan! I ran through the tunnel, my boots thudding on the stone. Had the Cerberus parents discovered and taken him? No, wait. They wouldn't be able to hurt him. He was a dreamwalker. Here, but not truly here. When I reached the entrance, I stumbled outside and looked around frantically. Nothing moved. No one moved. No Donovan. Somehow, while I'd been inside, the sun had risen above the tree line, bright and cheerful, but ice had solidified inside me. Donovan? There was no reply. Chapter 33. Alex appeared just beyond the end of my nose.
There you are! I looked for you, here and there, and...
Life's not good right now, I croaked out. I'm not sure I'm up for a conversation, or obtuse clues that would lead me nowhere. His buggy lips drooped.
You're sad. I get it. But things are going to be okay.
I barely... My throat choked off. He was here, but we were traveling, busy, stressing about the hike, about how I'd find a cupola stone and...
It's nearer than you think.
I shook my head, dismissing his words. Yeah, stones were near. There was a cave full of Cerberus behind me, each with a stone in their belly. But the stone I needed might as well be on Pluto. I also have to find a dragon bone. Donovan and I were supposed to have tonight. I planned it all out in my mind. We'd sit by a fire and share what we'd been up to over the past couple months. We'd be together. The knot in my belly scrunched tight. Was having one single second with him where we weren't in a life-or-death situation too much to ask? I belted out. While we couldn't hold hands or kiss or whatever, we would have had something to cling to. Because sometimes I worried I'd never figure this out. That 10 years from now, he'd still be bespelled, and I'd only be a level 3 Unraveler. It killed me that I might never free him, might never again see recognition for me in his eyes.
Hanging out together is overrated,
Alex intoned. The pain inside me wouldn't let go. It just grew sharper. I didn't have enough time with him. There would never be enough time with him.
Time?
Alex dropped down onto a boulder beside me, and his wings settled at his sides.
Time's fleeting.
My lips thinned. That sounds like a cliché.
No matter how hard you try to hold on to it, time slips away. 1 second, you're thinking you have tomorrow, only to find you barely have today.
Dropping to my knees, I settled back on my butt, not caring that the cold sank through my clothing, reaching for my bones. Alex?
What?
I sighed and kept my mouth closed. He was my friend, and I didn't see him nearly enough. The last thing I wanted to do was suggest I didn't have the heart to listen when he was with me. I swiped my hair off my face and pushed for a smile. It came out weak, but it was better than nothing.
You don't need to worry about the boy,
Alex said.
He's no longer dreamwalking.
Hearing he was okay helped ease my overwhelming fear, but the feeling was replaced with sorrow. The potion must have worn off. Waking, he'd probably thought he'd laid down for a nap. He'd gotten up and gone to the cafeteria or library. He'd forgotten me already. My shoulders curled forward, sheltering my heart, but it was too late. It had already shattered.
The boy was called back by a bespeller,
Alex said. Ugh, awesome. What now? His brother's visiting again? Wasn't that lovely? I imagined the king had stopped by to check on the spell, to make sure it remained in full force. Even if I somehow broke through, he'd tighten the noose all over again. Alex's tiny feet shifted on the stone, and his wings fluttered briefly before flopping on either side of his body.
Brother?
The king.
Oh, him! Didn't know about the connection, but I guess it's obvious. The nose. The way the boy tilts his head. Should have seen it myself.
I didn't mean that.
Then what did you mean?
In the past, Alex's voice would have shouted the words like a challenge. Now they came out in a defeated whimper. You okay, buggy friend? I asked, suddenly worried about him. He'd been a constant in my life since I arrived at the academy. Sure, he'd also been a source of irritation on occasion, but that didn't mean I didn't love him. Are you sick? His wings flicked upward, and he lifted off the rock before settling back down again.
Not at all. I'm healthy as a horse,
he chuckled.
Or, in my case, a dragon.
Okay. Lifting a stick, I poked at the snow with it. As for Donovan, I meant that his brother must be around with his bespeller if he was called back.
Yep.
Vague. Again.
Give me,
he said abruptly. I blinked and rose onto my heels. Yeah, I was miserable, but there was no need to lounge around in wet snow. Give me doesn't make sense. Lifting off the rock, Alex hovered in front of me.
It will, in time.
Which you said is fleeting.
Because it is.
His tiny brow narrowed.
Never forget, Floor.
Forget what?
Me!
He zipped in close and morphed back into the dragonfly pendant I wore always. Cupping my fingers around it, I rose to my feet and took in the gleaming winter wonderland. When had morning arrived? The sun glared off the snow, and only a few birds braved the wind that whipped my hair into my face and scraped away my heat. Cold had sunk into my bones, making them brittle. If I wasn't careful, I'd break just by walking. Alex had always been vague, but this interaction topped them all. Sighing, I turned and trudged through the snow, back to where Capria had led me, before I bailed on her and sat in the snow. Might as well discover what she wanted me to see. I squeezed through the gap in the stone and entered the cave with the pedestal again. Pedestals had played a big role in my academy life already. The one in this cave reminded me of the 3 from Stone Selection, when I'd picked my moonstone. While each stone I could select had appeared identical, I'd had 3 choices. One stone would have given me a different life, one where Patty was my sister. I would have had a family who loved me. unlike my mom, who'd probably already forgotten I'd existed. A second stone would have given me a different life with my mom, one where she accepted my magical abilities. She would have been proud of me, something I'd ached for since I was little. The third pedestal had presented an unknown, and I'd picked it, choosing to guide my own future rather than living in a stranger's past. What did the solitary pedestal in this cave offer? Capria whined when she saw me. She scampered over and around behind me to nudge my back. I stumbled forward and couldn't keep the smile from my face. She always had enjoyed playing. Rushing back to the pedestal, she butted her middle head gently against it. "Come here," she essentially said. Yeah, I wasn't that clueless. I tiptoed over, not sure why I felt I shouldn't betray my presence. She knew I was here. She'd invited me. I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes watching me. Peering around, I took in the dead vines, their leaves dry husks littering the stone floor. Water slithered down the wall and edged across the frozen blue-white opalescent surface. Shadows chased across the ceiling, generated by the dim lights emitted from the pool, as if someone had sunk solar lamps below the surface. Grumbling, Capria whined again, this time lower and deeper. Okay, so I was taking my time when she must want me to hurry. I approached the pedestal, my heart thumping like a drum in my throat. Something gleamed in the stone bowl that had been sculpted into the top, and I leaned over. My gasp slipped out, echoing around me like 1,000 startled ghosts. Stones of every color, completely round, had been mounded in the bowl like a kid had abandoned handfuls of pastel marbles. Were these Koopa stones? Obtaining one couldn't be that simple, could it? I didn't dare touch. They felt sacred, on display in this haunted yet beautiful room. I rested my hands on either side of the bowl as if I cupped treasure. "Are these Koopa stones?" I asked Capria, and she nodded. I could take one. There had to be 40 or 50 in the bowl. The parent wouldn't miss one with so many. My fingers reached toward the stones, but I stopped without touching. This couldn't be a trick. Capria wouldn't do something like that, but I snapped my hand back and dropped it to my side. "I'm not going to do it," I said, and my voice shot around the room, then plunged back at me. "They're not mine. They belong to the Cerberuses who died. I can't take even one to save myself." I couldn't imagine the devastation I'd feel if someone stomped into my life and started stealing my dreams. It would be wrong. And while I'd made plenty of mistakes since I came to the academy, I wouldn't make one here. Stepping backward, I jumped when the room filled with light, as if someone had hit a switch. Equally spaced cave openings were illuminated along the side walls. How had I missed them when I crept across the room? Doors in the black ovals swung away into dark corridors behind, and Capria's siblings lumbered slowly into the room, one from each doorway. Capria, after a nod my way, backed until she stood in front of one of the doorways, her body tiny compared to the huge gaping hole behind her. Shivers sped across my skin. What was happening? "Why didn't you take one?" someone asked, and my breath was choked off in my throat. Capria offered. I spun. The Cerberus parent stood inside the largest of the openings, 3 sets of eyes watching me like a hawk sighting in on its prey. "Tell us." "They're not mine," I said, splaying my hands wide, a sense of righteousness burning inside me. "You told me the stones contain a Cerberus's dreams. I won't steal anyone's dreams." "Wise choice, child," Grugin said, without a single tear in his eyes.
"So few pass the test,"
Groton added, nodding to the others.
"I told you Floor was different."
"It's always hard to know." Gunnar dipped his head. "Which is why so few stones make their way into the world." "You thought I'd take one?" I said, defensiveness rising inside me like a tide. Were they always disappointed by wizards? "All others have," Gunnar said. "What happens to those who try?" I asked.
Best not to mention that, don't you think?
Grugin said with a sharp gleam in his eyes. What now? I asked, glancing around. Capria watched me as intently as her parent. My shy friend held depths I hadn't suspected.
Because you didn't take one when you could have. We give you permission,
Groton said. His head swept toward the pedestal.
Go ahead, choose a stone. But pick wisely,
Grugin said.
Each is more precious than the last, and they all contain the final spark of a Cerberus.
You mean a piece of their soul? I gaped in horror at the pretty stones. Yes, I'd be honored to take one, but I hated giving it to Katya. The stone isn't for me.
You said you need it to heal your hand,
Grugin said. It's a trade. Katya wants a Kupla stone, and in exchange, she'll remove the serum from my hand and heal the rot.
Then it is for you, is it not?
Groton said. These seem too pure, too special to give to Katya. What if she does something horrible with it? Everyone says they contain special powers. She could corrupt it.
They do, but only someone equally pure of heart can harness the magic. Never fear about what Katya might do. She'll spend endless lifetimes trying to unlock the stone without success.
That made me feel better, but still, I hesitated. My hand stretched out over the pedestal. Are you sure?
Don't try our patience,
Gunnar grumbled.
I'm sleepy. I want to go back to bed.
Okay, I said. Thanks. I reached into the bowl and chose a stone. Chapter 34. Later that night, after stuffing myself with piping hot ketchup-doused mac and cheese, courtesy of Moira's Plenty Bowl, I snuggled under Patty's blanket, toasty warm in the little camp I'd created on smooth ground beneath a wide fir tree. With less than 24 hours until my hand passed the point of no return, I was no closer to locating a dragon bone than I'd been when I left the academy. In some ways, it felt like fate. Alex's vague suggestion kept haunting me, but if he thought I'd snip off one of his legs or a wing to offer Katya, he had another think coming. I rubbed the stone on my ring, and Minerva appeared.
Ah, I was wondering when I'd see my apprentice again.
She glanced around, taking in the densely wooded surroundings, the bright moon overhead, and the 3 Cerberus pups pressed against me, their snores echoing in the air. Their parent had given in to their begging and let them have a sleepover with me, though just for tonight. I've been kind of busy, I said.
Not too busy. I see you've been tasting levels 2 and 3.
Minerva leaned her hip against a big boulder, and a proud mama grin filled her face. I bent forward. Brinzy snorted and lifted one of his heads before dropping it onto my lap. How can you tell?
I see a rope of black woven threads fluttering nearby. Black threads don't weave themselves, my dear, which tells me you've been working hard. You've reached a level 3, all on your own.
When Katya had tried to bespell me. But I'd barely reached level 2, I said. You told me I had to wait to learn more, that you'd guide me to the next level. She also implied it might take me years to get there. How could it be happening this fast? At this rate, I'd be a level 5 in no time. Then I could.
Don't get too full of yourself, she said with a laugh. They're simple braids, but all wizards and newbie unravelers start somewhere.
Knowing I'd taken a step in the right direction perked me up. I tossed aside Patty's blankie and nudged Brinzy's head onto Phalia's flank, then crept out from beneath the tree branches. Cold air sliced through my coat and gave me a shake, making me grab the blanket again and tuck it around my shoulders. Can you get me to a level 4?
Eventually.
How about tonight?
Impatient, she grinned. I like that.
Her hand swept toward me.
Sit again, and we'll see what we can do.
I settled back down between the pups. Capria's back legs twitched, and she whimpered. Reaching out, I stroked her side. You're okay, pup. Just a dream. Did her kupla control this one? Giving shines from you and benefits those you care for most, Minerva said softly. Why won't you let others do the same for you? If you're talking about Donovan, I'm not letting him cut off even the tip of a finger to save my hand. That's not what I meant. 1,000-pound weight hung in her words. When silence stretched on so long, I worried it would fill the hours until morning. I pushed out a white puff of air. It was swept up by the night, stolen in seconds. Enough with the secrets. Tell me everything. Everything? That would take the rest of your life. But how about a bit of my past? At my eager nod, she climbed up and settled on the boulder, with her feet dangling over the side. Sorta settled. A ghost, she actually hovered. My love, my husband, the man who meant everything to me, gave his life so I might live. I well understand your unwillingness to let others sacrifice for you. He was framed, wasn't he? Her gasp filled the small clearing. You suspect more than you should. I guessed, actually. Put a bunch of clues together and came up with a theory. Something hasn't felt right about the sixth family story since the moment I heard it. Why do you believe he was framed? Because I can't imagine you being with someone who'd do something like that, or that Cloven's dad could be so evil. I know my reasoning sounds silly, but it's my gut feeling. Looking down, I stroked the frayed trim on Patty's blanket before meeting Minerva's eyes. Can you tell me what really happened? I'm sorry. You've guessed too much already. Telling you more would endanger your life. There are secrets here that must remain hidden. I'm not sure you could make things worse. My life seems pretty fragile already, I said, my lips forming a flat line. A bespeller is trying to kill me. I don't know who it is yet, but I had my suspicions. Soon, I'd lay a trap and catch him. You must be careful. You don't realize the danger you could be in. I think I do. I lifted my chin. This person has been after me from almost the moment I arrived at the academy. But don't worry, I'm not facing this alone. She stared at me for a long moment, her fingers cupping her mouth. Yes, you have others who watch out for you. Patty, Cloven, Donovan, as much as he can, Moira and Alice, my other teachers, and Tria. Minerva's smile hinted at deep pain. Tria was my mother's name. Should I tell her Tria was her great-granddaughter? I carried many secrets myself, and I was also hesitant to share them. But I could speak to Tria about it when I got back to the academy. She might say it was okay to tell Minerva. You're not as fragile as you think, Flor, she said softly. Trust your instincts. Was there a message there, or was she just giving out advice like every other teacher? Be careful, she said with concern creeping through her voice. I will. She nodded. Since I can't tell you more, let's get back to your lesson. With the bespeller after you, you'll need to be as prepared as possible. And level 4 is the easiest to reach. That would be great. How about level 5? That level, I'm afraid, is impossible for some, a snap for others. Just my luck. I'd be one of the some. Capria grunted and wiggled closer before falling back asleep. I guess I hoped each level would be simpler, I said softly. 3 seemed to be, since I didn't realize I'd reached it on my own. I'll see if I can get you to level 4 tonight, because... She paused, as if listening, then nodded. Because we haven't much time. She must mean my hand. After sleeping for a little while, I'm going to walk to Donovan's aunt and uncle's house. His aunt Enoch might be able to help me. The only other alternative was to hike back to the academy and let the healers cut my hand off. I was still determined to try to locate a dragon bone, one from a long-dead dragon. That's a wise plan. I approve. She clapped her hands. Okay, to reach level 4, you'll need to pull in different threads. Not black? So this was confusing. I thought black threads were the only ones an Unraveler could use. This is correct and incorrect. Okay. She grinned. We pull threads from the world around us. Not seeing a difference there. The threads I've been drawing come from around me. Have you pulled from the earth itself? The trees? The rocks? Like this one? She sort of smacked the boulder, though the impact made no sound. I frowned. I don't think I have. The threads I've found have been hanging out nearby, waiting for me to snatch them up and use them. Those are lower-level threads, and while they're simple to draw, they're weaker than those from the environment. To obtain full power and achieve a level 4 Scapti, you'll need to work harder. It seemed I'd been working hard already. All right, what do I do? Somehow locate or differentiate them from regular black threads, and then demand they come to me? These strands will need to be extracted. Oh, that sounded tough. I thought you said this was the easy level. Relative, my dear. This level is simpler to achieve than level 5. One thing at a time. While I was eager to get there now, I was also fascinated by the process. How do I extract them? For your first attempt, it might help to close your eyes. With practice, you'll get good at tapping the energy inherent in the trees, rocks, and soil and turning it into black threads of power. One day, you'll find you can make them as easily as reheating your cocoa with a simple thought and with your eyes wide open. Can you teach me how to do it? Of course. She flicked her hands toward me. Close your eyes. I blocked out the world around me and focused solely on the soft breathing of the Cerberus pups snuggling close. Stretch your mind out, Minerva said softly. Environmental threads are more challenging to find, but once exposed, they'll do as you wish. Picture the trees around you, the sky mottled with stars, the moon, the endless earth beneath you. When I blocked out the rustling of small creatures in the woods, bare branches clicking together, and the pups breathing, I could almost sense a hum. Like the buzz I'd heard once when I stood near high voltage during a school trip. The sensation made the tiny hairs on my skin stand at attention. I feel it all, but I don't see threads. Was I doing this wrong? She'd said this was easy. For me, it didn't seem so. Picture the boulder I'm sitting on. That's close. Can you see the gray exterior shape? The dead moss skimming across the surface? Yes, and the grooves along the right side. The vines trailing across the top that are bare of leaves. Now, delve deeper. Sink beneath the surface to what's hiding inside. In my mind, the outside of the boulder liquefied, shifting and molding, but never holding its shape long enough for me to grab onto. I strode over to it and held it steady while I poked my head through the wavering surface. Inside, thin, delicate strands of rainbow threads rippled as if on a breeze. Environmental magic. Can you see them? She asked. Yes, I breathed out. So beautiful. Like splashes of paint on a wall, or an oil slick gliding across the top of a puddle. Do you see black threads, or only the other colors? No black. Not so far, but they had to be here somewhere. Go deeper. Leave the boulder if you need to. Sink down deep into the earth. There's no limit to how far you can go to find what you need. Black threads. Where were they hiding? My feet left the ground as I fell into the world, sliding and tumbling, my hands outstretched, my mind seeking. A thin black thread caught up and kept pace beside me. I coaxed it closer with a soft murmur. Come. It paused, then rippled toward me, as cooperative as the Cerberus pups. I held out my hand, palm up, and it wove around my fingers, creating a series of rings. That's right. Because it tickled, I laughed. You want to play? When it draped across my palm, I snapped my fingers around it, keeping it from escaping. Finding another thread nearby, watching, as if curious, I reached out and ran my fingertip along its back before encircling it with my fingers and tugging it near. The two strands wove together easily, creating a double warpling. I'd never heard the word before it came to me at Katya's, but it fit. You're doing it, Fleur, Minerva said. I see your moonstone glowing with power. Release the threads now. I don't want to lose them. You won't. Now that they know you're here, that you've found them, they'll seek you all on their own. I opened my eyes and stared down at my blade, lying on my lap. Sparks, filled with magic darker than the night, flickered along the surface of my moonstone. It's beautiful, I said. Pat yourself on the back, she said. You've touched level 4. Wait, that easy? You'll need to practice to be proficient, but you've learned the basics of locating and harnessing environmental magic. What about level 5? That level will surprise you, but I can't tell you exactly how to reach it. Why not? Each Unraveler discovers a way on their own. But you're the master. Shouldn't you tell me how to get there? No, you'll... Oh, pain crossed her face. I'm sorry, dear. I'd hoped. She swallowed hard, as if something had lodged in her throat. I hope this has been enough. Rising to her feet, she drifted quickly back and forth in front of me, her hands opening and closing to fists. What's happening? Standing again, I looked around but didn't see anything unusual. But I'd set up my camp deep in the woods, and I was far from the academy. Anything could be lurking nearby. Fear skittered across my skin like I'd fallen into a nest of spiders. Minerva stopped pacing and reeled toward me. Her face grew even paler, if that was possible for a ghost. It has begun. Talk about cryptic. The smile she lifted held warmth, but no happiness. You hold our future and our past in your hands. She stretched her arms toward me and... Chapter 35. A gust of wind hit my body and sent my hair whipping around my face. I teetered on the edge of a jagged cliff that plunged down at least 100 feet. My arms spiraled, and my feet slithered forward. I yelped, and my voice shot back at me. At the base of the cliffs, a dark sea churned. Waves slammed against enormous boulders, shooting water up into the air. Snatching at a scraggly bush before I fell over the side, I used it to claw my way back to level ground, where I raced away from the edge and turned. An endless sea stretched ahead of me, the moon highlighting white caps that tipped the waves rushing toward the shore. Minerva! I yelled, but there was no reply. How had I gotten here, and where was I? Hugging my arms around my waist, I held back my fear. Patty's blanket had slid and caught at my elbows, and I tugged it up and wrapped it around my shoulders. It no longer provided warmth. Without the pups snuggling against me, cold sliced through my skin and clawed at my bones. Shivers took over my frame. You have the items, Katya croaked from behind me. I jumped and spun to face her. She loomed over me, her pincers extended as if she itched to snatch the cupola stone from my hands, then fling me over the cliff. I stepped sideways, putting space between us, but she followed, creeping after me on her 8 spindly legs that compressed the ground with enough force to shake it. You brought me here, didn't you? I said. Minerva had known, or suspected. You have what I need, she said. I thought I was supposed to ping you when I was ready. And I didn't have what she needed. Would she tear my head off when she found out? Heat poured through me, and my heart forced its way up into my throat. My muscles spasmed, as if they were prepared to run. How far would I get before she caught me, trapped me? Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out the Kupla stone and held out my left hand. I unfurled my fingers to reveal the smooth, round, glossy pink stone, sweeter than the blush of dawn. Do you know what this is? The words erupted from me. It felt wrong to give Katya Cerberus dreams when she took such pleasure stealing hope from everyone else. She plucked it from my hand. Reeling backward, she held it aloft while roaring to the sky. Clouds dashed across the moon, sending ghostly shadows jerking along the deep grass behind her.
Finally,
she yelled. A flash of light, and the Kupla stone disappeared. Katya turned and slithered close to me again.
I do know what the stone contains, girl. Power I've sought for a lifetime.
It'll never be yours. The words hovered on my tongue, but I swallowed them down deep. Let her discover her mistake on her own. Her pincer darted toward my throat. Gulping, I flung myself to the side, because behind would only bring my death, and I ached to live.
The dragon bone,
she said hoarsely.
Give it to me.
My jaw trembled. I don't have it. I couldn't find one. She hadn't given me a chance to find one.
Lie!
Her pincer poked forward again.
It rests with you always.
Since she couldn't mean the jewelette Alice had given me that I'd hung on my chain, Katya must mean my pendant. My fingers clawed at it. The shape had changed. No longer a dragonfly, it was now curved into a dragon. Alex, give me, he'd said. How could I do it?
Just a snip,
she said slyly.
No harm in that. Now, is there? With a complete Kupla stone, I only need a pinch of dragon bone dust for...
For what?
Nothing for you to know.
To create a spell to hide from your son, the Arachnoid King? Her gaze narrowed.
Who shared secrets?
I pinched my lips together. Her front leg crashed on the ground.
Who?
Do you want a bit of bone, or don't you? I slammed my own foot on the ground. Two could play these games. I'm beginning to think I'll just let the healers cut off.
No!
She growled.
Give me bone.
Remove the serum and heal my hand first. I held it out. Completely heal it. No tricks. Her lips twisted up on one side.
What if I feel like being tricky?
You know what I am. She snorted, dismissing me already.
A would-be unraveler without a master.
I've reached level 4. A stretch. Minerva said I'd touched level 4, but I was close. I'd practice, and I'd remember Katya. As if I'd dealt her a blow with the thought, she stumbled backward.
How is this possible?
Remember Minerva?
The matriarch?
Her gaze grew sly.
What of her?
She's a master, and she's teaching me. I jerked my hand toward Katya. Remove the serum and heal me, or I'll call black environmental threads. I'm close, so very close to level 5.
Many think they'll get there, but none living have reached their full potential.
I'll reach my full potential, and I'll never forget what happened at your shop. I'd hate to think your bespellings could suddenly unravel. She flicked a pincer my way and murmured words that sounded fey. The bandage on my hand disappeared, and while I watched, the sheen of serum lifted and my blackened, flaking skin repaired itself until nothing but the clear, smooth skin I'd had before remained.
We have a deal?
She strained her pincer toward me. I won't find my fingers rotting away the second you disappear.
I have removed the serum and healed you as agreed.
Then we have a deal. A snip of this dragon pendant will see it fulfilled. I hadn't forgotten how tricky she could be. Correct? You agree? Her head bowed.
I agree.
Magic licked through the air, swirling around us in gold dust before shooting toward the sky. Perfect. Let her try to work a spell with dragonfly bone dust. I reached up and stroked my pendant, praying with everything inside me that this wasn't a mistake. I had to trust Alex. Before my nail pinched a tip off a wing, I paused. Back up a second. You haven't actually fulfilled your end of the deal.
What are you talking about?
She growled. You said you'd send a helper, but you stole him from me before we'd finished my quest.
I did not say how long you'd have his help.
Her arm flicked out.
You brought the kupla and the bone. Your quest was finished.
Denying it would not work in my favor.
Besides, she scowled, I didn't steal him. A bespeller did.
I'd find a way to make the court bespeller pay.
Not her either,
Katya croaked. Her beady black gaze narrowed on my face. She had me, and she knew it because horror burst inside me, a bomb about to explode. The rogue bespeller had taken Donovan. Chapter 36. Frantic, I pinged Tria. Find me, please. As a seeker, she'd pin me down in seconds. A quick twist, and I'd broken off a tiny bit of Alex's wing. I thrust it at Katya. Take it.
With pleasure.
She snatched it from me and roared again, so loudly my eardrums snapped. A bang, and she disappeared, leaving me alone on the cliff. Only then did I realize I hadn't reminded her of the charm that would let Donovan remember me without draining his power. But at this point, it hardly mattered if the bespeller killed him. Tria burst into view where Katya had just stood. Thank the Fae you're okay. I've been worried and... Get me back to the academy now! In seconds, we stood in my room, but I didn't want to be here. I needed to find Donovan. Leaving Tria sputtering something about the challenge she'd had in locating me, I flung open my door and raced out into the hall.
Fleur,
Thorne said.
Just the person I was hoping to find.
No time, dude. I started down the hall, toward Bryce and Donovan's room. Thorne called after me.
But Fleur, I need to tell you about that Smith boy.
Smith boy? Whoa, wait a sec. My footsteps stalled, because I knew who he meant. Ashton. I turned and raced back to Thorne. What is it?
There's something peculiar going on with him.
Yeah, I already knew that. I flicked my hand at him, hoping he'd take the message to hurry up. Like what?
He's been seen following outlings.
Just as I'd suspected. Anything else? His lips, as blue as my hair and streaked with splashes of white, pursed.
Isn't that enough?
Growling, I spun and raced toward the room at the end of the hall. Wait, Tria called. Everyone seemed determined to hold me back. She slammed up beside me, panting. I have to tell you something. No time. Donovan's... Did he still live, or had the bespeller killed him already? My eyes stung, but I damn well refused to cry. It was time to act, to get even. But the journal, Tria said. Can it wait? I strained to get away, but her grip held true. It isn't Minerva's. Okay, so that was weird enough to make me pause. Whose is it? Fadler Cladria's. Where had I heard that name? Somewhere. In the book I'd found in the library. That's really cool, I said, but I have to go talk to Donovan. You should be all over this, Tria frowned. What aren't you telling me? Her eyes widened as she stared down. Wait, your hand. Yanking me close, she delivered a big hug. You did it. You're healed. I am. Can I edged sideways, slipping from her grip. Gotta go. Let's talk later. I'll fill you in on what happened. The weight of her stare followed me as I raced toward Donovan's room. I sputtered to a stop outside their door. Lips appeared. Plain old pink lips. Was Thorne the only one around here with color?
Password?
He, she, whoever said. You know I have no idea what it is, I said. The lips made a hissing sound.
Then you will not be granted passage.
Irritating door. I slammed my fists above the mouth, making the panel shudder.
None of that now,
the lips said.
Behave, or I'll call the coven prefect.
Sure, you just do that. But getting hold of Justine's office wasn't on my agenda for today. Thankfully, Bryce swung open the door before I could do anything further.
Hey, Fleur, what's up?
Leaning forward, he peered out into the hall.
Patty with you? She and I were...
Where's Donovan? My voice came out like I spoke around sandpaper. Bryce frowned.
His
gaze drifted upward.
He, went...
I know about the roof. I know that he jumps, and I know what happens before he hits the ground.
You do?
Bryce's shoulders eased, and he flopped against the doorframe.
Well then, that's where he went.
Was anyone with him? He scrunched his face.
Why would anyone be with him? You, I would get, but he wouldn't.
His shrug shifted his academy shirt.
You know, he wouldn't tell anyone else, except me, and you, probably not even his brother.
Definitely not his brother.
If you're not up for braving the roof, which I completely understand,
he said,
I'll be happy to tell him.
I bolted down the hall. Reaching the end, I flung open the steel door and raced through the opening. My boots clunked on the sturdy glass as I flew across the skywalk. By the time I'd reached the bottom of the stairs and ran down the hall to the western stairwell, my heart was slamming a billion beats a minute and my lungs were on fire. I yanked open the stairwell door and took a few staggering steps forward. Only 6 flights to go, and I'd be there. I had to get there in time. Someone else's footsteps thudded above me, galloping toward the roof. Donovan? I yelled. Laughter rang out. Not a perky, we're gonna have fun laugh, but a tropey, evil, I'm gonna hurt someone laugh. Ashton! I shrieked. You! He must have opened the door to the roof because cold air enveloped me in a frigid hug. The door slammed shut, leaving me gasping, struggling to get to the top before he reached Donovan. Had Donovan jumped already? Crap, 4 flights left. Ashton. I'd suspected it could be him. When I heard him talking with someone in the gardens, it must have been Professor Mealer. They'd argued about what Professor Mealer was doing. Had the professor been acting under Ashton's orders? That made the most sense. Why else would a teacher kill students? Blackmail? No, a bespelling. One Ashton could deliver. Ashton had also befriended Eben. He'd been planning to kill every outling from the start, and he must have thought he'd more easily get Eben if the other guy hung around. Panting, my muscles like spaghetti, I staggered to the top of the stairs. I wrenched open the door and flung myself out onto the roof. Ashton and Donovan, arms linked, struggled near the edge. Growling something the wind stole before I could hear, Ashton yanked his right arm back and swung at Donovan. Donovan ducked as Ashton's fist swiped the air above his head. A flick of Ashton's hand, and white threads and tight braids plunged from the sky. They connected with Ashton's fingers, and sparks rained down on the stone-covered rooftop. He brought his hands close together and molded them, forming a ball of power made up of meshed white threads. My throat cramping and my chest heavy, I yanked in black threads. No time to weave them. As quickly as they hit my moonstone, I hauled them back and flung them at Ashton. If I was lucky, I'd hit him with a level 3, but it was better than nothing. Unravel! The energy smacked into Ashton's back, and he shuddered before stumbling forward. He dropped to his knees. When he tipped back his head, his growl raked down my spine like barbed wire. With a curse, he tossed the ball of white threads at Donovan. The power hit him, and his arms spiraled as he tumbled backward, off the roof. His cry echoed around us. Ashton staggered to his feet, but when he turned to face me, he was no longer Ashton. Chapter 37.
You?
My mouth flashed dry, and this time, I was the one whose knees bit into the roof. I wrung my hands. I'd unraveled. It couldn't be.
Will Zoriati?
I cried. The librarian. My voice leaked out, full of pain. I was crushed, unable to function. I could only whisper, "My dad?" As if he had all the time in the world, Will paced toward me and stopped a few feet in front of me. Gone was the kind man who'd helped me find a book in the library. He'd been replaced with an angry fiend. Lifting his hands, he clapped slowly.
Well done. What was that? A level 4 unraveling? Just enough to end my simple identity bespelling.
The cackle he released made goosebumps jump to the surface of my skin.
But you'll have to do better than that to unravel anything significant I've created.
What? I ran my hands through my hair, yanked on it as pain and sorrow and horror mashed through me like a furious giant. I staggered sideways, struggling to remain on my feet. How is this possible? You were Ashton. It hurt so badly. I'd been a fool to hope for anything from this man. But my father, I'd found him only to lose him all over again.
Sometimes I am Ashton.
Fingers like claws flicked to his face.
At other times, I'm Will.
Twisting his body into a caricature of himself, he propped his fist on his crooked hip.
What book can I help you find, my dear?
Are you really Will Zoriati? Or did someone else hide beneath this exterior too? He huffed and straightened, his hands slapping down at his sides.
This is who I have been since birth, as I will be until the day I die, unless I bespell myself into someone new.
Tapping his chin, he frowned.
Now, there's an idea. Who can I bespell myself into next? The princely boyfriend I just tossed off the roof? Oh, I know.
His eyebrows lifted, crinkling his forehead.
I could bespell myself into you, after I dispose of you, of course.
I stepped backward. I wanted to flee, or ping Cloven and Justine, but I didn't dare turn my back or focus on Mindspeak for even a second. He'd be on me before I could think ping. Something bumped into my calf, and Will's Beatley Karn minion tumbled past me. Before it could reel around and attack, I stomped my boot down on it hard. Squish. One pest taken care of. I bet the blue diamond on my chest was gone now, too. Only one more pest to eliminate. But he was a full bespeller, while I was at most a level 4 unraveler, while he commanded level 5. Hold on. He'd bespelled himself. There are magical rules, I said, sounding too much like one of my snootier professors. A bespeller can't bespell themselves, just like an unraveler can't unravel a bespelling on themselves. But wait, Alex had said rules were as fluid as levels. What did he mean?
Fortunately, none of that's true.
He tapped his temple.
Clever of me, isn't it? I can bespell anyone to think whatever I please, including the notion that a bespeller can't craft magic on themselves. Few understand the roles of a bespeller or unraveler. Honestly, I make them up as I go. Then I ensure everyone believes them.
What other bespellings had he created to influence the elite minds around me? You're saying I can unravel the bespelling that keeps me from flitting? I asked.
Is that silly ward still hanging around? Rather clever of me, wasn't it? I warded you in the library,
then flitted to the hall to join Vic and Eben. I was careful to make the ward look like a bespelling. I imagine it would fool even a healer. Creeping sideways, I chanced to glance over my shoulder. If I could reach the stairwell, I could escape. I imagine the ward will wear off sometime, he said, and you'll rediscover your ability to flit. Well, it would wear off, and you'd be able to flit if you lived long enough, which you won't. I'd already guessed he wouldn't let me off this roof alive. Did he plan to fling me off like he had Donovan, who could be lying dead on the ground? No, I wouldn't believe it. Not until I'd seen it with my own eyes. He'd changed, right? Why then, hadn't he flown back up here as a dragon? Eben knew about this, I said. About you. That's why you two argued in the library the other day. For an outling, he was a decent conspirator. It kept attention away from me, but I'm afraid he became a hindrance. You killed him. Simple, when everyone would blame the Beatley Carn. His solemn glance took in the smushed guts. I'm sad to lose him, but there are others. Is Vic truly your brother? He believes he is, as does his family that used to have only one son, but now has two. More bespellings. They snaked through the world in a smothering mesh. Why do you want to kill all the outlings? They were a cover, with you my final goal. I was watching from a window when your mother left you at the academy. You ran toward the crystal dragon. Black threads reached for you. And knew I was an Unraveler. I would have ended it then, but you had protection. Esther. He dropped his head. Skektar witches have unique powers. When she brought me to the academy, I was no longer under her protection. That's why I had to step up my efforts. I couldn't take a chance you'd find a master. They're all dead, even Minerva. He shrugged. You seem quite capable of doing the impossible. You might have found a way to unravel my spells. I couldn't let that happen, now could I? My fist clenched. You're a murderer. Outlings don't count. They're not elite. They're not much more than pets. One must do whatever is necessary to protect one's family. Pets. I rubbed my chest, where it hurt the most. How could I ever have hoped this man would welcome me into his life? What did you do to Minerva? Okay, he smirked. I don't only kill outlings. I eliminated a few elites as well. But her brat got away. I gasped. He'd killed her? He'd murder Cloven, too, if he ever discovered my friend was Minerva's son. I'd never tell him. I could run, but Will would tackle me, bespell me to hold still while he killed me. At least I'd understand his motive before I died. I deserved that, didn't I? The third family. You. Your family framed the consort of the sixth to take the fall. Why? Anger and frustration and agony mashed around inside me, each struggling for control. All these years, I'd hoped to discover my father. But this man, this monster, was no one I'd ever longed to claim. My father was a bespeller, he said. Surely you understand the thrill of power. You've had a taste as an Unraveler already. This is all about power? Like with Katya, it corrupted. I was surrounded by wizards who'd stomp on anyone who got in their way. I had to stop Will. But how? Trust in yourself. Rules are fluid. Alex had given me the tools. I just had to figure out how to use them. He latched onto my arm, and I yelped. You've guessed this much, but you haven't figured out the best part yet, have you? I tried to wrench away, but his hands tightened on my arm hard enough to make me wince. What's that? I've bespelled everyone to forget one big detail. He released a grin that used to make me happy when I saw him in the library. Now it made me shiver. I'll make it easy for you, since it's brisk up here and I'd like to return to my rooms and sit by the fire. A good book and a glass of wine are waiting. His smile curved down. The entire elite world thinks the sixth family was banished, when in fact, it was the third. What? The book in the library? I bespelled a Sketar witch to write it and planted it there for others to find. It served two purposes. It would fool anyone who found it, like you. And it was magicked to renew the bespelling on everyone else. I couldn't believe it. I'd guessed, but I'd guessed wrong. I'd been led, like everyone else. The thought made bile surge up in the back of my throat. I rubbed my belly, but the pain wouldn't go away. It would never leave me now. He scowled, and his hand loosened on my arm.
Hold on. You didn't call me your father, did you?
A sneer twisted his face.
I only have one child, one daughter, Alice, the murderess. I'm afraid whatever silly delusion you're living under is pure fiction.
Why deny it? It's true. My eyes filled against my will as the dream I'd fostered crashed around me. How could I have hoped for some sort of relationship with this man? He's right, someone said from behind me. He isn't your father. The door to the stairwell slammed shut, and Tria walked over to stand with me. And Alice isn't your sister. Her chin lifted, and steel grated in her voice. You're my sister. Mine. Our father is Bastian. Trixie. Sierra lied. Will's handclaps shuddered through the air around us.
Delightful. A sixth family reunion. Too bad it'll end in tragedy.
He waved toward me, then drilled Tria with his frown.
Sadly, you'll both have to die. I can't leave loose ends lying around.
I was part of the sixth family, not the third. Never the third. Never Alice. Strangely enough, the thought of losing Alice smarted the most. I'd started to care for her. I'd miss what we'd started, a relationship that would never come to fruition. Yet Tria was my sister? All this time, I should have known. She'd been there for me always. White threads gathered around Will, as if he sucked them from the trees and the sky. He was drawing in environmental magic, level 5 bespeller magic. The white shoved aside my black threads to reach him. Too bad I couldn't call them all, every damn thread in the universe, then fling them at Will. Anger roared through me with the strength of a lioness. If only I could harness her and ride her to victory. You created a ward, I whispered as it hit me, to keep me from flitting. Why not a bespelling? You don't need to kill us. Bespell us instead. He gathered more white threads and bunched them into a deep blue stone he wore, set in a ring on his pinky finger.
The six are impervious to bespellings.
But Cloven had said he was bespelled like everyone else. He'd lied to protect me.
This is why everyone in the sixth family must die.
He didn't know about Cloven, and I wouldn't tell him. As Will bunched the power together in his hands, Tria and I backed away. We'd be too late to reach the door, but perhaps. I dove at Tria, knocking her down, and we smacked onto the roof. The wind was knocked from my lungs. Tria thrust me off her. Let me. I'm a full seeker now. She scrambled to her feet as Will smashed the power into a solid mass between his hands. He'd hurt her. I couldn't let him. Better I died than my sister. Sister. I'd just found her, and now I'd lose her. My lungs couldn't drag in a breath through my throat, choked off by the pain of my loss. We'd never survive this. This wouldn't be a bespelling. He'd fling magic more powerful than anything I'd seen before at us and snuff out our lives. My heart spasmed. I barely had time to know my real sister, and we'd lose each other already. My pendant flung itself forward, and Alex morphed into view in front of me, as if he planned to take this hit for me too. Watch out! I yelled. Run, Alex! Fly away! He zipped toward Will, shouting,
Me!
Will flicked his fingers out, and white power flashed toward Alex. It snatched him up and, as I jumped to my feet and gave chase, Will flung Alex off the roof. Magic clung to my friend in a thick, gooey white mass. It strangled him, kept him from breaking free, and directed him downward. No, he wasn't going to make it. He'd die on impact. My friend. I flew to the edge and watched as Alex spiraled like a doomed plane on fire. My chest burned, and I stretched out my arms, but there was nothing I could do to save him. While I bit my hand to hold back my scream, Alex crashed into the crystal dragon's spine. He lay there, unmoving. My eyes streamed, and I swiped the tears away. I had to see, be there for Alex. The heart inside the crystal beast beat red once, twice. Then it faded. Chapter 38. Will snatched me up with power and flung me at Tria, who was rushing toward him. I smacked into her, sending her tumbling backward. She slammed against the wall, and a crack rang out when her head impacted the rough stone. With a soft moan, she slid to the ground. My world was crashing around me, and there was nothing I could do to stop it from happening. But I still had my rage. Spinning around, I faced Will with flames burning through me, hotter than lava. I wouldn't go down without a fight. He wouldn't hurt anyone else. Will grinned, and his arms lifted. Black threads clustered around me, sliding across the white Will had drawn in. Nudging aside the white, I snatched up the black, wove it tight, and fed it into my moonstone. But wait, white threads, power, controlling the world. Rules, trust, and a bespeller who lies. Of course, I knew what I needed to do to finally end this. The power had always been mine. I just had to grab onto it and control it. With renewed energy, I gathered white threads along with the black, then tugged more from the trees, the sky, and the academy building itself. I wove in white I yanked from the earth, the wind, and the planets. Will shot power at me, a white bolt of lightning that would rip through my chest. As I gathered energy and lifted my hands in defense, a beam hit my neck, and light shattered around me in a rainbow of brilliant colors. I reached up and hissed when my fingers touched on the jewelette Alice had loaned me. My sister, who was not my sister, had protected me. Will roared and gathered more threads. Scrambling the black and white threads together, I created one huge warpling unlike anything I could have even imagined could exist. As I flung it toward Will, the crystal dragon, alive, rose up behind him. My jaw dropped as it tipped its head back and released a roar filled with ice shards that shot up toward the sky before plunging down around us in frigid spears. Horror filling his face, Will cowered, covering his head. He wailed when a spike hit his spine, making him stagger forward. The dragon, his wings creating a furious storm, descended. Will's hands lifted in supplication, and he begged for the dragon's favor, all while gathering more white threads into a ball between his hands. "Watch out!" I cried, rushing toward them. The dragon snatched up Will in his teeth, and tipping his head back, he gave Will a shake while chomping through the middle of his body. Blood and chunks of things I chose not to analyze flopped onto the roof. Flapping his wings, the dragon flew over and landed in front of me. While tears fled down my face, Alex's, beautiful, wondrous Alex's voice burst into the air.
"See, Floor? I am a real dragon. I protected the one I cherish most. But now..."
His voice dropped off to almost nothing.
"I'm terribly sorry."
My chest was a mass of pain as my heart crushed against my ribcage. I'd never be the same. Nothing would ever be the same. "Alex!" I rushed forward, my arms outstretched.
"I'm sorry,"
he whispered again.
"I wish..."
"No, please." The crystal dragon exploded. Light and ice burst into the sky, stretching all the way to the stars. My fingers reached for my pendant that was no longer there. I'd never feel its weight around my neck again. My friend. I'd lost him. How could I bear it? Sobbing, I dropped to my knees and cupped my face in my hands as snowflakes drifted down through the air. They coated the roof. Me. The legend had been fulfilled. Chapter 39. Staggering to my feet, I went to Tria, my sister. Still slumped against the wall, she groaned and rubbed the back of my head. Did I just see? I stooped down beside her. Let me call a healer. One ping with a quick explanation, and the head healer appeared beside us. Fortunately, she was too focused on my sister to glance toward the edge of the roof, where Will's remains smoldered. After assessing Tria, she nodded. You've got a concussion. I need to get you to the clinic right away for healing. She placed her hand on Tria's shoulder. We're going now. Hold on. They disappeared from view. Turning, I flopped on the ground and stretched my legs out in front of me. My eyes wouldn't stop weeping. Alex. I couldn't believe he was gone. How could I go on without him? He'd always been here for me, to offer advice or a cryptic statement that drove me to be my best. He'd been my friend, and I'd miss him. I wiped my face and stared up at the sky. It had stopped snowing. Stars flickered far away, cold eyes watching without emotion, while I ached and mourned and bit back my screams. A scratchy grunt drifted up from the edge of the roof. As I stood and swiped the tears from my face that kept falling, Donovan lifted and slammed his leg up over the side. Huffing, he hauled the rest of his body up onto the stones. He lay on the roof before his head lifted and he glanced my way. Hey, he said. He frowned. That was... Rising to his feet, he shook himself, then grimaced when he took in the smoking lumps nearby. Not sure what that was, but there was this guy here and he... Ashton and Will, both. Yeah, Ashton. I need to ping the headmistress. The jerk tackled me up here. He flung me off the roof, tried to kill me. I thought you'd fallen. That Will's white magic had hit true. I know it sounds weird to accuse Ashton, Donovan said. He's a prefect, but just in case you were wondering, I didn't jump. I took one step toward him, followed by another. I know you didn't. You do? He rubbed his hair, but his gaze never left mine. How do you know that? If you had, you would have shifted. Shifted? The rough laugh he gave rippled around us. Right, sure. Like anyone can shift into something else if they want to. He could. But this Donovan, the exterior shell covering up the guy I was crazy about, didn't remember he'd told me about his dragon. I had a feeling I could take care of that, however. Take care of everything. Because while I might not be a full level 5, I'd figured out how to tap into the power. Striding closer, he held out his hand. I'm Donovan, and you're... I pulled in black threads, then gathered up some white and braided them together. This is what it took to achieve level 5. Minerva was tricksy too. She'd known I had to discover this all on my own. Or with a little nudge from a friend. As I took Donovan's hand, my bitter happiness shone through in my voice. The future held promise. But Alex... I'm Fleur, I said. Nice name. Thanks. I squeezed his fingers as anticipation shot through me like a falling star. Do you have a minute? I nudged my head toward the edge of the roof. Sure, but there'll be no more almost falling off the edge for me tonight. Maybe we'd jump together tomorrow, or the day after that. We had our whole lives stretching ahead of us. A gift from a friend I'd miss forever. I want to show you something, I said, tugging Donovan toward the edge. I promise, no jumping. The half smile that made my knees weak rose on his face. Okay, sure. We soon stood with our toes stretching over the side. Hey, Donovan, I said. Yeah? I tipped back my head. Hey, world! No one replied, but they'd hear. Everyone would hear, and soon, everyone would know the truth, because it was time to fix history. I gathered all the power inside my moonstone and sent it out with one level 5 word. Unravel! Chapter 40. Summer. More? I asked, as I added a few more drops of Verdine to Beatrice's bowl.
Yes, more,
she said. Her burp was followed by shrill giggles. She keeled over backward and skidded on her butt across the floor. Her skirt flipped up, as did her legs, and she kicked her pointy heels. I can't believe you're getting our brownie drunk, Patty said with an eye roll. She lounged on her bed, waiting for Bryce to come take her to dinner. It's barely 5, Tria said. She sat on my bed, and I thought she'd been mind-chatting with the guy she'd met recently, but she must have hung up. We were out of everything else, I hissed out the corner of my mouth at Patty. You were supposed to pick up some gummy worms yesterday. Her face crinkled. I know you said they're not real worms, but are you sure we can eat them? While they finished renovating the mall, we'd flitted one Saturday a month to an outling shopping center. They coat the worms with sugar. Not doing it for me, Tria said with a twist of her face. Or me. Patty and Tria leaned across the space between the beds and slapped their palms together.
Sugar good,
Beatrice said, tottering on her heels.
Me likey sugar and Verdine.
She pointed a sharp finger at her bowl.
Give more.
Only a capful, I said. And then I'm shutting you off. You go, bartender, Tria said with a snicker. Beatrice's face morphed into something I'd hate to run into in a dark alley. I would have missed it if I'd blinked. In seconds, she was all sunny smiles.
Verdine!
Bogart alert, Alice said, strolling into our room from our shared bathroom. My unraveling had broken her spell. She'd been able to dispose of the charm and would no longer turn into a troll, which made both of us happy. Some could say I'd lost something precious that had barely gotten started, that it should hurt, but I still had Alice in my life, as a friend. Okay, I said, dumping about a quarter cup of Verdine into Beatrice's bowl. Geez, to think a 5-inch tall brownie could make me do whatever she pleased. I really don't think you need more.
I decide more,
Beatrice said. She hefted the bowl and drained the liquid, following her guzzle with a bigger burp. Can I borrow your concealer? Alice fluffed her blonde hair that swirled around her shoulders. I want to go pink tonight. I capped the Verdine and gave it to Tria. Pour this somewhere far from here, would you? The bottle disappeared. My concealer? I said to Alice. Hot date tonight? Alice's cheeks grew red. My eyes widened, and I hopped across the room and grabbed her arms and made her hop around with me. You've got a date! Out of breath when I shouldn't be, I stopped hopping, though my grin still filled my face. Who is it? No concealer unless you tell me. Alice hadn't returned to her mean girl ways, and because she wasn't acting snarky all the time, she'd made a bunch of new friends. The loss of her dad had hit her hard, and I'd heard her crying late at night in the bathroom. I'd joined her, sitting on the floor beside her, and we'd talked about the different ways we'd grown up, the challenge of spells, boys, and staying friends even though our pact had ended. She told me how much she missed her dad. He might have rejected her for most of her life, but she'd loved him. I hadn't told her I'd been convinced she was my sister. I preferred she'd think I'd softened all on my own. We were buds now, and that was all that mattered. Moira leaned against the bathroom door frame, and she winked when I glanced her way. I had a feeling she knew everything, but if she did, she'd kept it to herself. Bad enough she could read our emotions. No need to shout them out to the world. Discretion was a valuable thing, and I hoped she learned more about it. Okay, Alice said, all breathless as she eased away from me. I'll tell you if you keep it to yourself. It's new and I don't want to ruin it, and...
He has a diplomacy scapty, Moira said. The two of them could run the world.
A thought that would have caused me horror months ago, but now only made me smile. Manuel, Alice said. She stared down at her clenched hands. Do not tell a soul.
An outling?
Patty leaped off the bed and raced over to us, skidding to a stop in front of Alice. Tria joined us and slapped Alice's arm, sending her a few steps sideways. You're going out with an outling? I wasn't sure Alice's face could get any redder, but it did. What's wrong with that?
Nothing!
Patty elbowed me.
Absolutely nothing, right?
I think it's perfect. He's a nice guy. He's cool, Tria added. I lifted the chain with the concealer over my head and handed it to Alice. All yours. It worked well for me. Reaching up, I yanked on the blue strands I'd chosen this morning, knowing they'd revert back to my regular black within seconds. We'd finish first year in a week, then break for a month, before returning as second-year students, upperclassmen. The only thing holding me back from my excitement was the fact that Tria, who was a year older than me, would graduate and begin her career as a seeker. We'd barely had a chance to get to know each other, and she'd be gone. I'm going to visit, she said, as if she could read my mind. Wrapping her arm around my shoulders, she gave me a squeeze. So often, you're going to beg me to stay away. Never. At the end of the school year, I was going to Grathie to stay with Tria and her family. Sisters unite. In between then, we'd eaten every meal together, studied together, and talked whenever we had a free moment. I wanted to know everything about her, from her favorite color to her hopes and dreams. I couldn't believe I was elite. Funny how I missed my outling status, but I was still half outling, and I'd hold on to that part of myself forever. As for Donovan's brother, after some persuasion on Donovan's part, King Niles had agreed to me attending a dinner. We'd talk, maybe come to a truce. I'd promised to keep my blade in its sheath. Thanks for the concealer. Alice hustled into the bathroom to finish getting ready, and Moira followed, mumbling something about making sure she put on more mascara. Someone knocked on the door, and Patty raced around me and swung it open. Looking awesome, Pats, Bryce said. He lifted his hand my way. Fleur, Tria. His gaze returned to Patty. Ready to get something to eat?
I'm starved.
She linked her arm through his and dragged him out into the hall, calling out to me as they started down the hallway.
Don't wait up!
I've got to go too, Tria said, rushing around me. Anyone I know? She shrugged, but a grin teased along her lips. When she winked, I knew. She liked someone. Nothing like that. A total lie, but I'd let her get away with it for now. But tomorrow, when she was staying over in Patty's in my room, I'd make her confess. I've got some studying to do. You told me you'd already taken your last final, I said. Her glance flicked from mine. I'm doing other research. I frowned. Researching what? Just Dad. Oh, I never would have guessed that. I'd thought, okay, so maybe this wasn't about a guy. My ears perked up. Dad? We'd been unable to learn anything about our father's whereabouts, though Tria had said she was following a few leads. What have you heard? Nothing yet, but hopefully soon. She waved. Later. I stomped after her. Tria! When I peered out into the hall, she'd already left, flitting somewhere. I growled. She was hiding something, and I needed to find out what it was. But later, not tonight. Tonight was for me and Donovan. Ping. Someone tapped my mind. It was Cloven, my grandfather. The second she'd been healed, Tria and I had sat down with him and shared the news. He'd been ecstatic, as had Minerva, my great-grandmother, when we'd told them.
I heard that,
he said sternly. Heard what?
Patty's comment about not waiting up.
You're not supposed to be spying.
I don't, most of the time.
I coughed.
Okay, not all the time, he said. But you're my granddaughter. I need to watch out for you.
And soon, he'd be Crystal Wing Academy's headmaster. When I first started at the academy, Justine had told me she'd been offered a new position. She hadn't then decided if she'd take it, but this week, she'd announced she'd accepted it and would be moving there during the summer break. I hadn't gotten used to having family yet, though I loved the idea of it. But my grandfather would soon be running the place and...
Do not think you'll get away with the things you did while Justine was in charge, he said.
Never crossed my mind.
Ha. Back to tonight. I'll be watching that boy, making sure he behaves.
You better not watch us.
I won't really. I meant that figuratively, he sighed. You know I can't help it. Hope it's okay.
My heart pinched. I love you. Already. It would be hard not to.
And I love you, he said softly.
I could almost see his back stiffen.
But you still need to be in your coven room by 9.
12.
10.
1 a.m.
Midnight. And that's my final offer.
Deal. Double ha.
Wait.
Too late. I ended the mind speak. Yeah, I wouldn't get away with that trick twice. Grabbing a jacket in case it got chilly, I left my room, but stopped to say hi to Thorne when I stood in the hall. Looking awesome tonight, I said, as his lips formed in the panel. You have a date too? It seemed like everyone was pairing up, even the doors.
I'll never tell.
I laughed. You always tell.
Only when you make me.
Let me guess. I tapped my chin. Room 112, Wind Coven?
How did you know?
His bright blue lips, painted with sunflowers, thinned.
Is someone talking?
Doors, talking. Who would have thought? I think I heard about it from one of the Vrillas. I'd helped Donovan find them more frogs and 12 lizards. Not even going there. Who'd kiss a lizard? A Vrilla would. I shuddered. Gotta go, I said with a wave.
Me too. He's waiting.
Thorne grinned.
See you in a while, Flora.
How about midnight? His grin grew wider. I took the skywalk to the back stairs, then skimmed through the hall and exited on the eastern side of the campus. Donovan had asked me to meet him beside Professor Grimm's greenhouse lab. We were having a real date, not a spontaneous, eating lunch together on the roof date, though that was fun in itself. This was a moment where it would be just us, together, with no one else around. Doing something. He hadn't exactly told me what we'd be doing yet. I shouldn't be wound up, and my heart sure shouldn't be galloping in my chest faster than a herd of albacore. My breathing had gone ragged, but there it was. I liked him. We'd been separated too long and hadn't gotten used to being back together again.
Floor!
Professor Grimm shrieked from behind me, so loudly even my bones jumped. He drifted closer, his gray robe dragging on the path. Bugs bailed from the fabric and scurried into the grass.
I was hoping to recruit you for a special class I'm offering this fall. Lethal Creatures of the Night.
Lethal, huh? How did that differ from magical horticulture of the night, adding the D to deadly? Both felt terminal to me. Tell you what, I said. Let me think about it. I'll get back to you before classes restart in a month.
Delightful,
he said. He floated over to the door and unlocked it before turning back to me.
I can't wait to introduce you to the Aracana.
I wasn't sure I wanted to ask what an Aracana was.
I know her reputation precedes her, but she's actually quite sweet,
he said.
She doesn't mean to eat those who attempt to charm her.
Really didn't want to take this class. I pushed for a smile. I'll get back to you. With a no. Or maybe a yes. Because, okay, I did love a challenge.
By the start of the term,
Grim shrieked. He floated into the greenhouse and shut the door behind him. You ready? Donovan said by my ear. Whirling, I grabbed his hands and squeezed. I was ready yesterday. Me too. His cheeks went pink, and I loved how he felt as unsure, yet certain about us as I did. He pulled a dark strip of cloth from his back pocket and dangled it in the air. I want our date to be a surprise. Are you up for a blindfold? You planning something interesting? I asked, breathless when I hadn't run even one step. He tipped his head. How interesting would you like it to be? You lead and I'll follow. I like that. He wrapped the blindfold around my head, shutting out the world. And it was weird, but also funny and a bit sexy. He took my hand and I followed. No choice now. How much longer? I asked, a shrill, excited squeal coming through in my voice only seconds later. Okay, so I was nervous. Not about what we were doing, but, I don't know, about what might happen next. Donovan squeezed my fingers, his hand wrapped snugly around mine. You okay? Stopping on the trail, I assumed this was near the eastern forest because an earthy, piney essence swirled around us. He turned toward me and grabbed my other hand. With a soft pull, he drew me so near, our clothing brushed together. A hint of tease entered his voice. You're not scared, are you? A girl who can throw fireballs? Without much accuracy, but that was being picky. Give me time. You were totally awesome, he said. No hiding his awe. If Professor Mueller hadn't been trying to kill us, I would have dragged up a chair and watched. You weren't so bad yourself. He'd reached up and snagged a bolt of lightning from the sky and thrown it at a power-sucking slake. Not many guys could do that. Together, we'd burned the slake to a crisp and saved each other. Maybe I'm nervous because I'm wearing this. I nudged my shoulder against the blindfold. Only a tiny slice of sunlight peeked through the folds, not enough to see where we were going. It's a surprise, he said. It'll be fun. Sure, as long as I didn't trip and fall on my face. You're cute. The husky tone of his voice sent heat zinging through me. It was both daunting and thrilling to go wherever he led. I wanted to slap my hand over my mouth when my high-pitched giggle slipped out. But this boy knew me. He wouldn't mock. You ready to keep going? He said with anticipation. We're almost there. Then I get to take off the blindfold? You can leave it on, if you want. His laugh sounded nervous now, too. Good. I shouldn't be the only one who was excited and on edge all at the same time. I'll leave it for now, but I want to see. Okay then, come on. He tugged me forward, and I rushed along with him for a few more minutes. We came to a stop. He linked our hands again. Okay to put you in position? Position? I laughed softly. What are you planning? You'll see. His words came out boyish, eager. His fingers went to the tie at the back of my head. Ready? Biting my lower lip, I nodded. He fumbled with the knot before releasing a soft huff when it let go. Afraid for a second you were stuck with it. That would really improve my fireball aim. I opened my eyes to his grin. He took a step backward and waved toward the top of the hill. The world had been brightened with every color imaginable. Wow! I shook my head. What is that? You like it? He took my hand to pull me forward. They're flarelets, a kind of plant. Magic! Like everything else in this world. Tall, thin strands in varying lengths had been planted in a large circle near the top of the eastern pasture. Like bolts of iridescent lightning, they speared up toward the sky, some only waist high, others at least 8 feet tall. They swayed and dipped in the breeze, and when they bumped together, they released a rippling melody, much like wind chimes. He'd laid a blanket underneath them. I planted them here a month ago, and they've been growing ever since, he said. I wanted to surprise you. They're awesome! Beautiful! I squeezed his hand. I love it. He waved toward the blanket. Have a seat. The show will begin in minutes. Show? You'll see. We dropped down to the ground. Overhead, the flarelets bobbed and swayed, their chimes lilting through the air. The music lulled me. Lying back on the grass, I stared up. Dusk hung on the horizon, spilling colors rivaling the flarelets into the sky. You awake? Donovan whispered. He shifted closer, and when I peeked at him through my lashes, he smiled that half grin that made butterflies flit around in my belly. Or, in my case, they might as well be dragonflies. My heart clenched. I missed Alex so much. His perky attitude, his backflips, the way he seemed to say nothing while revealing everything I needed to hear. He'd saved my life, and I'd never be able to repay him. Rapid thuds raced our way. I bolted upright. Yeah, we were sitting underneath flarelets, but that didn't mean we wouldn't be trampled. We were talking about the academy, magical beings. Capria rushed out of the forest and raced over to us. She skidded to a stop, barely avoiding trampling us. My Cerberus friend had grown to the size of an elephant. You like my other surprise? Donovan whispered. Biting my lip and trying not to cry, I nodded.
I'm gonna talk first,
Capria's right head said.
No, me,
the middle shouted.
I believe it's my turn,
the left head said. It dipped down.
Flora, we've been waiting forever to see you. When are you coming to the cave for another sleepover?
Nothing had surprised me more than when they'd started to talk a few weeks ago. Soon, Donovan's. I elbowed him. He said he'd bring me. In dragon form, of course. I couldn't wait to fly again. Sparky, my dandy bucklion friend, popped up from the ground nearby. He smiled, revealing his fangs. Hefting a stick, he tossed it and it sailed out across the field. The Cerberus pup, actually a small house, took off after the stick, her multiple heads squabbling about who would grab it, who would bring it back, and who would get to gnaw on it after. I grinned at Donovan. He inched closer and put his arm around my shoulders. And that's my other surprise. Kisses soon followed. I'd never get tired of his kisses. Something bumped into my shoulder, and I released a small shriek. I pulled away from Donovan, my face overheating. Yeah, I wanted to make out with him, but this wasn't exactly private. A billion creatures surrounded us. But what had run into me? Baby dragonflies zipped here and there, and seeing them made my throat tighten. A pink and yellow dragonfly zipped in close to my nose.
Oh, there you are.
The words Alex had always used when he saw me. I wasn't sure my heart could take this. What's your name? I asked.
You tell me.
Are you a boy or a girl or...
Yes.
How about Jess?
That's right,
the dragonfly said.
How did you know?
Maybe because...
You were waiting for me, weren't you?
Jess said before doing a quick backflip. Was I? I wanted to shoo the tiny dragonfly away, but I couldn't. Sixth family, dragonfly companion. Could I let another buggy friend into my life? No matter how hard you try to hold on to it, time slips away. Alex's words. 1 second, you're thinking you have tomorrow, only to find you barely have today. How could I waste a single moment?
I have so much to tell you,
Jess said. Donovan stared at the dragonfly with wide eyes. Is that bug talking to you?
Not a bug,
Jess said, flicking wings at him as if scolding. They do that, I said. Always. And you know what? He shrugged. I like it, I said.
You like it,
Jess said.
You like me.
The end. This recording of Unraveler was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2020 by Marty Mayberry. Sound recording copyright 2020. Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.